Time to start taking all of this into consideration, and let's talk weather for a while. We're going to start with the latest information, which I know is still going back to 11 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, or sometime a little before 2 o'clock, we're going to get the next round of data and information. I suspect we're going to see the next little upgrade in strength of the current situation with Hurricane Helene. Right now, 105 mile per hour sustained winds. The internal pressure, 960 millibars. It's moving north-northeast at 14, so that's just a tick faster than it was with the earlier information back at 8 o'clock this morning, and we're hoping to see that speed continue to increase. The faster it starts to move, that will be better every which way. So now as we put this into motion, I think one of the things that we can take away from some of the changes today from the National Hurricane Center might not necessarily be a big swing in where that cone can be, but we did step back that maximum sustained winds and that maximum strength and intensity back into the Category 3 realm. Now, it's still a very strong Category 3. Expectations are up near 120 miles per hour, and we'll tell you that the difference between 115, 120, or 130 mile per hour sustained winds is not all that much. But that is something, and that might be psychologically a little something to make you feel a little bit better that the storm is not expected to make Category 4 strength. There's still time, and there's still going to be some changes and adjustments. So that still could happen, but we'll watch, we'll see, we'll adjust as we go through the day. That's why we don't stay fixated on any one particular forecast with a changeable situation like a hurricane. Another very important factor when we start to look at maps like this is we get drawn to that pretty icon and that number 3 on it. And that's placed in the middle for aesthetics. But that's not how the cone works. We use the entire area inside the cone as all the possible points that the center of the storm could be. Now, the center of the storm is going to be one thing, and it's going to be 30 or 40 miles wide. And then there's going to be convection, showers, storms that extend way out from that, usually more towards the east. With this particular storm, the way we've been watching it for the last several hours, it's going to be more towards the east and more towards the north. There's going to be bands of rain that are several hundred miles out of that core. So all that is going to factor into it. But when we're talking about the path of the storm and where the core may go, it's someplace in that cone is the expectation, like 95% of the time. And that cone could be way over here, or it could be way over here, and that's still within that cone. So don't fixate on the center point where the icon and the number is. Understand that there's still quite a bit of a variety. If we're talking from Wakulla County all the way to Dixie County, that's a lot of space. So we'll watch, we'll see. I promise we'll update. The next round of information comes in sometime in the next 15 to 20 minutes, and we'll have the next round. But the 2 o'clock advisory is one of those intermediate advisories where we don't get a lot of adjustments to path and intensity. We usually get more update on its location and its strength. So that's what we're expecting with the 2 o'clock. We'll see what comes with the 2 o'clock. And now, as this races north, it'll take the rain with it, and we'll be done with all this tomorrow. So this is going to be in, out, and done, even if it's taking a little longer than anticipated for this to make progress through the Gulf. It is moving a little bit slower. This morning, when I woke up and came in, I thought, it was supposed to be going a little faster than it is. Now it's starting to pick up that forward speed a little tiny bit. The thing that has always been the most impressive with this storm is its sheer size. Once it got into the Gulf, got so big. It's a couple of hundred miles, almost 350 miles from some of its outer bands to the west to some of its outer bands to the east. And if you look from top to bottom where some of the rain is still coming down in the Caribbean and way up there into parts of Kentucky and Tennessee, you're talking more than 700 miles from top to bottom. So this is an enormous storm covering huge amounts of time and space. So that's part of it. Today was always going to be the day we watched that water pile up against the coast. The storm surge was going to be the big deal today as this storm moved through the Gulf and pressed that water up against the Gulf Coast. It was also going to be a day that we were going to feel and notice a bunch of those outer bands and that rain. Those outer bands and that rain are scraping the west coast of the Florida Peninsula all the way up through here, and there are even some smaller bands much further out across the Florida Peninsula to the Atlantic and up into parts of the southeastern United States. So huge expanses all being impacted by Hurricane Helene. Now, we watch that core. This is the thing that we're going to talk most about as we start to talk about those winds later on. And I'm going to spend a bunch of time trying to do my best to explain how the winds work. But for now, that core itself, which is still back down here near that 85-degree longitude line. Now, as that continues to make its slow progress north, it does look like at times it wants to take that very classic looking concentric shape, where it's like that circle with the hole in the middle, like that spoke of a bicycle, right? And we remember back to other systems and other storms where we had that very classic shape and circle in the middle. This hasn't had that. This has been trying several times to get one of those, but a lot of what's happened with this is there's been little disruptions. This morning there was some dry air getting pulled in there, and it kind of slowed it down for a little bit and made it difficult for it to form and to get even any stronger this morning. Now, that was just a little speed bump. It kind of gobbled that up and kept moving. But all those little disruptions matter, and the fact that we don't have that distinct core means we don't have that rapid intensification just yet, and that probably factors into the National Hurricane Center's leaning that maybe we can step back down some of that maximum sustained winds and intensity later on. So we'll continue to watch and see how this core evolves and develops. There is that core right there, and it does look clear enough, but it's certainly not the most distinguished one we've ever seen. And you can see these darker colors that are well to the north and well to the west of this. That's those areas of showers and storms. That's that convection, and the more of that we see around the storm, that's usually an indication of pretty good health for that storm system itself. Now, we're getting to the point where we're going to be close enough to the coasts where the radars are going to be able to pick up all the data. The further out in the middle of the Gulf you get, it's harder for the radars to get all that best data. But as we get a little closer, we can. So not only are we going to be able to see it more clearly, we're starting to get more and fresher and better data. And that's going to factor in to the modeling down the road a little bit. Yeah, it's been great with the Hurricane Hunter has been flying through this several times already today, and they're getting us the data, and that's how we're getting our strength and our location. So all that is super important. But we're also getting more minute-by-minute data on the radars, and we're able to see more where that rain is. And can you see where that circulation is right through here? And you see those bands of rain that extend out, and they get a little bit weaker as you go a little further out. So you get further away from that core itself, and the storm itself isn't as strong as it is near that core. So remember, the strongest and the most significant weather is going to be near that core. That core is going to be somewhere like 20 to 40 miles wide. That's it. And then the further out you go, there's going to be a big drop off. Now, some of the rain bands that we've seen up here have been pretty significant. We've even had a couple, 3 or 4 already, of some of those individual cells with some rotation, some tornadoes. Now, that happens from the physics of the way the circulation goes. They don't last very long. They're not the strongest of tornadoes, but anytime there's rotation, you don't mess around, you don't play around, you take that very seriously. And for parts of Franklin County, Liberty County, and Calhoun County, we've already experienced that today. We certainly could find more of that in more locations as we go through the rest of the afternoon, the evening, and tonight. So we'll be looking for that as we go through that time frame, as the storm itself gets closer, as these bands continue to circulate and move in our direction. That's what's on tap for the next couple of hours. These bands of rain, and the winds will slowly start to pick up in some spots. Here's a look at the radar picture. This is more of a live version of the radar. And we've got areas from eastern parts of Leon County and southern parts of Thomas County and Jefferson County and Brooks and Lowndes and Hamilton and Eccles and Lafayette and Madison, Suwannee, Taylor, Dixie. It's not raining at all. Not even a drop. We've got some light sprinkles in northern parts of Thomas County and Grady County and back towards Decatur. We've got some lighter showers for Gadsden, for Wakulla, and for Leon. And then we get a little further to the west, and we see for parts of Liberty and Jackson and western parts of Franklin County, and you get up into Seminole and even parts of areas into Alabama where the rain's coming down pretty heavy. So these are where the bands have spiraled through from south and east to north and west, and they're going to continue to do that. So we're going to watch some of these areas getting more rain. I see another warning box just popped up here in parts of Liberty County. So the same areas where we've seen the same kind of weather continue to get some of the bigger amounts of rainfall. I'm not going to be surprised if we measure the rain in feet in parts of Franklin County. That's why we have some of the flash flood concerns. And this area up here in parts of Liberty County is going to be something we'll have to watch real carefully. We'll have to check on that in just a couple of seconds. So we can see the lighter rain in many areas, especially from like Highway 27 to the east and from I-10 once you get to the Gadsden County, Jackson County line. When we get back a little further, and you get into parts of Highway 84 over towards Valdosta and I-75 up through Adel and Tifton, there's not much rain at all. You see in parts of Leon County, we've got some drizzle coming down, and it's going to feel like drizzle in a lot of spots at times as we get some of those breaks between those bands, but some of those bands will have more significant downpours. We've seen several already, and we're going to see plenty more before the day is done. We'll talk a minute about that storm surge. When we start talking about the expectations of storm surge being 10 or 15 or 20 feet above normal sea level, those are astronomical numbers. They don't happen. But that's the expectation because of the time, the size, and the movement of this storm through the Gulf, just pushing that water up against the shore. That's the reason for the evacuation orders, and hopefully everyone heeded those and got out before things got too serious there. We've got a bunch of cameras lined up all along the coast that we're going to be dipping in to take a look at throughout the remainder of the afternoon and the evening to see and show you how some of that water level is going. And anytime my producer wants to throw one up there, I'll talk about it for you. But for the time being, let's keep talking about the maps. Everyone asks, hey Rob, what's up with the winds? When are the strongest winds going to get here? What's the wind going to be like in my area? Oh, we got a Carabel camera. Let's do that. Okay, so we're taking a look at Carabel. So we're looking a little to the south here. We can see the piers, we can see the streets, and the water maybe not all the way across. I can still see some green grass there. I can still see some pier there. But I certainly do see a whole lot of water on that roadway from the rain that's been coming down. And we're going to notice similar looks on many of these cameras all across our coastal areas as that water level continues to rise and will likely rise all the way till landfall and then beyond. So if we're expecting the core of the storm to get someplace near land 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight, maybe even later than that, depending on how quickly it speeds up or how much it doesn't speed up, that means we're going to continue piling this water up for several more hours, 7, 8, 9, 10 more hours. And that means those water levels are going to continue to rise, and it's going to spread across those streets and down the block, and it's going to keep climbing up against some of those houses that are in the way there. So that's going to be one of the main concerns as we take a look at these cameras in some of our coastal areas, and that's the reason for those evacuation orders. Let's go back to the maps. We'll talk about some of those winds. We can talk about this for quite a bit because I want to make sure we get this clear. As we are into the afternoon hours, we're starting to see the winds perk up a little bit now. Maybe some spots at Alligator Point up to 16 miles per hour. Most of the winds that we've been watching so far today are in that 3 to 13 mile per hour range. That's a typical Thursday with winds around here. We have an east breeze less than 13 miles per hour. But Rob, there's a hurricane coming. Why isn't the wind stronger? Because the core is where the winds are. The core is still 250 miles south of here. And until that core gets nearby and those maximum winds are going to be in that area, 30 or 40 miles wide, that's it. That's where those strong winds are going to be. Everybody doesn't experience those peak winds. Some of the gusts have been up to 25 or 26 miles per hour. Alligator Point I saw this morning had like a 33 or 34 mile per hour wind gust. That's not even tropical storm strength. One of the stats that jumped off the page this morning for me was when the National Hurricane Center said tropical storm force winds can extend out from the center of the storm 345 miles. That is so far from the center of the storm, it's amazing. That's like longer from here past Tampa, past Sarasota. That's how far some of those tropical storm force winds extended out from the center of the storm. Huge distances. So yes, we're on the lookout for those. And we're in that range now that the storm is 250 miles south of our area, that we could start to experience some of those tropical storm force winds, especially some of those wind gusts. There's a difference between a wind gust and a sustained wind. A wind gust is like a 2-3 second average. That's it. So it's a little puff and done. A wind that is sustained is like a 1 minute average. So that's the wind that you constantly feel, whereas a gust is that quick breeze and done. So when we talk about sustained winds for a minute at a time at 20 or 30 or 40 miles per hour, that is a really strong wind. And that in itself, 20 or 30 or 40 miles per hour, can cause damage, can knock down tree limbs, can knock out power, can cause problems, can cause things in your yard to become projectiles. All of that is legit. And when you start to factor in there could be 50 or 60 or 70 or 80 mile per hour winds, now you can multiply the possibility for damage and destruction, and that's the concern. And I get it. I totally understand your concern with that. And that's why you want to know, hey Rob, what's the wind going to be like in my backyard or in my neighborhood or in my street? And when we know for sure, we'll tell you. I'm not hiding anything from you, I promise. The Futurecast, by 9:30 or 10 o'clock tonight, is keeping most of those winds under 40 miles per hour. Now, we talked about how that core works, and that's where the sustained winds will be the strongest. And it's only maybe 20 or 30 or 40 miles wide at most. A lot of those winds are actually elevated off the surface of the earth, way up there. So when those winds translate down, they get weaker, maybe 70 or 80% of it. So if you had a 100 mile per hour sustained wind and you're only getting 70 or 80% of it down to the surface, so now you're at a 70 or an 80 mile per hour sustained wind. And that's going to be in that very small area. You start to get 5 or 10 miles away from that core, that's going to drop off precipitously there. All of a sudden now it's down to a 50 or 40 or 30 mile per hour sustained wind. And again, I will tell you, that is dangerous enough. So we will certainly be on the lookout for all those strong winds. The higher the wind speeds, of course, the more dangerous, and we are concerned about all of those. And as we see where that core is going, we will let you know so we can pinpoint which areas are going to get those strongest winds. It is why we tell you to prepare for a Category 3 storm with more than 130 mile per hour or more than 115 mile per hour sustained winds, because that way you're prepared for it. At this point, preparation should be done, and now we're just waiting to see the storm move through the area. And when we know what those winds are going to be and how strong they're going to be and where they're going to be the strongest, I promise we will let you know. We've got a camera at Shell Point Beach, so let's go there. I see some droplets on the lens. I see some water. I don't see it up on the beach too far, so that's an encouraging point. So as we're taking a look here at Shell Point Beach, we can see the waves moving towards the camera a little bit too. There's quite a bit of the cloud cover out there. But I think so far so good for some of these coastal areas where we're not already seeing those 8 and 10 foot storm surges. So maybe we can start to reduce those numbers if we're lucky, because the storm is not moving as fast and it's not piling the water in where it's not rushing in as quickly. But I still think at this point the safe play is to expect those really, really, really high storm surge numbers, just like we're going to expect those really high wind numbers everywhere, but we know they're not going to be everywhere. And that's how the winds in a hurricane work. As we get to the day tomorrow, by the way, those winds change direction and they calm down considerably. It might even be a little breezy still tomorrow. A lot of the computer models of what you might have seen on social media places, and people post a specific image of a computer model. You know how you can sometimes, take a picture of somebody when they're looking off and it makes them look silly, right? You can do that anytime you want when you edit a picture. Same with a computer model. I can take a snapshot of a computer model at one point from some computer model run and make it look like it's going to be one thing when that's not necessarily the full context of the story. So we take a look at a computer model, we have to do a bunch of things. The first, we have to understand where the computer model is getting the data from. The second is how many runs with consistency is that computer model getting to the same conclusion. And then we have to factor in things like every computer's got its own little nuances and it's got its own little biases. This computer, this graph model, it did a really nice job with some of the previous tropical systems. A really, really nice job. I think it's done a really nice job with how quickly it grew the storm and how much it's taken that storm on that exponential journey through the Gulf. So right away, I lean towards this model's doing a pretty good job so far this season. It doesn't mean it's every time going to be 100% accurate. It's just a computer suggestion, and what we use the computer models to do is to factor that into our forecast with things like common sense and study and knowledge, and we use that to come together for a forecast. So the model is a guide. It's not the almighty thing. So now as we watch this make its way to the coast by 10, 11 o'clock, this one has always had a little east shift biased. Maybe it does go that far east. Not convinced it will, but that one is always leaned that way. This has done a nice job with the size of the storm, and I think it's done a pretty nice job with the timing of the storm. So it's got a couple of things leaning, whereas I watch it as a meteorologist, I say, this one seems to have some legitimacy, and I will factor that into the equation. Now, as we get into the nighttime and overnight, it takes the stuff out of here real fast. So that's where some of that rapid improvement for tomorrow's weather comes from. I've got a different computer model to show you now. So we always use more than one, by the way. You never just use one. This next one is one of the ones that's really good for short-term forecasting. It's called the High Resolution Rapid Refresh Model, HRRR. And what it does is it takes the most data the most often. It rapidly refreshes. So the first thing you look at with a computer model is you're like, well, is it initializing well? Is it taking a picture of right now very well? And if it is, then I know when we start to extrapolate, I have some confidence in what it's extrapolating. We saw the rain on the radar a little while ago, all that rain that was off to the west. Okay, this computer model seems to be picking up on that pretty well. We see a couple of showers east of Valdosta. I saw those on the radar too, and we saw that void in the middle. So right now it feels like this initialization is pretty good. So let's go a little bit into the future with it. So it's going to start executing these extrapolations. It also wants to take that core, maybe not as big of a core, maybe not as well defined of a core as the other computer model, but it also wants to take that core a little bit more to the east. Notice how you see some of those darker colors around where the core is. You've heard about the eye of the hurricane where the winds get a little bit more calm and such. inside there it is. And it's going to be right around that core, that 20 or 30 or 40 mile zone where we have the strongest winds and the heaviest rains. So that's what we're going to be watching for. Now, this is not a guarantee. This is a computer projection down the road at least 8 to 10 hours from now. So it's going to change a little bit. It always does. That's the thing with weather. It changes. So we make adjustments. We watch, we see how it evolves, and then from there, we make our forecast. Can we expect significant rains across the board? Absolutely. As a matter of fact, there's almost zero chance that everybody who watches WCTV, wherever you are, going to get some serious rain at points today, tonight, and into early tomorrow morning. I would be shocked if there are spots that don't get that. And that's why we're upping those rainfall totals from what yesterday looked like 4 to 8 inches, and today looks more like 6 to 12. And there'll be spots that get way more than 12. We've had some areas in Franklin County that have already seen probably close to 8 or 9 inches worth of rain, and we haven't even gotten close to the core of the storm yet. So we'll continue to monitor where that core goes. We'll continue to adjust and tinker with that forecast. That's why a day and a half, 2 days in advance, we cannot tell you where it's exactly going to go. Anyone who does is guessing, and maybe they get right. Most often they're not going to be right, but they're just trying to get your attention. It's not what we do here. We don't do that here. That's not our way. We'd rather make sure we get it most accurate for you, and if it takes a little longer, it's going to take a little longer. That's how we've done it for many, many, many years, and that's how we're going to keep doing it. All right, so we watch this and we see how it goes. I do expect to see the weather deteriorate after 8, 9 o'clock tonight. So that's the timeline we're looking for. So from now until then, we're going to have some waves of rain. We're going to see the breeze pick up a little bit. That's it. There can be some thunderstorms. Sure, there could even be some tornadoes. Those come with landfalling tropical systems. All of that is part of the deal today. And of course, that storm surge, which is no joke. We started talking about that right away, days and days and days ago, because once you see that, you want to make sure everyone is prepared as you can be. And that's one of the things we're worried about for today. For tonight, where this core goes ashore and where it progresses to, that is where it's going to take the strongest winds. And remember, those winds that are at their highest are going to be near that core, and they're going to be elevated from the surface of the earth. So when they translate down, they'll be a little bit lower. And then when you get 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 miles away, they will drop off continuously. So that's how the winds with the tropical system work. It's not as simple as, well, the maximum winds are 130 miles per hour, so everybody gets 130 mile per hour sustained winds. That is 100% not how it works, okay? So we look through the models, we look through all that. Let's go back to the beginning. It is coming up on 2 o'clock. I've got the 2 o'clock information. Excellent. I see 110 mile per hour sustained winds. I see 959 millibars. So that tells me a little tiny bit stronger now than it was at last count. I also see the movement to the north-northeast at 16, a little bit faster. Okay, nothing out of the ordinary, nothing we weren't expecting. This is what we're looking at for now. This will continue to make its progress. The National Hurricane Center hasn't changed its forecast maximum intensity yet. We didn't think they would. Maybe with the 5 o'clock advisory, when they get a full battery of information, then we'll see a change in that forecast cone a little bit. We'll see maybe a change in that forecast intensity a little bit. We didn't expect that with the 2 o'clock, but we did want to see at 2 o'clock, did it get a little stronger? It looked like it was going to. And we wanted to see, is it going a little bit faster? And it looks like it is. So those are the two things we're going to take from the 2 o'clock advisory. Everything else is pretty much the same, but it does look like a little stronger, moving a little bit faster. No surprises there. Back to the satellite pictures where we can see what's going on and see how that core is evolving and looking. So we're still watching, we're still seeing that giant picture of a storm, and we can still see that convection around it. It really does look like at times that core wants to establish that well-distinct eye and get that more rapid intensification. But for whatever reason, it's struggling. Earlier this morning, there was a little dry air that kept getting pulled into it. And for 2, 3, 4 hours, it couldn't get much stronger, and it couldn't fight off that dry air. Eventually it did. The storm is so big and so powerful, it'll gobble up a lot of that. You know, some of the things that have been steering this storm goes with a boundary that was off to our north and west and an area of low pressure in the middle part of the atmosphere. And that is going to be a player even down the road in how this moves and goes. Because, believe it or not, it's what happens way up in the atmosphere that actually steers these storm systems, not necessarily what happens at the surface of the earth. There's also higher pressure out into the Atlantic Ocean that's also trying to help steer it. And between that area of higher pressure that's out to our east and that area of lower pressure that's out to our west, it's creating a little bit of a channel for this to slide through. Now, it was also supposed to accelerate it, but it took a little longer for that to happen. It's finally starting to accelerate. We'd love to start seeing this move 25 or 30 or 35 miles per hour. The faster it gets in, the faster it gets out, the better it's going to be for everybody involved. What you don't want with these tropical systems is the one that ends up slowing down to a crawl and it parks over an area for 3, 4, 5 days, like some of the ones that we've seen in areas like Texas over the past couple of years, and they get 30 and 40 inches of rain. That's no good for anybody. So we'd like to see this continue to accelerate. It looks like it's going to do that. But of course, there's always going to be little changes and little adjustments. That's what happens with tropical systems. The visible satellite imagery really shows that eye at times trying, and it shows some of that convection where it looks like the clouds are bubbling up a little bit. But then it also looks like it's struggling. And that's been how this has been going. And that's also why no matter what computers you're looking at and what forecast you're looking at, you continue to track and observe, because there's going to be adjustments and changes. And no forecast 2, 3, 4, 5 days down the road is going to be completely accurate. That's why we update it, because there's so many different possibilities with every last equation. Even with the best computers making the most executions every millisecond, they can't keep up with all the things that change in the atmosphere. Here's a close-up view of it. It is an amazing looking system with that core so small and that convection to the north so dark and so much of it. And then you can see as you get closer to the Florida coast, it almost feels like there's a little space in there between some of those bigger showers and storms. We saw some of the wraparound bands bringing the rain to parts of the Florida peninsula, and there certainly are. But when those colors drop off, that tells us that there's just a little less shower activity, a little bit fewer thunderstorms firing in those areas. And that's where some of the dry air was coming from earlier this morning. And you can see some of that gap once you get to the Florida coast and even on land. There's a boundary or so, and you get an area of showers and storms, but then there's a big space before you get to any more. Now, again, that radar is showing us that very concentric circle down there, right along that 85-degree line of longitude, maybe sliding just a little bit east of that 85-degree line of longitude. And we'll watch and see how much further east that goes as it moves to the north. Some of these bands of rain that we've already experienced around here, they have been significant, and they brought a lot of rain. They brought some dangerous thunderstorms. So we'll continue to watch for more of those. As we zoom in here on the radar and put it down, I still don't see any of those rains filling in for the I-75 corridor for the Suwannee River Valley. Nice to get a break in some areas. Gives you a chance maybe to get a little more preparation or a little more cleanup done before we get ready for the bigger event tonight. In some of our western areas, it feels like the rain doesn't want to stop, especially for parts of Franklin County, parts of Liberty County, parts of Calhoun County, parts of Jackson County, where the rain just doesn't want to stop. And that's where we're going to really measure those rains in huge amounts. Thank you to everybody, by the way, for all your posts and tweets letting me know what kind of rain you got. I've only had at my house a little more than an inch of rain at last check, maybe a little bit more since that. It's been a couple hours, but that's it. I live in northern Leon County. Areas to the west that have seen non-stop heavy or at least moderate rains for hours and hours and hours since last night. I wouldn't be surprised at all if there were places with 8, 9, 10 inches worth of rain already. Some of the radar estimates I looked at just a couple hours ago were in that 6 to 9 inch range in some of those areas from Franklin County through parts of Liberty and Calhoun County. So some serious rain in some serious spots, and there's still rain coming down. That's the reason for the flooding, and these flash floods are really dangerous things. And that's going to be in addition to more rain that's still going to come down and to that storm surge that's going to continue. So the Franklin County Barrier Islands and into Franklin County, especially up to and past Highway 98, going to be a mess out of this. So these are going to be some of the areas that's going to take days and days and days and days to clean up and get back to normal after all is done. Now I see some of the rains north of I-10 for Jackson County and up into Seminole County and over towards Decatur County, up towards Miller County, Highway 27. We've got a whole bunch of lighter rains in those areas, and we'll continue to monitor all of these. They're telling me that Cody is at the EOC, and he's got a report for us.
Yeah, the State Emergency Operations Center has been active for the last couple of days ahead of this storm. I'm here with the Director of Florida Division of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie. And Kevin, what's the latest right now?
Right now, what we're doing is we're doing some last-minute little final touches, if you will, on making sure our shelters have everything that they need to have that are open up here in the Tallahassee area, getting that last truckload of water and things like that. Before about 4 o'clock this afternoon, just about an hour, hour and a half from now, we're going to have to shut down all operations as far as getting logistical resources to them. So we're just doing some of those final touch-offs between our Tallahassee warehouse and the shelters we have. The folks here on the floor are already starting to work what we call post-landfall missions. So making sure that all of those supplies and things that are needed post-landfall, for example, we would not put a a restroom trailer in ahead of the storm, because then we'd be in fear that it would blow away. So what we're going to do is all of that stuff that's in the next phases of disaster, which is post landfall, getting all that teed up, ready to go, and start moving it as close as we can. So what we'll do is we'll literally move that mile by mile right behind the storm. So when we encounter those 40-mile-an-hour sustained winds, we'll stop. When those move out, we'll keep inching closer and closer up into this area. But those are the things that are going on right now.
Yeah, and you mentioned those requests for after the disaster. There have been about 1,000 requests. Most of those are from the local governments for those assistance. Talk about that, kind of what assistance these local governments are asking for.
Our number one requested item is always food and water. What will happen is right after landfall, we will have we will open up what's referred to as points of distribution. In our world, we like to call them pods. So when we open those pods open, we have to do that with what we call a pod push pack, which is a couple of truckloads, and when I say truckloads, semi-truckloads of water and food, sometimes ice, tarps, things of that nature. So all of that stuff is going to be on the ground within 24 hours of landfall, ready to start handing out to the community. Some other things that we do is we start bringing in those other staple items for other populations. What we mean by that is babies. We start bringing in the diapers. We start bringing in the formula and things like that. We start bringing in the geriatric type foods and low sodium, high protein, low carbohydrate type dietary supplements there. We start to activate Hope Florida, starting to get out there. That's one of the things that you'll see right after landfall. We will post a 1-800 number or an 850 number that will start opening up what we call the Hope Florida and the Activate Hope Florida line. So those are all things that will start happening immediately after landfall. Those are some of the resources. Again, the urban search and rescue teams will come in. The Florida National Guard teams will come in, cut and toss. U.S. Department, or I'm sorry, not U.S., but the Florida Department of Transportation will start clearing the roadways. So there will be, it'll almost look like an anthill as soon as you step on the anthill with all the little resources that are running all over that anthill. There will be literally thousands of resources in the area going to work and solving the problems and the problem sets that they run into case by case.
And talk about some of the concerns you have with the storm coming towards Tallahassee in this area.
The current number one concern I have about Tallahassee, and we've basically got the tale of two areas. You've got Tallahassee, Leon County proper, and then we got the coast. So let's start with Tallahassee, Leon proper, the inland counties. The issues that we're going to have there are trees. It's all going to be about the trees. It's going to be, we're not going to experience a whole lot of rainfall. We're going to have 12 inches maybe in some isolated areas, but that's stuff that we should be able to run off pretty quickly. But it's all about the tree canopy. The tree canopy is going to come down. It's going to come down into the power lines. Power lines coming down are going to cause power outages. That's the first thing. The other one is if those trees come on down on top of houses. We want to make sure that people understand and know if you start hearing snapping, those are pine trees snapping, those may be oak trees snapping. If you're hearing that, you need to move to an interior portion of your home and treat it as if you would a tornado. Get to that bathroom with no windows, close the doors, get down as low as you can inside your house. If you've got something like a heavy comforter or maybe even a flexible mattress, even to the point of just a foam mattress topper, put it over the top of you. That's going to help you with abrasions and things like that. May not help you out with broken bones, but at least it'll probably help protect you from lacerations and cuts and things of that nature. So put that over the top of yourself, get as low as you possibly can. Some people may even have more traditional bathtubs instead of just a shower. Get into the bathtub, get as low as you possibly can, put as much solid things around you as you possibly can, and then just stay there. If you all of a sudden hear that the snapping has stopped, do not get out and start looking. It's very well, especially right here in Tallahassee, we may be in the eye wall of the hurricane. If that happens, the eye wall could collapse very quickly, especially as it's moving inland. That eye wall is going to collapse, and I'm sure a meteorologist may want to talk a little bit more about that since he's a scientist, but he can talk to you about how that eye wall collapses and as it makes landfall. So that eye wall may start off the coast being 25, 30, 35 miles wide, but as it moves inland, it may start collapsing very quickly. And then we go to the coast. At the coast, it's going to be all about storm surge. Still going to have tree canopy problems, all the associated things that I just said there, but at the coast, you're going to have rapidly rising water. We're already seeing that up and down the coastline. The first place we saw it was in Sarasota, specifically in the city of Venice. We've already had some issues down there with storm surge and water breach of walls. So again, we're going to see that happen up here. Now, water's going to start to rise. As it starts to rise, if the predictions are correct, 15 to 20 feet. So that is non-survivable storm surge. 6 feet, 3 feet is non-survivable storm surge. So we want to make sure that people are getting away from that. Right now, the storm has slowed down ever so slightly. We think that if you activate right now, ahead of 4 o'clock, you can get away from St. Mark's, you can get away from Sop Choppy, Carabel, and so on. But you got to move right now. If you're hearing us talk right now, get in your car and move to Tallahassee. We got plenty of shelters in Tallahassee. There are 7 open by Leon County. There are 3 open by the state of Florida right here in Leon County. Move to us, get to us, we'll take care of you.
Yeah, and Leon County actually opened up another one today. Rickards High School is now available, and they're all pet friendly here in Leon County. So, and talk about that, kind of the shelters in place, kind of what people need to know when they go to a shelter.
Well, if you're going to a shelter, Kevin Peters has said kind of shelter of last resort, and what he means by that is these are better than what your home is, right? And so it's safer than what your home is. It may not be rated to a Cat 5 hurricane at 157, 58 miles an hour, but it is safer than what you were in. So these are shelters of last resort. It is not a Motel 6. It is not a Holiday Inn Express. You're going to get about 20 to 30 square feet, enough for your sleeping bag or your cot and your family next to you, but it's going to be very tight quarters. You're going to be sleeping with some of the newest friends you've ever made in your life, and you'll be bonded for life because you stayed at a shelter during a hurricane. So people need to just know that. It's not comfortable, but what it is when when you walk away from it, you'll still be alive.
And talk about kind of your message for people with so many natural disasters happening within the last 13 months in this area.
Yeah, I think what people really need to take away from this is in Hurricane Idalia, in Hurricane Debbie, did the state of Florida and the governor and your local governments abandon you? And the answer to that is simply no. This one is bigger, wider, stronger and faster, but the state of Florida is not going to abandon you. Your governments are not going to abandon you. We're going to be there to help you through this entire process, and we just take one at a time. Yes, I know some of you still have tarps on your roofs from tropical or Hurricane Idalia, and then you had to repair it after Hurricane Debbie. And guess what? We're probably going to have to repair it again after Hurricane Helene. It's okay. We'll all work through it together. It'll be fine. And we're here to help you get through that. All of our nonprofit organizations, is going back to where we started with resources, all of those nonprofits are here. We will come and help you. If you need help, ask us. We will provide those nonprofits to go out there and help you put the tarp back on the roof. We'll help you, pick up the debris in your yard. Again, we're here to help you. And that's my message to people that have been hit by 2 and almost 3 now, about to be 3, is we're not going to turn our back. All of our resources, to include all of our nonprofits and volunteer organizations, the state of Florida, we're here to help you.
All right, Director Kevin Guthrie here at the State Emergency Operations Center. The governor will be here with another press update around 5 o'clock this evening. We'll have that here on WCTV, reporting live at the WCTV, or here at the State Emergency Operations Center. Cody Butler, WCTV, Eyewitness News. Josh Green is next.
Hey, thank you so much, Cody, for that report. Very, very good information there from Kevin Guthrie. A really big takeaway is that, let's say there's some folks watching right now that still, for some reason, are by the coast in some of those storm surge prone areas. You've got about maybe a couple more hours. Get on out. It's not something that you're going to want to be there for. And we're going to talk a lot about storm surge, exactly what it is, what causes it as well. That was a live view behind me right there from Alligator Point. Definitely one of the spots that we will be watching as the water begins to rise. And the tide times also have a big part in exactly when we're going to really start to see those water rise. So we'll talk about that as well. For now, here is a visible satellite view of Hurricane Helene. This is a really great view of it. It just shows you how big it is. I mean, we're talking hundreds of miles from one side to the other side, and there are lots of tropical storm force winds all around it. Now, those hurricane force winds, those are more so right next to where the center of the storm is. And you see that little line right there? That's the path that's taken about over the past now 6 hours or so, and it's still right on path to make its way up to the Big Bend by the time we get to late tonight. The thing is, it's still pretty far away. I mean, check this out. We're talking about over 200 miles away, let's say, from the southern tip of Franklin County. That means it's even a little bit further from spots like Wakulla and Taylor County. All right, so there are still a lot of things to watch for over the next several hours. Any little wobbles here or there can make a little bit of an impact by the time it makes its way all the way up to our coastline. Here's the latest advisory. It came out at 2 p.m. from the National Hurricane Center. Sustained winds for Hurricane Helene are 110 miles per hour. That means that is just 1 mile per hour short of becoming a Category 3 major hurricane. That's when sustained winds get to 111 miles per hour. So that is going to happen. It could happen as soon as the next advisory at 5 p.m. It's something to watch for. Rob mentioned the winds, the forward motion is starting to pick up a little bit, right? So it's starting to speed up as we anticipated. It's most likely going to continue to speed up even more as it approaches the Big Bend by the time we get to late tonight. This is the latest forecast point. This is for tonight at 8 p.m. and you can see it will still be offshore. We'll be feeling impacts from it, but the worst of it is not going to get to the coastline until we get to say, let's say 11 midnight, give or take an hour. So just a few hours compared to what it was yesterday, and that's because it was moving just a little bit slower today. This is your forecast cone. This tells you probably where it's going to make landfall, somewhere in that cone. One thing I don't want you to focus on is the middle of it. All right, this cone, again, it's still over 200 miles away, so the cone's going to continue to maybe flip-flop a little bit west, a little bit east. It's going to continue to thin down, so don't just look at the middle of it. Again, we're looking at anywhere from Franklin all the way to that Taylor County coastline as a potential landfall spot. We're all going to be feeling the impacts. We know that, but the worst of those winds will be right around the core and especially on the eastern side of it as well. Now, this is a very fast-moving storm. What that means is, let's say it gets here at around 11 o'clock, it's out of here. By the time we get to say 3, maybe 4 at the latest, early tomorrow morning, the next forecast point doesn't show up until Friday at 8 a.m. At that time, it's in the Atlanta metro. All right, so this is very quick, and that means a couple things. Number one, it's going to try to get out of here without dumping too much rain, although unfortunately it's just so large. We've already picked up so much, and we're going to be picking up more. But the thing is, since it's going to be moving faster, it's going to be able to hold on for that intensity just a little bit longer. You can see, even by the time it makes its way all the way up to Atlanta, it's still going to be a pretty strong tropical storm. So this is going to be a big problem, not only here in the Big Bend in South Georgia, but even as you start to move further north. This is the view of it right now on the radar picture. It's getting picked up really well by that Tampa radar site. Of course, there's the center of circulation and that eye that's trying to still come together. It's definitely solid. I don't think you're going to see clear skies in the middle of it just yet. Something we'll be watching for. Lots and lots of rain bands continue to push northward into the Big Bend in South Georgia. Now, I like what I see. A lot of us getting a little bit of a break. So if you've got a few more preparations that you still want to get in before the winds start to pick up later on this afternoon into this evening, now's your time. All right, from Tallahassee, Thomasville eastward, not much rain going on. Now, out to the west, you still got some heavy downpours. We had a couple tornado warnings just a few minutes ago in spots like Liberty, Calhoun counties. Those have expired, so good news there. But still, light to moderate rainfall from Tallahassee, Crawfordville to the west, up through Decatur, Seminole, Miller counties as well. Even Cairo picking up some of that rain. And some heavier stuff as you head further west into Gadsden County, in and around Chattahoochee. But besides that, nothing too concerning at this time. Now, this is the important stuff. Let's go hour by hour here on our Futurecast so we can kind of time this thing out. Starting off right now, let's fast forward to, let's say, a little bit later on this afternoon. At this point, we're looking at another round of some of those feeder bands moving on into the Big Bend, and these ones are going to start to pack a punch. All right, these are going to have some heavy downpours, and they're going to have some gusty winds as well. Could even be a couple thunderstorms in there too. So that's why we say, you know, by the time we get to, let's say, late this afternoon, that's when it's time to be inside. The preparation time is over. It's time to hunker down and let this thing roll on through. Let's continue to put this off into motion. By the time we get to say 8, 9 o'clock, okay, now we're looking at the center of the storm to be shaping up just offshore. At this point, we're starting to get some of those really, really aggressive bands of rain and gusty winds, all right? These are going to see those wind gusts really start to pick up. This is when I anticipate more of those power outages to begin. Then we get to around 11 midnight. Now we get the center of our storm that starts to move onshore. Again, this is only one computer model. All right, I don't want you to focus too much on exactly where it's making landfall, rather what the storm itself looks like, all right? Because whether it decides to make landfall near Keaton Beach in Taylor County or in Wakulla County, it's still a giant storm. We've got lots of heavy rain and lots of damaging winds on both the west and especially on the eastern side of the storm. Continue off by the time we get to, let's say, 1, 2 o'clock. The center of the storm is focused in South Georgia. Conditions in the Big Bend will slowly start to improve at this point. By the time we get to, let's say, 3, 4 o'clock, the center of the storm is now moved off to our north. Conditions continue to improve. And by the time the sun comes up on Friday, it's probably still going to be cloudy out there, maybe some isolated showers, but conditions will be much, much better. It'll be okay to kind of get out there, but we'll have to watch out for what kind of debris is out on the roadways. That might be the thing that hinders us from getting out on those roadways too early. All right, I promised we would talk about storm surge, so let's do it. What exactly is storm surge? Well, it occurs, of course, when you got tropical systems. What happens is you have the winds from the hurricane or even a tropical storm that start to push onshore. All right, and especially from the south and from the west. Those winds continue to push onshore. We saw it during Hurricane Idalia in spots like Steenhatchee, where the winds were coming out of the south and the west out of the Gulf and continued to push the water onshore, right? In addition to just pushing that water, you've also got some waves that will come out of it, so that just adds on even more to the water levels. Now, depending on how strong those winds are, you start to see more and more of that water get pushed on. In fact, the Big Bend of Florida, one of the most storm surge prone areas pretty much in the entire country. It probably mostly is the entire country. And the reason why is that we have such a shallow coastline. All right, instead of a really steep one, it's shallow. If you're a boater, fisherman, it takes you a while to get out there before it's really deep. And what that means is that water can easily just slide on shore. It's not hindered very much by maybe a steep coastline like they have on the Atlantic side of Florida. So if you get the winds strong enough in the right spot, you're left with some really high storm surge totals. And I'm going to show you what some of those potential peak storm surge values are that were given to us, all right? Before we do that, I've got a couple cool time-lapse cams to show you. This is the one on St. George Beach, all right? Definitely no point. You look at the water, lots of waves out there. You can kind of see it encroach just a little bit, but so far, so good. All right, it hasn't come out too high as of yet. And there's a reason for that. It's got something to do with the tides. And of course, the storm is still pretty far away. This is the view from the FSU Coastal Marine Lab. This is down in Franklin County as well. You can see the FSU research boat there. It's got tied up from all angles. You can see the water, definitely a little bit higher than what it typically is. But still, I don't see anything too concerning there. It doesn't look like the water's got over the dock just yet. Now here's why. It's got something to do with the tides, all right? What we're doing right now is we're actually getting into low tide. Apalachicola, St. Mark's, Carabel, Steenhatchee, all places where the storm surge could get very, very high. Low tide, 7:30 Apalachicola, 5:30 St. Mark's, close to that in Carabel, closer to 5 p.m. in Steenhatchee. Obviously, low tide is when the water level is typically at its lowest, right? We get the high tides, we get the low tides. Now, the dangerous part is when the tide is coming in, when you also have storm surge. And that, unfortunately, is going to be the case today. The high tide for Apalachicola, 3:14 a.m. So that means we'll be going from low tide to high tide as the worst of the storm gets here. For St. Mark's, 12:30 a.m., just after midnight. That is pretty much almost the worst time that you can have some of that storm surge come on in. Carabel, it's around 1:45 a.m. Steenhatchee, it's around midnight, which is also going to be a very, very bad time for those folks in Taylor County that are on the coast for that storm surge to roll on in. You add in the high tide, and now you're left with values like these. Let me talk about these for a second. This is the potential peak storm surge. This is as bad as it could get. It doesn't mean that it's going to get this high everywhere around the coastline. But what it does mean is that depending on exactly where the center of that storm shapes up and where the winds are pushing onshore, especially out of the south and out of the west, and yes, at this point I am pointing at that Taylor County coastline, there is the potential to see the water rise 15 to 20 feet above where it normally is. And that means it will inundate a lot of those coastal spots, especially around Taylor County, even as you head a little bit further towards the west. Spots like Jefferson County's coastline, even the Wakulla County coastline has the potential to see it that high, depending on where the storm sets up. Not only do you have the winds out of the south and the west kind of pushing onto the shoreline, you also have the winds, let's say, out of the east. So if the storm rotates like this, you have the winds pushing onshore to western reaches of Wakulla County coastline and into the Franklin County coastline. As you head a little bit further west, those storm surge values 10 to 15 feet, which is still very, very high. That's the kind of storm surge that they were forecasting for Idalia. This is going to be higher. So that's why we've been stressing that anyone that lives in those storm surge prone areas directly on the coast absolutely needed to evacuate. All right, here's one more look at Hurricane Helene. Not sure what we have going on outside. Maybe another live look we can take. I could also run through these graphics again as well. Our producers will let us know that. Again, you see that little 3 pop up. That's the forecast icon, so we're not going to worry about that right now. That is the update. All right, Rob is telling me they just updated it, and I believe that would be a little bit of a special advisory because those typically don't come out at around 2:30, but this one did. And yes, the new forecast is now brought it up to a Category 3 hurricane, and I do believe that Rob has some more information on that.
That's the only thing. The only upgrade is that they've strengthened it now to 120. No change in forecast yet, but they won't have that until 5 o'clock. This is just going to be the Hurricane Hunter aircraft found some stronger winds and a little deeper pressure, so that's why we get the upgrade.
Got it. All right, so those Hurricane Hunters flew into the storm. They got those flight level winds, and therefore the National Hurricane Center went ahead and upgraded it to a Category 3. You're going to hear the word major hurricane thrown around a lot now. When it becomes a Category 3, 4, or 5, that is when it does become a major hurricane. Perhaps we can kind of throw up that forecast cone here. I'll go over to my graphics and pop that up real quick. Should be right at the top there. Beautiful. So again, we had a special advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Came look at 2:25. All right, so they updated their information a little bit sooner. We do have a Category 3 storm, sustained winds now up to 120 miles per hour. So the last update, they were at 110. They bumped those up by 10 miles per hour. So we've seen that rapid intensification as we knew that we would. Again, storm still very far away. 170 miles west-southwest of Tampa. It's over 200 miles away from us. So we've still got a little bit of time to watch this thing. The forward speed is at 16 miles per hour, and that is anticipated to pick up a little bit as well. The forecast cone is going to look the same. All right, they didn't change that with this new update. They just changed what the strength of the storm is right now. Now, I know you see for this forecast at 8 p.m., it's still forecast to be 120 miles per hour. That hasn't been updated yet. All right, that will be updated probably not until 5 p.m. So that could increase a little bit if they see that the environmental conditions closer to the coast maybe aren't very suitable for more intensification. Perhaps it doesn't increase by too much. Nonetheless, we're not playing with a huge difference in wind speeds. So right now, the thinking is still the same. Again, we've got hurricane warnings posted all across the Big Bend in South Georgia. We're going to be experiencing those hurricane conditions. That landfall spot anywhere from, let's say, Alligator Point all the way to around Keaton Beach in Taylor County. It may seem like a big area to you, a lot of different movement there, but the thing is, to that big hurricane that's still over 200 miles away, any little subtle shift right now, and that will end up not being a very big difference at all. And again, if you're talking about maybe 10, 20 miles, we're still looking at some very significant impacts, not only within that forecast cone, but outside of it, and especially on the eastern half of it as well. And again, it's going to continue to pick up speed quite rapidly. By the time we get to tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., it's already up in Atlanta. So that means it's going to be exiting South Georgia by the time we get to, let's say, 3 o'clock in the morning, maybe even a little bit sooner than that. The worst of it will start to move off to our north. Again, here it sits right here. This is where it sits almost due west from Tampa now. It's going to get there over the next hour or two. And of course, at that point, it will continue to move northward. We've got a whole lot more updates coming up from Mike. He just got in the building. I'm sure Rob may have a few more as well. We'll get to them in just a second. But for now, I do believe we're going to send things over to Jacob and Julie at the desk.
All right, Josh, thank you so much. And, he talked about the breadth of that cone and the potential for the storm surge. And Kevin Guthrie, I think, said it very well. He says it's bigger, wider, stronger, and faster than the storms that we've experienced here in recent years. So all that very important. And he talked in particularly about the potential for trees coming down. We did want to mention that at last word, they were trying to clear Lakeshore Drive, a tree already down there.
Perhaps
so
the first of many.
That's right. So if you don't have to go out today, it's probably a great day to stay home and stay off the road.
That's right. And we're going to be with you until this storm is well beyond our area, whether that's 10, 12, 14 hours down the road. We have crews positioned across our viewing area as the storm approaches. And we're going to begin with our Brea Ruffin, who is spending her day in South Georgia. She started her day at the Thomas County Emergency Management Facility there. She's joining us by phone now. And Brea, if you could first just go over the key messages that Thomas County officials told you earlier today.
Hey, Jacob. Yeah, we're in the car right now, and it's raining out, so we're driving pretty slow, but we started in Thomas County, and we spoke with the EMA director, Chris Jones, and he basically just told us that they're expecting power to be out for a few days. They're expecting thousands of trees to be down, and they want residents to know that you should evacuate if you have medical equipment that may need power or if you're worried about your home. They also said that they have help from several other agencies throughout South Georgia. Now, one important thing that they did note was to save 911 calls for true emergencies. They don't want residents to call for 911 just because there's a tree outside of their home. They only want you to use 911 for medical emergencies.
Okay, and we understand this will be a South Georgia storm, too. They are going to feel the real impacts. Yeah. And Brea, you said you're driving on the road. I understand you're going to make your way towards Decatur County at some point today. What do the roads look like right now? Are there a lot of other cars on the roads, or are folks getting the message and staying away?
Yeah, we're headed to Decatur County Sheriff's Office there. The roads are pretty busy right now. It is a little wet out. It is starting to rain, but it's not anything terrible. Starting to clear up. It was super busy earlier, but it looks like residents are starting to head home now.
Okay, yeah, the window is narrowing. A couple hours left potentially, especially in South Georgia, but soon everyone needs to be where they're going to be to ride out the storm. We'll be checking in with you, Brea, and you're with Stacy Inez as well in South Georgia for us this evening. So stay safe, and we'll be in touch soon, Brea. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and the timing, our meteorologists have mentioned, has shifted a little bit. It's slowed down. It's not coming as quickly as we had anticipated. So that is giving people an opportunity to, if they've decided now, yeah, you know what, I really should leave, it's giving them an opportunity to seek shelter. They're open across our region, Leon County, Jefferson County, and others who are accepting folks who have decided to evacuate during this storm.
Right. So far, the conditions are good, but as they begin to deteriorate and you might lose power, you might lose your cable feed, we do want to tell you ways you can watch us through the duration of this storm. So you can scan this code on your screen to find our streaming platforms. That includes our Facebook page, but other things like our news app, our Roku, Fire TV is also available. Now, another great resource is if your visual ways to watch us are no longer available. We are teaming up with the iHeart radio stations in Tallahassee. They're on your screen right now, 101.5, 105.3, 107.1, 94.9, 96.5, and 100.7. Those will all be simulcasting our nonstop coverage, so when the TV goes out, perhaps the radio can still help you get the information you need.
Right, and this is so important when you find yourself really needing critical information about what's happening outside your door. This is such a great service that we're able to provide these different options to still receive such important information. So we'll continue to share those options with you throughout the afternoon. Hopefully you'll maintain power for hours from now, but you know, we're all expecting power outages from this storm.
Okay, I believe we're turning things back over to Rob for another weather hit. And Rob, what's the latest?
All right, so we're taking a look here. Here's one of the camera views from St. George, or the Wildlife Refuge. And you can see the water getting pretty high up out there on that dock for sure. Got some clouds that don't look like they're producing a lot of rainfall right now, but that water will come back in later on. And as it does that, we'll continue to monitor for that storm surge, which is going to be one of the main issues that we experience during the day today, especially for our coastal areas and especially during the daylight hours. That and the rainfall. The storm itself still quite a bit south. As a matter of fact, it's currently 100 miles west-southwest of Tampa. So we're talking still 300 miles south of our area. Now, the wind speeds at 225 got upgraded. They sent the aircraft up there, as they do continually, to check it out. They fly through it, they take readings, they drop equipment through. It's amazing the process they go to get us the best and most reliable data. And they found that the winds are stronger, 120 miles per hour. The pressure dropped to 959 millibars. That's down just one. But we've got a slightly stronger storm, and that's enough to get this now classified as a Category 3 storm. And that's when we start calling it a major hurricane. The motion to the north-northeast at 16, starting to speed up a little bit more. We'd like to see that continue to happen. As we watch, we'll talk about that cone a whole lot. Now, the cone is what we focus on, not the icon in the middle. So that cone is fairly wide still, I mean, by our standards. It's not as wide as it was 3 days ago, but it's still 75 or 100 miles across, and that means the center of that storm can be anywhere within that cone. So that's still a lot of variation. That cone will get smaller and smaller as we watch the storm itself and that core itself move closer to the coast. We do expect it to continue accelerating. We keep saying how fast moving storm it was, but it moved real slow overnight last night and early morning this morning, and that's why we've delayed the onset for the most impacts from this storm. And that'll start coming later tonight, after dark, maybe not until after 9, 10 o'clock, and they'll linger until the early morning hours. So instead of expecting some of the worst parts of the storm 4, 5, 6 p.m., now it's 8, 9, 10 p.m. So we slid everything up by 3, 4 hours, and we'll continue to watch and track and see if we need to adjust that timing a little bit more. Here's what the storm looks like. So expansive, bringing some of those rains from everywhere down near Cuba all the way up into Kentucky and Tennessee. And of course, from east to west, there are some rain bands across the Florida Peninsula. There are some rain bands south of New Orleans. So we are talking just a huge amount of space with this storm. As we've been watching that core make its way across the 85-degree line of longitude, we're going to continue watching and seeing it does look like it's still moving a little bit more east than anything else. And I certainly do see some of those darker areas just north of that core. That's that convection. Those are the showers and storms that usually indicate the health of the system. On the visible satellite, you can see early on here where you have those almost little bubbles, it looks like, around to the north side of that core. That's also another way to see that convection, those showers and storms. There's a little bit of less activity when you get closer to the coast near Sarasota and Tampa. You don't have as much of those darker colors, but as you get back to the other side, you can see that convection wrapping around, and it's the indication that the storm is definitely getting a little bit stronger. That eye has been trying to form so many times since early this morning. You know, for a couple hours early this morning, a little dry air got pulled into it, and that made it difficult for the storm to ramp up at all. But it eventually gobbled that up. It made its way through that. It's such a big, powerful storm that it can handle some of these little hiccups. And I think these little hiccups, we could use a whole bunch more of them, but I don't see that many left between now and when it gets near land later on this evening and tonight. As the storm itself gets closer to the coast, we get the better radar data, so we get to see everything fill in a little bit more. There's plenty of rain out there, and some of those rain bands that continue to spiral through our area are still going to have the potential to have some dangerous tornadoes with it. We've seen several tornado warnings already for parts of Franklin County, Liberty County, and Calhoun County. I don't see any of those currently. It doesn't mean we won't find a few more, so we'll certainly be watching those. And the heaviest rains have continually been falling in some of our western areas that already some of the radar estimates are up over 7, 8, 9 inches worth of rain, and we haven't had the worst of the storm here yet. Here's a look at the radar picture, and you can see for maybe the eastern half of the area, there's not a lot of rain at all. As a matter of fact, things are pretty dry. It's nice to have a little break. Now that break is going to end soon as the next spiral band lifts in from the south and it moves from south and east to north and west across the area. Hopefully we'll find some breaks in some of these western areas that seem inundated with the rain that have been so persistent, and that's why we've got the flood concerns for areas in Franklin County. As a matter of fact, for all of Franklin County, we've got the flood concerns. Get over towards Gulf and Bay counties. They're getting on some of those flood concerns also, and move a little bit more north up towards I-10, still with some of the more significant rains coming down past I-10 into parts of Alabama and into the far southwestern parts of Georgia. We've even got some decent showers up near Blakely. It gets a little bit less on Highway 27 through Colquitt and Miller County into Decatur County past Bainbridge. And when we start to get on Highway 84 over towards Cairo and Thomasville, the rain gets lighter and lighter. Some spots it turns into a drizzle, other spots it goes away. So we have some of these breaks and gaps in these bands of rain. There will be more bands, more significant bands with heavier downpours mixed in as we get into the evening and the nighttime hours and we get closer to that core. Josh talked a bunch about the potential peak storm surge. It has always been the scariest part of this storm because of the real danger associated with that much water piling up and spreading inland. That's why we had all those evacuation orders. Hopefully everyone heeded those orders and are away from the coast. This is going to be a place to stay away from for a while until those water levels calm back down. And some of the cameras we've been looking at are showing some of those water levels increasing. They'll continue to do that now that we're switching past the low tides and getting back towards high tide later on this evening and tonight. And it would not surprise anyone to see some of those storm surge numbers 10, 12, 15, 18 feet above normal. The current winds and most of the winds we've seen all day, barely notice it out there. Nothing more than an average Thursday in September. We're talking 3 to 13 miles per hour, a little bit from the east, that's all. We haven't even seen that many wind gusts up over 20 miles per hour. I saw a couple this morning near Alligator Point that were up over 30 or 35 miles per hour. That's not even quite to tropical storm strength. Early this morning when the National Hurricane Center put out one of the advisories, they mentioned how you could feel tropical storm force winds 345 miles from the center of the storm. That is an enormous distance. I haven't seen any of those around here just yet. Doesn't mean we're not going to get some at some point. As a matter of fact, as that core gets closer, we're going to find some of those winds getting stronger. Now, depending on where that core goes, that's where the strongest winds will be. Not every area gets the same amount of winds. That core itself might be 20 or 30 or maybe 40 miles across, maybe. And that's where those strongest winds will be, near that core. You get 10, 15, 20 miles away from the core, and those winds drop off a ton. So we'll watch, we'll see, we'll expect winds 30, 40, 50, 60 miles per hour sustained. So that 1 minute average, 30, 40, 50, 60 miles per hour, and that will cause power issues, that will cause tree limbs to come down, that will cause power lines to come down, that could cause power poles to come down. So lots for us to watch with that. As we see where the core goes, we'll be able to narrow down which areas we're expecting to find those winds. Not every area gets those hurricane force winds, even if there's a hurricane moving through a region. That's just not how it works. The further away from the core you go, then those winds drop off a whole bunch. And as those winds start to shift overnight and tomorrow morning, they'll come down enough and then they'll be gone, and there'll be rapidly improving weather during the day on Friday and into the upcoming weekend, which will be excellent news for all the cleanup efforts that are going to certainly be needed after we deal with Helene. Now, different computer models have different solutions. Different computer models have different biases. We never look at just one. We look at all of them. And we start to weed out some of the ones that just don't seem to make sense. This computer's done well with some of the previous tropical systems. This computer has done a nice job, I think, talking about the size and the scope of this storm. So it's got a couple things working for it. Now, it's always had a little bit of an east lean to it, and it may still have a little bit too much of an east lean, but we will certainly watch, and throughout the day today, we've seen the core of the storm lean a little east. So maybe it's on to something. We'll watch, we'll see. The timing of this getting closer towards midnight for that core to make land, that makes a little difference. So we're going to delay the onset for the worst of the weather and extend how long it lingers a little bit, because it took a little longer for the storm to get to the coast. And as that moves north and pulls away from our area, things will improve around here. And then there's going to be a bunch of rain in other parts of the southeast and the deep south. We've got a different computer model, one that grabs more data more often. It may not have as many filters as some of the other computers do, but this one will refresh the data more. It will start different, and it will give you a little bit more accurate representation of the very short-term information. So this one wants to do something similar to that previous model where it takes that core maybe a little bit more to the east. Now, is that a guarantee it's going to go there? No, it is not a guarantee that it's going to go there. But what it's just a suggestion that we lean towards when we prepare our forecast to let you know where we think it's going to be going, and we'll be watching it and tracking it carefully. Also notice that that's where the core may be, so let's say it's in Taylor County, but there are plenty of strong winds and rains just to the west of it. We say all the time how the eastern side has the strongest and most dangerous weather. Well, that's for a larger area, but where the core is and right around that eye does include some areas to the west. So we'll have to be watching for that very carefully as well. Some heavy, heavy downpours, some strong winds, some really strong wind gusts are expected with this. And of course, that's where those power issues come from. That's where the danger comes from. And that's what we'll be watching for as we get to the nighttime hours. And I think it's going to be after dark before we start seeing that, and maybe before sunrise that things start to clear on up. That upgraded 225 was interesting, but that Hurricane Hunter aircraft is constantly flying into the storm and constantly checking out. They land, they refuel, they go back up, they do it again. It's amazing the work that those men and women put in to get us the best data so we can get the best forecast to you. The fact that the storm is moving a little bit faster, even if it is a little bit stronger, encouraging. Kind of figured it would get to this strength. Let's see how much stronger it gets as it continues to move north. There is a lot of time, still several hours. I mean, we're still only at 2:49 p.m. and we're not expecting the core of the storm to get to land until after 9 or 10 p.m. So that's quite a while where it could possibly still get stronger. So we will continue to watch and see if it does. Earlier this morning, the National Hurricane Center stepped back a little bit from this getting to peak intensity at Category 4 strength. Maybe it gets back there before all is said and done. We'll watch, we'll see, we'll update. And of course, we'll let you know as we see how that all comes together. The next round of information comes at 5 p.m. And once it starts getting closer to land, we'll start getting updates every hour. But the next full battery of information, 5 p.m., and that one will be very, very telling as to what we expect and what we continue to see. Here's what the storm looks like, how big it is, how much land it covers, or in this case, how much water it covers. And it's about half the Gulf of Mexico. Huge storm from top to bottom, from right to left, and it's bringing a lot of rain to many areas. That core has been something to watch, and it definitely looks like the more we watch it, that it shifts a little bit more across that current line of longitude. So past the 85 line, we'll see if it gets to the 84-degree line at some point. But we'll continue to watch this and bring you updates. We've got lots more going on. We've got people all over the place. It looks like they were ready to send it back over to the desk right now. So we'll send it back to the desk right now.
All right, Rob, thanks so much. And, you know, as this storm, he mentioned, is going to be here after dark.
Yeah.
So you're going to have some lucky folks out there who sleep very soundly, and they're going to go to bed, and hopefully the worst of things will happen as they sleep safely. There's going to be thousands of others, however, who will have a difficult time sleeping tonight.
Absolutely.
The stress of this storm coming on shore after dark, and trying to be aware of the danger outside. I thought it was very interesting. Kevin Guthrie said earlier, he says, listen for the snap. If you hear anything snapping outside, it is time to get to an interior hallway, because those are most likely trees. So if you're up tonight paying attention to our latest updates and information, or just up worrying, you know, just be alert, be aware, and listen.
Yeah, if you're done your job and you're in a safe space, you shouldn't have any visual cues to what's going on outside, because you shouldn't be near a window. But your ears can definitely help play a role in terms of if you need to take even more action. So as we've said, this is really the final time to make absolute final preparations as Helene gets closer to the Big Bend. On that note, we do want to send it over to anchor Ava Van Valen to go over some last-minute preparations folks can be making right now. Ava?
Yes, actually, we're going to check in with Leon County Schools, get an update, because they're taking important steps in the aftermath of the hurricane. And some of the ways that they're doing that, dining service. Now, they are preparing to make sure that meals will continue to be provided to students, even in the event of a power outage at the schools. They're doing that using multiple refrigerated trucks. So food services will remain uninterrupted. Now, another way, transportation. The Transportation Department, they're going to assess the route conditions immediately after the storm to determine when it's safe to resume bus operations to transport students. And then on standby, district incident response teams, they'll be deployed immediately after the storm. They're going to assess damage, monitor power outages across all district sites. Julie, Jacob.
A lot's going to go into the aftermath. That's still a long way away at this point, Ava. We really do appreciate that report.
Right, and certainly our schools having to do double duty here. School, of course, closed Thursday and Friday in most of our counties, and many of those schools here in Leon County have been turned into shelters for evacuees, and hundreds of people are taking advantage of the opportunity to seek shelter today. We want to go ahead and check in with Zach Dahlheimer. He is at one of those shelters right now. Zach, fill us in. Where are you and what do you see?
Hey, good afternoon, Julie. Yes, I'm here at Childs High School, actually with Principal Joe Burgess. This is one of 8 shelters in Leon County. You were talking about hundreds of people utilizing these shelters at schools across our county. So far, according to county officials, roughly 800 people are across all 8 shelters with a capacity across all those shelters of 3,000 plus. So there's still a lot of room if you need to get to a shelter, especially if you're in a nearby county with a mandatory evacuation. Places like Childs High School here have plenty of room for you to stay. And so I want to talk with Principal Burgess now. Joe, thank you very much for spending time. First of all, we were just in the gymnasium where the shelter's set up. There's beds, there's a lot of amenities. Tell us what people can expect if they do decide to shelter here at Childs High School.
So first of all, you'll have a place to rest. Like, we encourage you to bring sleeping bags. We do have cots for our disabled and our very elderly citizens. But it's really just a place to rest, to just try to survive the storm coming through. We have a lot of people who are in low-lying areas, and so because of the water damage, come on up. We also are known as a pet-friendly shelter. So shout out to our Leon County Humane Society, which are here. They take in people's pets. We know for a lot of families, they will not leave their home when they cannot leave their pets. We think we can accommodate that. We do accommodate that. We take pride in accommodating that. And that's actually at all the shelters now. We just have done it here for a long time, so a lot of people know that we take in pets at this particular shelter. But all of the shelters are pet friendly.
Yeah, I was going to say, our four-legged friends are just as important, too.
Absolutely.
You were just telling me, Joe, you've got about, 180 people with a capacity for about 300, but that could change. More could be added potentially, correct?
Yes, that's always up to our officials, and so we stay in contact. So we have, between the superintendent and our chief of safety and security, they're staying in touch with Leon County Emergency Management. We've got members of the Red Cross. We also have people from the health department here. So we have lots of people here helping out. And so all we're trying to do is trying to help people stay. I mean, if you were with me earlier, all we're doing is we're asking people, how are you doing? How, what is your comfort level? This is, of course, it's not a hotel stay, but we certainly want to make sure that everybody's at their best, just trying to get through this together.
What can they expect, like anything to be given out, or space? What could they expect if they do decide to come themselves, or if they have a pet they want to bring along to, more of what they can bring here to the shelter? So
we have, we have a little bit of food, right? So it's not like full meals, but we do have snacks, we have water. And then, of course, with the pets, when you log them in, they're going to ask you about medications and things that they need, and they'll make sure to identify, and then they'll hopefully bring you crates as well. That helps them out because they don't have enough crate for every animal out there in the community. So if you're coming up, make sure to bring your crates. But when you come here, we're just trying to give you some comfort, give you a place to, to get down. Because like I said, for most people, they're on the floor. We got plenty of air mattresses. You'll see people set up, and everybody's kind of organized their space.
And where your location is here with Childs High School, I mean, you're right here within the city, so you're not too far from neighboring Big Bend counties, but you're also near South Georgia, especially with Thomasville just up the road. What has the makeup been? Where are people coming from to shelter here at Childs High School?
So mostly either from town or from our counties that are south. Because they are in those, as I said, low-lying areas, and because many of them, they talk about the water that's coming up, possibly being 20-foot storm surges. Those folks have had to leave those areas and come here. And we've actually been of aid to our friends from the South before, if you just think about just last year. And so we're always here. We welcome them. That's part of our training. Our responsibility is to welcome in our neighbors, whether they're from Leon County or from somewhere else. They're all welcome here.
Awesome. Joe, thank you very much again for your time. And again, we want to reiterate plenty of space. This is one of 8 shelters in Leon County for anyone in the Big Bend, South Georgia to come in and shelter. There's still some time, of course, to come and make those plans. If you need to evacuate, this is a place to where you can come and shelter if need be to make sure your loved ones, your pets, everyone is safe. But we're going to go ahead and continue keeping track with county officials as well as to see how space is looking and amenities that can be provided, especially here at Childs High School. And we'll keep you posted all throughout the afternoon and evening. Julie, Jacob, back to you in the studio.
All right, Zach, don't go too far. We'll be close to you all afternoon and evening. And again, 927 evacuees so far in Leon County shelters, 148 employees there, and 158 pets. So already over 1,000 pets and people taking shelter.
And an additional shelter was opened today at Rickards. So they have Childs, Lincoln, Godby, Leon, Sale, and Rickards High, as well as Fairview Middle School, which was quite crowded earlier in the day, and the Fort Braden School as well. So a lot of options if you are evacuating today, and hopefully everyone will be safe and sound throughout the night, and we'll see what the sunrise brings, of course. Now, we haven't yet dealt with the power of this storm, but a lot of the communities along Florida's Gulf Coast are already feeling the effects in terms of the water rushing in. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of those. This is out of Pinellas County. You can see some of the flooded roadways there as the high water starts to creep into their coastal communities.
Yeah, and then we also have video of choppy waves or splashing onto a sidewalk. This is also in Pinellas County. This is in the Gulfport, Florida area, and you can see it doesn't take a storm to be that close to the Gulf Coast for the communities there to start to see some impacts.
Absolutely, and let's go ahead and take a look in St. Pete, at St. Pete Beach. You can see plenty of water here. It looks like a little lake here in St. Pete Beach. So communities all along Florida's Gulf Coast are feeling the effects of this storm. As our meteorologists have said, it is so big, right?
Right.
This is a massive storm, and people all around it are feeling the impact of it right now. We want to head back over and talk with Rob about the latest updates and forecasts. Rob, fill us in.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, the 3 o'clock information. We're going to get to the point now where we start to get those hourly updates. It feels like, and we're still not going to see significant changes with these. At 5 o'clock, we'll get that full battery and that full discussion. So we'll probably see any more significant changes then. These are more going to be positional updates and strength updates. 120 mile per hour sustained winds. The motion is to the north at 20 miles per hour. So it's picked up in speed a little bit to the northeast. So again, we want to see that continue to pick up speed. And that way it has less time over those warm waters to keep getting stronger. I don't see that pressure dropping just yet. I don't see that wind speed around the core increasing just yet, but we'll watch and we'll see if that's going to change over the next hours. We start to get more of these updates, and there's still the potential for a little bit of strengthening before it gets to land. It's not going to get to land probably for another 6, 7, 8 hours. So that's going to give it plenty of time over water. Then it starts to accelerate even more to the north, as we've got a couple of different steering mechanisms that are still in play and that are creating this funnel for it to race on off to the north. Yes, it is a huge storm. It expands from way up into the Tennessee and the Carolinas all the way down past the Caribbean from top to bottom. There's activity in the Atlantic side of Florida, and there's activity south of New Orleans. So we're just talking a huge amount of real estate that is feeling impacts from this. The most direct ones are going to be in the area in that 20 or 30 mile core right around the center of this storm. And there's quite a bit of thunderstorm activity. We call that convection. That's a pretty good idea to show you that it's getting to be a stronger and more healthy storm. When you start to see these colors wane, you're not seeing the darker colors. It could be one of a couple of different things. Maybe it's weakening, but it also could be actually getting stronger and starting to replace that center a little bit. So we'll be watching for a bunch of things over the next couple of hours as it continues to make its progress to the north. A lot of times during the afternoon hours, when you have the visible satellite imagery at our disposal, you can see some of those, looks like popcorn or little bubbles on there. Those are also going to be some of those higher cloud tops indicating some of those bigger thunderstorms and the health of a system like this. And when you see more and more of those, you know it's a very healthy system. So this is what we're looking at. It's huge, and it is going to be something we watch make closer and closer progress to the coast. Now, the bands of rain that have been circulating around this since last night have been impressive at times. I mean, I've seen some radar estimates 8, 9 inches worth of rain just to the west of Tallahassee already. And there's some areas that have barely picked up an inch's worth of rain. So that's what happens with these bands. It's almost like our scattered showers that we're so used to, is some areas get a whole bunch and some areas get very little. but everyone will continue to experience more of these bands as we go into the evening hours and into the nighttime hours. The heaviest activity is now getting west and farther west, maybe even west of Destin and Panama City in the next hour or so. We'll see more bands come ashore. A lot of them will come in from the south and east and spiral to the north and west, and there is the potential for some of those quick, weak spin-up tornadoes. We've had several warnings already for parts of Franklin County, Liberty County, and Calhoun County, so we could certainly have more. We'll be looking for those. The core itself, still not even on the screen, so we're still talking a couple hundred miles to the south, so even if it's moving up to 20 miles per hour now, it's still going to take several hours for it to get more north, and it should continue to speed up. That's the way these steering mechanisms are going to grab it and help to pull it along. Now here's some of the radar data right now, and about half our viewing area not getting wet. As a matter of fact, the I-75 corridor, I-10 east of Tallahassee, nothing going on right now. Things are pretty quiet for the Suwannee River Valley and all the way up to Moultrie. But if we take a look a little further to the south and west, here's where the rain has really been the most persistent for much of Franklin County, where we have flood concerns. When you get over those Gulf and Bay counties and you get up through parts of Liberty and Calhoun, that's where we have the most. We're going to go to the live camera at the Coastal Marine Lab and see what's going on down there. And definitely we're going to see the water level a little high, all that cloud cover. And if every now and then it moves a little bit, you can see the water moving. It's not crazy windy out there, but there's certainly enough of a breeze. We're down towards the coast. We're going to feel that first, and we're going to notice that first. So yeah, some of the camera views like this that we're going to continue to see through the evening hours, we'll continue to watch that water level rise. That's the main concern during the daylight hours today. It's going to be that storm surge. It's the reason for all those evacuation orders. And take a look in parts of Franklin County, all the rain that's coming down in addition to that rising water. So now you're getting water coming down from the sky and up from the coast, and that's a big mess. Now, further to the north, I do see quite a bit of activity, I-10, when you get out towards Jackson County, into parts of South Georgia, maybe southwestern parts of Decatur County, but it gets much quieter once you get into Grady and Thomas and get up through Baker and Miller and Mitchell counties. So not as much rain everywhere. We'll wait for those next bands to spiral through the area, and there likely will be some, and soon. So we'll continue to monitor that. We've talked about that storm surge, the numbers 10, 12, 15 feet. It's hard to imagine, but we're talking about just enormous amounts, right? Those new skeletons they have out there for the Halloween decorations, what are they, like 9, 10 feet? So 2 of those standing on top of each other, that high. You've seen somebody's house with one of those big skeletons. Now you're talking like a standard Christmas tree, 2 on top of each other. That much water, when you start talking about coming up on shore, those are astronomical amounts. You know, we haven't seen a lot of wind yet. We didn't expect to find a lot of wind, not during the daylight hours, probably not even once we get past supper time. As it'll be past 8, 9, 10 o'clock when that core gets close, that's when the winds will start to become noticeable. For the most part, it's been a regular Thursday with wind around here, up to 13 or maybe 15 miles per hour. Some of the gusts, I've seen a couple get up over 20 or 25 in the last hour or so. Earlier this morning, I saw a couple of gusts up over 30 miles per hour. I keep going back to that stat that I saw really early this morning with, I think, that 5 a.m. advisory that there could be tropical storm force winds that extend out 345 miles from the core of the storm. That's so far away from the core of the storm. And I saw a couple at Alligator Point up over 30, but not quite past 39, which would qualify as tropical storm strength wind gusts. Now, the sustained winds, that's like that 1 minute average. Those wind gusts, it's like that 2 or 3 second burst. So there's a little difference. And I'll tell you this over and over and over again. A 20 or 30 mile per hour sustained wind, that's enough to knock down tree limbs, it's enough to knock down power lines, it's enough to snap sticks and cause yard debris to be projectiles. You start getting to 40, 50, and 60 mile per hour winds, and now you can lose entire power poles, and much bigger destruction is possible. And no matter what these winds end up being and where, everybody's expecting 30 or 40 mile per hour winds, and that means everybody's got the potential for that dangerous wind. Now, as we take a look here with the Futurecast, you can see this is still leaning a little bit east with where that core goes. And I'll say it over and over again this way too. The core is only going to be 20 or 30 miles wide, maybe 40, maybe. So that's where those strongest winds are going to be. And those strongest winds are actually going to be elevated off the surface of the earth. So you kind of translate that down, they get a little bit weaker. You get 10, 20 miles away from that core, they get a lot weaker. But if you're talking 80 or 90 or 100 mile an hour winds up here, and then it's 70 or 80 mile an hour winds down here, and it's 40 or 50 miles an hour winds where you are, that's still enough to cause danger and destruction. So the number of the wind doesn't matter as much as the fact that it's going to be there, and we need to be ready for it. And that's why we prepare for those strongest winds as best that we can. So that's what we're looking at as we head through the afternoon. I know everybody wants to know what the wind speed in their backyard is going to be. I can't tell you. I don't know. But I'll tell you what, everyone's going to have strong winds and gusty winds, and it's going to be for everybody. It's going to be a busy night, that's for sure, and there's no two ways about that. And no matter where the core of the storm goes, everybody that watches WCTV is going to get impacts from it, and it's going to be impacts for several hours tonight and into the overnight period. Then different computer models are going to show you different things. This one did really well with some of the previous tropical systems. It's always felt maybe a little bit east with the lean, but I really liked the way this one handled how big the storm was, the timing of the storm, and how much it was going to grow. So it's got a couple of things in its favor that seem to be pretty legit to me. So we watch this one, we look at this one. It may be a little too far east, but it's still going to show us the same thing. The whole area is going to get a bunch of rain and wind from this storm, especially when we get past dark tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow. And then if it continues to pick up speed the way it should race off to the north and be done with us quickly. Another computer that we like to look at, especially for short-term events, is this one. This one is the rapid refresh model. So it grabs data more often. So it's grabbing the freshest data. It's not relying on older data. So when it starts to make its executions, it's got the freshest and most reliable data. When you look at the first thing in a computer model, you want to make sure it's grabbing the right stuff. Where did we see all the rain last? Well, off to the west and down to the south. Okay, so this seems like it's got a pretty good initialization. So what computer solutions does this one give to us? Well, over the next couple of hours, it's going to bring a bunch of rain our way, and by midnight, it wants to bring that core maybe a little bit more to the east, but notice where those darker colors are, that big area all around it. So everybody is going to experience some of that stronger wind and some of that heavier rain, and there's probably no two ways about it. Hopefully it happens quickly and gets out of here, and hopefully it doesn't do too much damage, but it's a lot of hoping. We've got to expect that there's going to be power outages in many spots, and we've got to expect that everybody's going to get a couple of big waves of wind and rain. All right, we're up to almost 10 after 3 right now. So the last time we looked at this, there's not going to be a lot of change. The next time we look at it, we'll probably see not a lot of change. By the time we get to 4 o'clock, we'll get an update on position and strength. And then at 5 o'clock, we'll get that next big wave of information. All the while, we'll continue to track and see where that core is going. I'm being told to send it back to the news desk for Jacob and Julie, so we'll do that.
Yeah, that's such an important message. No matter where the core goes, you're going to feel winds that could produce damage, will produce damage. So certainly we're watching where the core will go, but there's so many other things to consider as well.
Absolutely. And Rob, I think you mentioned 345 miles from the center. That's like, Google's an amazing thing, isn't it? I mean, that's like from here to Sarasota. Like that is so far that
mind-bogglingly far.
Yes, it's hard to wrap your head around just how big and how powerful this storm has become. You mentioned the wind and the rain, and that we're going to be seeing waves of that throughout the evening. Some of you undoubtedly will be losing power this evening, and there are literally thousands of linemen who have come to Tallahassee to help restore power, but I think safe to say a lot of people are going to be without, at least for a while. We want to check in with Abby Walton now, in case you're one of the lucky ones with a generator on standby. She has some suggestions on how to use that safely. Abby?
Well, Julie and Jacob, like you were saying, a lot of us love those creature comforts, and that's why a lot of us do have a generator, so we can continue to have those when the power is out. We want to make sure that you're doing it safely, though. For some of you, it may be the very first time you've ever used it during a storm, and just want to keep some things in mind. There are 3 major hazards that you could run into if you are operating a generator. One is carbon monoxide, the other is fire, and then there's electrocution. The big one, though, is carbon monoxide. Always make sure that you never put your generator inside an enclosed space, talking a garage, inside your home, that sort of thing, because the exhaust of carbon monoxide doesn't have any color, it doesn't have any odor. So by the time you start to feel symptoms, it could be too late, and it could turn potentially deadly for you or a family member, which we do not want. So again, always use them outside. Do not use them indoors or in partially enclosed spaces. That includes a crawl space. Don't operate near an open door or a window fan, or use a fan just thinking that would blow the exhaust out. That's not good enough. You actually want to put that generator about 20 feet from your home and put it so the exhaust is going away from your home. That way you don't get that blowback of carbon monoxide. Should you start to feel some of these symptoms, we're talking headache, dizziness, weakness, nausea, vomiting, chest pain, confusion, symptoms that kind of mimic the flu. If you're operating a generator and you start to feel these kinds of symptoms, you could have carbon monoxide poisoning. Again, you want to move to an open window, get some fresh air there. Don't re-enter the premises because, again, that carbon monoxide is there. Also, make sure you keep your fuel outside. Do not store it inside your home. Before you would refuel your generator, make sure you turn it off and let it cool down. With electrocution, always connect your generator to appliances with heavy-duty extension cords, and hooking up a generator directly to your home's power source could actually not only increase the voltage, but it could cause a surge outside the home and actually injure an unassuming lineman. We do not want that to happen. It could also cause someone in your own home to accidentally electrocute themselves, and we don't want that either. So again, if you are using a generator, put it 20 feet from your home. Make sure the exhaust is pointing away from your home. So again, you can continue powering up your tablets, your fridge, things like that, and be safe as you're riding out the storm. Julie, Jacob, back to you.
Right, some great pointers there, Abby, especially for people who haven't weathered storms before.
Exactly.
Some of us have been through many of them, but there are so many people in our community, whether they're students, whether they're new to this area, who've never weathered a storm, especially one like this, right? This is called a potentially unprecedented storm in this region. So those are all really important suggestions to keep you powered, but also to keep you safe. So thank you for sharing those with us. And we'll be going through this together, Jacob and I and Abby and Ava and the rest of the crew, all our meteorologists. We're going to be here with you all evening long. So, if you need to see a friendly face, learn what's going on, this is a place to do it.
Absolutely. And we want to get to some visuals of what our area looks like. This is Highway 20. We're also taking views of Highway 12 and Interstate 10. This all captured around the lunch hour today. You can see at that time, a lot of folks heading west here, evacuating. Lunchtime was kind of like the last call, especially along our coastal counties, to get out and get somewhere safely. You can see the westbound lane slow moving at around noon.
Absolutely, and you can see plenty of rain falling there as well. These bands of rain have been with us all night and all day today, and certainly will be continuing until landfall. So be safe out there, please, as conditions will continue to deteriorate throughout the evening hours.
Our cameras, I believe, also captured a crash on Raymond Deal in Thomasville, that road intersection in northeastern Tallahassee. You can see a significant or a serious crash potentially there between a vehicle potentially pulling a trailer or a camper. A reminder to drive safely. If you have to be on the roads right now, even though the rain and the wind is still minimal, that will change. And you can even see now with the minimal rain and wind, some crashes out there.
Right, yeah, just be safe on the roads. A lot of people too feeling a little panically, a little anxiety, and so as you're out there, just take a deep breath, drive safely. That's our goal today, is to get everybody through this storm before, during, and after safely.
Over in Franklin County, we saw dark, ominous clouds hanging low along the horizon. This was the Apalachicola River. You can see the Gulf of Mexico there in the distance. Apalachicola could look very different 4, 5, 8 hours from now, but even now you can see the water rising.
That's right. As our meteorologists have mentioned, storm surge is the biggest threat there. They're talking about unprecedented storm surge in this area as potential from this storm tonight. So all of these coastal counties, Franklin, Wakulla, and Taylor, have mandatory evacuations, not just from those coastal areas, but from the entire county, because of the threat of not only the volume of water being pushed in by this storm, but the fact that it's coming as high tides are also coming in.
Yeah, that could be a tricky situation. We want to check in now with reporter Isabella Benjamea. She's in Franklin County, and she, a little while ago, talked with local law enforcement to see how they're getting ready.
That's right, guys. I'm here in Apalachicola, where, as you can see, the weather is getting more severe by the minute. We're having very heavy rainfall, and I'm here with Franklin County Sheriff A.J. Smith. Sheriff, can you tell us a little bit about how has it been like today here in Apalachicola?
Well, today so far, deputies have just been answering, routine calls for service. Nothing out of the ordinary yet, and we're just making sure that all our staff that is out working it have places to shelter in place once the storm gets here, because we know once it makes landfall, it's going to be really catastrophic. high winds, a lot of water. So that was the biggest thing we were doing this morning, was planning where they're going to go, where they're going to hunker down. And all the members of the sheriff's office that carry guns and badges are working. They're either working today or they're going to be working tonight. So that's top priority, making sure they're okay so that we can take care of, the citizens of Franklin County.
We know Franklin County has an evacuation order in place. Tell us, have you seen more people evacuate as the day has gone on?
Actually, just before I pulled up, a lady called me and was asking me about the evacuation. And of course, I'm encouraging people to go. There's still time to go. I know it probably shortly after this, you won't be able to go because it's going to be too much rain, too much water. So I've been encouraging people all day yesterday and this morning, leave if you can leave, because it's not going to be something that you want to go through.
Are we expecting to see a lot of flooding and storm surge today?
Yeah, just like down the street here, it's already too deep to drive your car through. I just came through there. So if I hadn't been in the truck, I wouldn't have made it through there. So we're looking for a lot of water. And of course, we don't know if it's going to be a 3 or a 4 when it hits. So that's going to be, catastrophic as well. So if you're not leaving, please stay inside. There's no reason for anybody to be out on the roads right now. You should be home unless you're a first responder or a utility worker or somebody like that who's trying to keep, services going.
Thank you so much, Sheriff.
Thank you.
This is some of the information we have right now. You heard him. Stay home. Do not leave your house if you're not evacuating. Reporting Franklin County, Isabella Benjumea, News Channel 7.
And our thanks to Isabella, who works at our sister station in the Panhandle. A lot of your phone may be pretty busy these last few days. You may be getting alerts from your individual counties. You may be getting alerts from sheriff's offices, different places. But certainly everybody working right now to keep you as best informed as they can. And Sheriff Smith had done a Facebook Live earlier, giving us at least a glimpse of some of the conditions there, water on the roadways, things like that.
We do hope to speak to the Sheriff Smith in Franklin County live in about an hour, give or take, to see how things have changed since that report filmed a little while ago. And a reminder with the phones, you still have time to charge your phone if you have power at your home. I know many people will probably have their phones on the chargers, but just a reminder, if you haven't had it on the charger, do it now, so in a few hours' time that'll come in handy.
That is a great reminder, too, as many folks are getting ready to lose power at some point this evening. We want to go ahead and take a look at the Ocklackney Bay camera. Wow, this is along the Franklin-Wakulla line there. You can see pretty high water surrounding that dock. When we take this camera shot throughout the week, it's usually beautiful and sunny, and there are often fishermen on the end of that dock. But today, as you can see, turbulent waters there, gray skies, and not a soul in sight.
Okay. It'll be interesting to see how long we can see that fishing pier. At 3:20, we still can. We'll see how long that lasts. We have reporters all across the Big Bend in South Georgia as we continue to track Hurricane Helene. We want to head now live to Taylor County. Cutter Martin is a meteorologist with our sister station WANF, and he is in Perry right now. Cutter, this is a community that just dealt with a major blow last year. How are they handling things so far today?
Yeah. Taking it in stride, I would say, and it's kind of funny you bring that up. A year and a month ago, Idalia moved through, and we actually still have some debris left behind by Idalia. The actual billboard, the left behind this banner, is gone. It was cleaned up, but that is what is left of a billboard. And our crew was here when it fell. They were kind of taking bets on whether it would or not. It did. And that is just one example of debris left behind by Idalia. A year and a month ago, we have seen blue tarps on roofs. But I got to say, so far this storm, it's crazy how much of a difference 40 to 50 miles a few counties can make. I know Tallahassee and westward, so much rain, often on tornado warnings. It's been a quiet day. It's kind of hot and muggy out here right now. US 19 behind me is pretty quiet. It's absolutely dry. Early morning moisture, it's already evaporated. But very quickly, things are going to go downhill here. And while we have been spared the worst in Perry so far, we could definitely receive the worst weather this evening. Again, perhaps being in that right front quadrant of this strengthening hurricane, now Category 3, as I'm sure the First Alert weather team has been talking about. And folks are waiting at this point. They've made the preparations. We were talking with folks yesterday who got out of town, maybe not hundreds of miles inland, but taking that trek up into Madison County, then just across the Georgia state line, away from the risk of storm surge, which is what county officials here, I think, are most most worried about, especially southwest of Perry, getting back towards the Gulf. We're talking about a storm surge potentially, 15, 20 feet above ground level. Speaking with some local business owners here, they too are saying, including the Marathon gas station behind me, they were fueling up, helping federal and state resources fuel up earlier as they were staging well ahead of the worst of the weather. So guys, back in the studio, it's hot, it's humid, very typical Florida afternoon. And if you didn't know a hurricane was coming, you really wouldn't know. We're just a few miles away from the first bit of that far outer core, first more substantial round of light rain, and I'm sure winds are going to be picking up here pretty quickly, guys.
Right, Cutter Martin reporting for us in Perry right now. Thank you so much. This is perhaps the calm before the storm.
Absolutely.
Right, and Taylor County, one of our coastal communities, of course, under mandatory evacuations, and a lot of people heeding those evacuation orders this time. They are storm weary over there through Idalia and then through Debbie, and now the potential for Helene making landfall somewhere in that cone. So when we saw this storm developing, a lot of us in the newsroom held our breath because we're like, oh no, not that coastline again. So we are certainly thinking of everybody in the storm's path this evening, and we hope the very best for you.
Absolutely. We want to turn it now to Chief Meteorologist Mike McCall. He is checking in for what will be a long day on the job, a long day for so many people ahead in our viewing area. Mike, what's the latest?
It is going to be a long afternoon, evening, and overnight period for many of us. If I could get the directors to flip out to max 2. I've got the graphic set up there. Yes, what we're going to be talking about. Okay, there we go. Yep, that's a live look from St. Mark's. All right, so just give me a second here while I back up my graphics. Okay, St. Mark's, there we go. All right, doing live stuff. So we'll get there. No major changes to any of the thinking, but there are some minor changes. And it does look as though there will be at least a little bit of a shift. I don't want to make it sound too optimistic or pessimistic, because it really does depend on where you are for talking about a slight shift. Julie was just talking about how, oh no, we started thinking about the folks in Taylor County that have already dealt with Idalia and with Debbie. Unfortunately, the shift does appear to take more of the strongest part over the eastern half of our area, not as much over the western half. Now, that being said, we've said it, I'd guess maybe at least 100 times, hopefully, to drive the point home, that this is a large hurricane. This is not a little small one where it's lopsided and everything happens on the east and nothing happens on the west. It will be weaker to the west, but the eye wall is going to be rather large, and around that eye wall, it will be intense. So even on the west side of the eye wall, there will be hurricane force winds. But there'll be more of the stronger winds that will extend out to the eastern side and less of them to the west. It's too late to make any changes to your preps. You just need to be in your safe place right now. And we still should prepare for what this is right now, which is a major hurricane. It is still forecast to be a major hurricane coming through the middle of the Big Bend. So what kind of a shift are we talking about? We could be talking about 20 miles, 30 miles. Well, the eye could be 20 or 30 miles wide. So this is going to be a large system that will impact everybody. Where you get the onshore flow is where you'll have the biggest storm surge. Although because of this direction of movement, I'm going to back this up, and we'll back this up. Okay, so with the center being here and moving north-northeast, the water that gets pushed up toward the coast, it doesn't have anywhere to go. It hits the coast, and then if anything, it gets driven more toward the north. So literally, think of it as it's almost like a broom out there with the water, and it just keeps pushing it up. The shape of our coastline, unfortunately, makes it very susceptible to that water literally piling up. So that's why even if the center goes here or here or here, well, all this water is getting pushed up. So the center, as we've learned with Idalia and with Debbie, the center could go into Taylor County, and you still get some pretty significant storm surge flooding into Franklin County. And you think, well, but they're left of the center. But all this water gets pushed up, and you're still going to have strong onshore winds just ahead of it. So just because there might be a little shift east or west doesn't mean that the storm surge values will be much less or much higher. Just expect the big ones that we keep talking about. As far as that forecast forward movement, and that is something that we're still watching, because so far it's been a little bit slower than forecast, at least over the last 24 hours. But now it's definitely picked up that forward speed. So moving at 20 miles per hour, you're not likely to see any big deviations in track. There'll be some wobbles because it's a powerful hurricane. And we'll show it to you on radar and on satellite. When you get those areas of big convection that wrap around the center, they literally can pull that center kind of back and forth. So when you go back and you look at this path as it gets closer to the coast, it's not going to be a smooth line. It's going to be little wobbles because of those bursts of convection that make it move back and forth. Now, sometimes if there's some strong shear, that can help to pull the convection to one side, and that literally pulls the system that way. There doesn't appear to be enough shear to have any real impact on this. There will be some drier air coming in behind it as it makes landfall, but it'll be kind of chasing behind it. What that will do is help us to dry out quickly tomorrow. That will be the main impact. I don't think it'll arrive soon enough and in any kind of fashion or form that would degrade the system. All it will do is help us on the backside of it. And speaking beyond that, yes, the folks in Atlanta are getting ready for possibly some strong tropical storm force winds by tomorrow morning. So that shows you how quickly this is moving. And then it starts to run out of gas. The steering currents weaken. It'll be a big rainmaker. Folks in Nashville and maybe even to Lexington, to Knoxville, perhaps down to Birmingham, all going to have to deal with the rainfall around this for a couple of days as we move into this upcoming weekend. The worst that we would see behind this, we'll still have some pretty good southwesterly winds aloft. It's still kind of favorable for some isolated showers and warm, humid conditions. It would be nice. Sometimes you get a late September hurricane where it acts like a cold front, drags in that much cooler and drier air. Not going to be the case. All right, let's go down to Carabel. You want to see some of that rain hitting the lens, the water starting to pile up a little bit. And again, we're still talking hundreds of miles. So the center is close to 200 miles away from Carabel. So this is only going to keep rising. And if you're still down there, you shouldn't be, but it's kind of a slow burn. The water you'll see the waves and you think, is this as bad as it gets? And as it gets closer and closer, the waves get a little bit bigger and the water starts to push. But when that center actually gets within 50 to 60 miles, that's when all of a sudden the water really starts to pile up and then it just keeps on going. So this is literally just the very beginning of this. So you shouldn't be there if you're down at the coast. You need to get away because the surge, even several feet of storm surge, you don't need to be at the coast. And if we're talking 10 to 15 feet, perhaps even higher toward the Taylor County coast, you definitely don't need to be there. So keep that in mind, and we'll keep monitoring these weather stem cameras. They're a great resource for looking at all this. Let's get back to the maps, and we'll talk about what's expected beyond the very, very short term. So the hurricane warnings are in effect. But did you note that they went all the way up to Macon, because there is that possibility that those winds that are up to 75 miles per hour could even get up as high, as far north as Macon, Georgia. Storm surge alerts, okay, I mentioned this yesterday, but in case you're wondering, why is all of Jefferson County included in this? Because of the angle of approach of this hurricane, it could push the water up the rivers. So it could go up the Osceola, could go up the St. Marks River. So there could be more flooding than you would typically get just because of this angle coming in. And so the way that the Weather Service breaks down zone forecasts, there are coastal zones and there are inland zones. Well, if the water gets pushed far enough and expands that river out and there's that potential for flooding, that technically is storm surge flooding. So that's why you see all of the county as you get into Taylor and Jefferson counties, for that water that could push farther inland. And St. Marks River, same thing. So it's yes, we talk so much about the coast, but the rivers can see that water get pushed up. I don't think you would see as much coming out of the Ochlockonee River just because of the angle that comes into the Gulf, but certainly for at least a few hours, it's going to be getting that easterly wind, several hours, in fact, that easterly wind, which will push it drastic as what you would see along the St. Marks and the Osceola and the Steinhatchee River and the Suwannee River. All of those are impacted by the wind pushing that water and just stops the river flow and it backs it up. So we're still not seeing any changes in the forecast levels, potential peak storm surge. You're talking 15 to 20 feet. So you can't be there. You can't ride this out anywhere near the coast. Idalia, storm of the century, we're talking there 10 to 13, 14 feet in some spots. Yes, so we're talking higher than that. So why would you even want to risk it? And where it's maybe slightly lower, again, there's no sense at all in risking it. You need to get away from that. Hopefully you already have, and this is all falling on deaf ears, or no one's hearing it at all, saying, what are you talking about? I left last night or this morning. Hopefully that is the case, because that kind of stuff, if you're near the coast, is not survivable. You can't count on being able to live through that if we're talking 10 to 15 feet. It's just when you add on 100-mile-an-hour winds on top of that, it's not going to be something that you want to experience. Satellite view, a couple of things. It's definitely starting to accelerate. You can see that. It still has what we call a pretty good outflow channel, which is basically this whole upper level environment. It is a little bit cut off on the west now. It's not much, but a little bit. So maybe that's a little tiny bit of dry air that we can count on helping us out. I doubt that it's going to be enough at all to have any impact before landfall, but that could be part of that dry air that'll help us out tomorrow. The bursts of convection, where you see the black colors, those are the higher, colder cloud tops. So those are still kind of lopsiding this thing, so it hasn't gone completely concentric yet. So that's a good sign, because that's when you know that the pressure is continuing to drop and those winds are really starting to tighten up. Regardless, it's gotten up to major hurricane status. Winds are at 120 miles per hour, so we don't need any more strengthening to come out of this. Satellite and radar put together, we've already had several inches of rain. We're talking more than half a foot of rain in some parts that are connected with this system, but not the direct stuff, the stuff that's well ahead of it. Last night, we had some of those storms. We had some flash flooding. It seems to have been concentrated more on the western half of the Big Bend and into parts of southwest Georgia. You head farther east, there is definitely some drier air for now. So if you're doing some traveling, if you want to get out and you had planned on going east, certainly I would go now. I wouldn't wait any longer, because these heavier bands will be approaching you very soon. It's mainly light rain right now. So if you're headed toward Jacksonville, now keep in mind, along the east coast, you're not going to get the impacts that we'll see here. But there is still going to be wind and rain. We're talking tropical storm force winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour. And we're going to be talking about that threat for tornadoes. We've already had some tornado warnings here with this stuff. It's way ahead of it, but it'll be these bands that come in off the Gulf of Mexico that will create a more drastic tornado threat. So watch for those if you're headed over anywhere along I-95. I'm going to do one more thing. Let's go to, I want to talk about the winds extending out 300 miles, or more. So that shows you how far out these tropical storm force winds extend out toward the east. And while they're just getting near our coast, there you go. We're only talking about less than 200 miles of being from the coast. Here's the closer radar view. When you want to find that center, it's better to use radar than satellite, because satellite is actually from an angle. It's not directly over this, whereas this is going to give you the best measurement, and that gives you a good idea that it's moving almost due north, but kind of a little bit north-northeast, and those big rain bands, tornadic ones possibly, and the storm surge flooding already underway in parts of west central Florida, and here come these other bands that we'll have to watch here. We'll continue to update this, obviously. We're just getting started on all of this. I'd say we've probably got about 12 hours to go before we can kiss this thing goodbye and say good riddance from the northern parts of our area, but we'll be here through the whole way. So let's throw it on back to Jacob and Julie.
Yeah, 12 hours, that'll feel like 12 months, Mike. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and the WeatherStem cameras, they give us just a great glimpse of what's actually happening right now, and they were able to do it safely, right? So hopefully everybody's evacuated from the coastal areas, but those WeatherStem cameras really just give us a sneak peek at the conditions, and you can see how they'll deteriorate throughout the evening. In addition to the folks who've evacuated locally, of course, we are a college town, right? We have FSU students, FAMU students, TSC students here, and I'm sure that many of their families are watching today and keeping very close tabs on this as they, obviously worry about their children and their safety here in Tallahassee. So just want you to know that we are, there is a shelter. Florida State University students are invited to take shelter at the Tucker Center, and FAMU students are invited to take shelter at the Lawson Center. The last time we checked, there weren't a whole lot of people taking advantage of those opportunities, but we'll continue to check back, and we certainly have our college students and their families in mind as you watch this live wall-to-wall coverage today.
And of course, we have our local Leon County shelters at every Leon County high school, as well as several other schools. We have a crew stationed at Childs High School. Zach Dahlheimer, as well as our Matt Hoffman, will be keeping tabs on the shelter scene. We do want to head out to Matt Hoffman right now. He's in Childs High School with, I believe, Superintendent Rocky Hanna. Matt?
Yeah, that's right, Jacob. I am here with the superintendent. And Mr. Superintendent, first of all, what's the very latest that you've heard? I know you're in contact with all sorts of folks. What's the, up to the minute, what's the latest?
Well, this is the calm before the storm. We worked really hard once the students were released midday on Wednesday to turn our schools into emergency shelters. It's a duty and responsibility of the public school system to protect our residents, and not only here in Tallahassee and Leon County, but surrounding counties. And it's a responsibility we take very seriously. This is a time when leaders step up and lead. And I am so thankful to our school administrators, our teachers, our support staff that have left their families to come man our 8 shelters to keep people out of harm's way. And again, just very proud to be a part of this LCS family.
And we were just mentioning that some of the shelters on the universities are not maybe getting a ton of use yet. We went through the gym. There's a ton of folks getting use here. I guess that's a good and a bad thing at the same time.
Well, it's a good thing because people are paying attention. This is a serious storm. We never want to take a storm lightly. I've lived here my entire life. I remember in the mid-'80s when a small hurricane, Kate, went through and it was a 1. This is a powerful storm. So it's not too late. If you're out there and you're surrounded by trees or you feel unsure, come to one of our 8 shelters. That's why we are here, and at least for the next 15 hours. Tomorrow morning, the sun's going to come up, the storm will be out of the way, and you can return home. But we can replace property, we cannot replace people. And so, again, I'm just so proud of our folks, our employees that have stepped up to man these shelters.
And I'm sure parents are wondering, it's probably too early to tell, but you had mentioned earlier at your press conference that you're looking to see if schools will be open Monday. Do you have any idea I'm sure parents are wondering, I know it hasn't even come through yet, but I'm sure that's on parents' minds.
They are, but I've learned after 8 years, don't rush into a decision. Let's get good information. Let's see what we're up against tomorrow morning, what obstacles we have over the course of the weekend, and then if we need to adjust logistically, adjust operations, we'll do so. But it's too early to make that announcement right now. The main focus for the next 15 hours is to everybody to hunker down, to stay safe. But again, it's not too late. We still have a little bit of time, a couple of hours. Get to one of our big high schools. These schools are built by the Florida Building Code to withstand hurricane force winds, and there's no trees. So please, we open these shelters for a reason. You never forgive yourself if a loved one was injured or even worse, was killed by a tree or by a power line. So please come to our shelters.
Well, Mr. Superintendent, thank you so much. Again, come to the shelter if you're worried. We've been through. It's also pet friendly, so if you're worried about your pet, please bring that. So
it is. I actually saw a girl had some type of dragon at Sale High School. So we do welcome pets. We ask that they're in a crate, that they're crated, but we're not going to turn anybody away. So we'll make room for you, but please come and come now.
Well, Mr. Superintendent, thank you so much. For the very latest, of course, check out WCTV.tv. We'll have everything up to date there, and of course, we're wall to wall until this is done. For now, I'll send it back to you guys, Julie and Jacob, in the studio.
So all kinds of pets.
Yeah,
welcome.
exotic pets welcome, and no word on if that was a fire-breathing dragon or perhaps a Komodo dragon.
Right.
We'll have to get back with Matt on that one. And schools, it does seem they're built different. They're built sturdy. They've been around a long time, so certainly understandable. And the way they've organized all the different shelter options, you're never too far away from a shelter. So it's still not too late, especially in Leon County, to take shelter. And we did want to mention the numbers that we have so far. We have a graphic that shows them. So over 900 evacuees, over 140 employees assisting with the shelters. And then you can see that bottom number, 158 pets of all shapes and sizes taking advantage. So important to keep tabs of your furry friends too, because they cannot be left behind during a storm like this one.
I was going to say, looking out into our newsroom right now, we have all our furry friends here as well.
Right.
So, you know, a lot of people working today to try to make sure that everybody is safe through this storm and is ready to respond afterward, but also taking good care of our families as well at the same time. Abrea Ruffin is at a fire station in Decatur County right now. As our meteorologists have mentioned, this storm is going to have an impact far beyond the Florida state line. Abrea?
Yeah, Julie, Jacob, we just made it out to Decatur County, and the weather's still looking the same. There's light rain, and the roads are still wet, but we're seeing those roads kind of clear up as residents head home because we're just hours away before the storm gets here. Now, we spoke to Decatur County Fire and Rescue PIO Tyler Dalton, and he had a few notes for us. He says before the storm, it's important that if you have not evacuated by now to stay put and seek shelter. They don't want anyone stuck on those roads during this storm. He says during the storm, it's important to make sure that you're careful about the 911 calls that you do call in. If it's a medical emergency, then absolutely make the call, and they're going to try to get out to who they can. Now, after the storm, he says, everyone should stay off the road as much as possible while they work to clear the debris and the trees, and they're going to get to residents who need immediate medical attention first. He says that it's important for residents to use their Decatur County EMA app that has all the information that you need on it with power outages and other information. Stacy and I will be out here all day, and we'll continue to bring you guys updates.
Okay, Abrea Ruffin in Decatur County for us. We do expect our South Georgia border counties and beyond to see serious impacts from Helene. So they will be riding out the storm safely at that fire station or at the sheriff's office there in the Bainbridge area.
That's right. The wind and rain don't recognize the county lines. They don't recognize the state lines. In this case, they are powerful waves of wind and rain that we can expect tonight. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp and First Lady Marty Kemp visited the State Operations Center at Georgia's Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency headquarters earlier today. Following a briefing from emergency management and agency leaders on the expected impact of Helene, Governor Kemp and GEMA Director Chris Stallings spoke to the public about preparations. Kemp says they have thousands of linemen ready to respond when the power goes out.
We're coordinating with our utility providers who have been incredible partners over the years and certainly this year already, and they are prepared to respond to any power outages. CEO of Georgia Power, Kim Green, is with us this afternoon. They have roughly 10,000 linemen deployed and ready to go as soon as the storm passes and the winds die down enough that it is safe for them to work. The Georgia EMCs have 8,000 people ready to do the same.
Right, so power outage is a big concern, and crews, as he mentioned, already out working to restore some initial power outages. Overnight, they did receive some calls for some downed trees and downed power lines. Our sister station WANF reports there are upwards of 150 Georgia Power customers without power in Metro Atlanta right now. They say close to 1,000 are without power statewide at this point.
And those are views of down power lines in the Atlanta area. They dealt with some storms even before Helene approached the southeast. So insult to injury for our friends in Atlanta, but we will keep tabs on the entire state of Georgia as it deals with the storm. Meanwhile, back in the Sunshine State, Florida's Lieutenant Governor Jeanette Nunez spoke to CNN about the impact of Hurricane Helene as it nears landfall.
We continue to partner and work with our local emergency management officials, with our sheriff's office. They go and they encourage people, those that are in those potentially catastrophic areas due to storm surge and flooding. They're encouraging them to leave because that window is going to close very soon. There'll come a point in time this afternoon where it is no longer safe to leave. There will be no public transportation. You can't get an Uber out of your home. And so we don't want people driving out through the storm when the storm is already hitting that particular area. So the time to do that is now.
Yeah, and we keep saying the window is closing, and we're not crying wolf. We're just telling you that it is closing, and we'll certainly let you know when Mike and our entire First Alert Weather team no longer deems it safe to be out, and at that point, it's hunker down time.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a look at the FSU res right now and get a glimpse of conditions here in Tallahassee. You can see plenty of thick clouds out there, kind of a dark and gloomy moment there at what is normally a sunny and joyful place.
Right.
Our Mike McCall joining us right now at the very latest on Helene.
That is a spot. Yeah, it's late September, last little bit of summer. The water's probably still nice and warm. I got to say though, when I came into work, when I walked outside, I could feel the difference in the air. Definitely had those higher dew points, that kind of thick air, but the air was barely moving. There's not much wind at all for most inland areas. So if you're inland and you still want to drag some things in away from the house, I did a lot of that earlier yesterday and today, getting the house ready. There's still some time to do that. There are some showers, which we'll show you a couple radar views coming up in a moment. Lots to get through, so we're not going to spend a whole lot of time on one particular thing. I just kind of want to slide through everything. The forecast has not changed much. It's changed a little bit. There has been a slight shift more toward the east. And as much as I hate to say it, that's going to put parts of the viewing area in a little more of the worst stuff. Now, keep in mind, our area is not that big, but if someone else is going to be getting the nastier weather, that means someone else is getting slightly better weather, but it's not going to be good weather. It's just not as bad. So I'll explain more as we get some closer views. Still expect the dry air to come in rapidly behind this, so tomorrow it'll be warm and it'll still be kind of humid. We're not going to get that shot of cool, dry air behind it, but it will be drier, much drier. We're only talking about some isolated showers. Still, we've got these active hurricane warnings throughout the whole viewing area, all of our South Georgia and North Florida counties included within that, all coastal areas under a storm surge warning. And keep in mind that water could push up the rivers, up the Osceola, the St. Marks, the Steinhatchee, the Swanee, the Ocklackney. Those all can see that water kind of getting pushed back inland. Now, we've already had some pretty heavy rainfall, too, across parts of the western Big Bend. So that water is trying to come down the river. And then the Gulf is going to start pushing that water back up. So keep that in mind. If you're along the Ocklackney River, perhaps, if you're in low-lying spots there, parts of Wakulla and Franklin counties. Now, if you're near the coast, you shouldn't be, because we're still forecasting these giant storm surge values. Regardless of where the actual center goes, the water is going to pile up. So if the center goes here, if the center goes here, it's still going to pile the water up. Now, it may focus a little more of that closer to the center and just to the right of that, but the concave shape of Appalachia Bay just means that the water, and with this kind of path coming toward this, it's a classic case to where that water just has nowhere to go. It's literally being pushed up farther and farther toward the north and gets up into Appalachia Bay. Satellite view, it's a large system already. Now, the core of it is what you see here. That's where you've got the heavy rain and the strongest winds. But the cloud shield associated with it goes for several hundred miles. And already aloft, there are some pretty strong winds that go out more than 300 miles to the east and northeast of the center. So even if you are traveling over toward the Atlantic coast, there could be some tropical storm force winds. There's also a little better chance for some tornadoes to come in with some of these bands that come in off of the Atlantic. For us, we've already had some of these bands that are way removed from the center that have produced some circulation. As the center itself gets closer, yes, there will still be that tornado threat, but it's kind of overwhelmed by just the very strong winds that will be part of it. Also, it's a little bit of drier air already starting to kind of show up to the west of the center. I don't think it's enough to really disrupt this flow very much, but it's still going to be a large, impressive system. Just get an idea, I just drew out little arrows showing you 300 miles. So that's the scope of where we can see those tropical storm force winds. And absolutely, that includes our entire viewing area. Radar view, best way to track it now that it is within the range of the Tampa Bay Weather Service radar. And there you can see as it moves, it's pretty much moving due north. You can also get a better, right now, there are more intense bands on the west side of this, but the radar, it's a little bit too far away to pick up all of that. But it gives you a better idea of the exact movement. Sometimes when you look at satellite, because the satellite in space is actually at a little bit of an angle, it can be a little bit misleading when you try to track something as small as the eye as it moves. What does that mean for us? Well, we're still a considerable distance, probably more than 150 miles away from the center, from the eye wall, but obviously we've already seen these big bands. These are the bands of rain I talked about earlier, already feeding a lot of that water into the rivers of the western parts of the Big Bend. But noticeably absent the eastern half of the area from any significant rainfall at all for now. It's just some light rain. So if you have to rush to completion some preparations, Now's the time to do that. The winds are still relatively light and the rain is relatively light. But when this center gets about another 50 to 75 miles up here, we're going to start to see these much heavier bands of rain and the rapidly increasing winds coming up your way. Let's take a look at this model. Now, we've talked several times about the graph model and the little issues that you can have with it. But look to the other side there, St. George Island. I guess you can still kind of see the bridge there. The water's getting choppy, but it's not extreme just yet. It's not something that's causing issues just yet, but the water, even though it may look, it's like it doesn't look all that bad, the water is already rising ahead of this. Another thing that happens with tropical systems is the pressure is so low, it actually kind of creates almost like a bubble, a little bit of a bulge in the water, and then that gets pushed. It's kind of subtle, but it's a real part of this whole thing. I mentioned this Futurecast model, which we talk about it a lot, and we talk about how it's always been to the right, the east of a lot of the other models and of the official forecast. The official forecast is a little bit closer to it, but it's still east. So keep that in mind that this is still one model forecast that's more towards southern Taylor County. But look how large this system is. So this is especially this core, look how large this is. So it just for the sake of argument, let's say that this is accurate. So if the center were here over northeastern parts of Taylor County, the core actually goes all the way out to Columbia County, up to the Georgia line over the northeastern parts of Madison County, and out to the west into Jefferson County. That's how large the core of the strong winds. That's what we're talking about. Winds perhaps gusting over 100 miles per hour that will be causing massive power outages. And even though it's an offshore wind back here, it's still going to be very, very strong. Also, the wind will be changing direction as that center moves on by. So if you've got some trees that are just barely holding on, blowing toward the west because it's strong easterly wind, as it moves by, that wind will come in from the north. It gets farther away, the wind will come in from the west. And if you drove west after Hurricane Michael, you saw just that. It was eerie to drive out Highway 20 or I-10 where you saw all the trees were laying down a particular direction. Then you go another 20 miles and they're laying down another direction. Another 20 miles, they're laying another direction. That's because of that circulation that went through Jackson County. Now this circulation will keep on moving, but because it's already moving 20 miles an hour, it's going to spread those very strong winds right up through South Georgia too, especially along that center. So if it follows that path that's a little more east, that brings the even stronger winds into Valdosta. So while Bainbridge, it'll lower your winds if it takes that path. It absolutely increases the winds for Valdosta. So no one's escaping this. We're all going to see some strong winds, but it's just who gets the absolute worst of it is where that core moves by, which that core could be as much as 30 to 40 miles wide with the really rough stuff. There's the more tranquil weather that we desperately need tomorrow. It'll be breezy still, but it'll be a west wind and it'll be a dry wind, no more than some isolated showers. Now, this is based on the National Hurricane Center forecast. So when you see that I'm showing this more for the yellow area, that would definitely go more to the east. And so I would still count on, really from Tallahassee eastward, seeing that best chance of seeing the hurricane force winds. Westward, less of a chance. It's still possible, but I think it's more likely the eastern half of our viewing area. Unfortunately, a lot of the buoys and coastal stations are not reporting gusts right now, but we do still have some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds being reported right now. And a time lapse, as long as we get some daylight, this will be a rather interesting one to watch from St. George Island Beach. This is one of the cameras that WeatherStem has. It's right there by the lighthouse. One camera points toward the lighthouse. This one points down toward the water. The water hasn't started to really move inland yet. But again, it's a slow process for many hours, and then it rapidly increases when that center gets near shore. And that's when so even if you're thinking it's only 2 hours away and the storm surge isn't that bad, it really happens quickly toward the end. And anyone that went through the surge around Steenhatchee from Adalia can verify that. It didn't all come in at once. It was kind of slow, 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 and then boom, it really comes ramping in rapidly the last hour or two. So, all right, I'm going to get a drink of water, maybe a little bit of caffeine, and Jacob and Julie are going to take it away for a
I
little
was
while.
going to say, you know, Mike, it's that rapidly rising water, I think, that takes people by surprise, how quickly
Right.
it can happen. And when that happens after dark, too, it can be especially disorienting.
Absolutely, and it's a bad day to be a Diet Mountain Dew, by the way, for Mike McCall.
Right.
So he is going to stay well caffeinated and keep us informed. We are entering our third hour of continuous coverage here on WCTV. We're going to take a quick commercial break just to reset everything. When we come back, Mike will have the latest advisory, and we'll continue to go live to all our reporters across the region, so stay with us.
We are all kind of watching and waiting. Our Capitol Bureau reporter Cody Butler is at the State Emergency Operations Center here in Tallahassee. He's been there all day monitoring conditions, not only here, but across the state. Cody, fill us in. What are folks there doing right now?
Well, Julie, right now, Director Kevin Guthrie is about ready to do an interview with Fox News to let people across the country know what's happening here in the state. And behind him in the other room, state employees from all agencies are working together to make sure all the local governments have their resources. More than 1,000 requests have come into the state from the local governments. Most of those are for after the storm makes landfall and are in the recovery mode. Some of those requests have already been starting. They're getting things like portable restrooms staged outside of the storm's path to bring in once those are ready. And so they are working right now to making sure everything is in place. It's a little after 4 o'clock now, so the state is no longer out providing resources ahead of the storm. All those crews are getting into a safe location now before the storm hits.
Okay, so that's an important point. We've reached the point in the state's timeline, Cody, where they've pulled back their on-the-ground resources. Is that correct? And then if you could just walk us through what those next steps are and if there are any concerns from the state level right now.
Yeah, right now that they are pulling back. They say basically if you should be in your place where you're going to ride out the storm, whether that's at a shelter or home or out of the state right now, preferably if you're in those evacuation zones, they prefer that you not be there at this point, but make sure that you are ready. Now, the next steps are bringing in those resources. They already have thousands of linemen across the state ready to go to clear the debris, get power restored. They are stationed in a safe spot so they can get in. Some of these resources are going to actually be following the storm. Once the winds are safe enough, they are going to be right behind the storm, bringing those resources in, getting the things set up like distribution sites for food, diapers, tarps, any supplies that people may need. So again, they are really going to be activating the recovery mode as soon as the storm passes. And the concerns are, especially here in the Tallahassee area, are the trees. We are known for the trees here in Tallahassee. Those will come down with this storm and taking out power with it. So again, it will take time to get those power lines restored, but with the help, the Tallahassee utilities had said that they have crews from several states here ready to help them get the power back on, so hopefully it won't be too long. And the power restoration across the state after hurricanes has been increasingly getting faster, especially after Hurricane Ian. Idalia was pretty quick, and so was Hurricane Debbie. So we'll see exactly how quick it'll be before these crews get back on. And we will have another update from the governor here in about an hour, and so we'll have that here on WCTV also.
Yeah, these mutual aid agreements are so critical. I think, unfortunately, we've learned from so many storms making landfall in our state in recent years, but these mutual aid agreements have thousands of utility workers ready and waiting to respond as soon as it's safe to do so. Thank you so much, Cody, for your updates from the state EOC today.
And we are, of course, keeping tabs on emergency operations from both Florida and Georgia. And we do have our Atlanta reporter, Abby Kasoris, is our Georgia reporter. She covers all things Atlanta and the state of Georgia. She's keeping close tabs on the Georgia Emergency Operations Center in Atlanta.
Yeah, we're here at GEMA headquarters, and this is the place for the state's response and recovery efforts. We heard from Governor Brian Kemp just a short while ago as he gave that media briefing so that folks here in Georgia know what to expect from this hurricane. He really struggled to find an explanation as to this storm versus other hurricanes that have hit our state here in Georgia because Hurricane Helene is just so large. We're expecting mass power outages. We're expecting damage across the state. All 159 counties officially under that state of emergency as crews are positioning to get ready to move in after the storm moves out.
And Abby, you know, we've been talking about the strength of this storm and the fact that it's going to remain with strong wind and strong rains well inland, you know, as far as Atlanta perhaps. What's the main message that you're hearing from leaders there at the EOC?
Well, certainly. Here in Georgia, I've lived in Georgia for almost 10 years now. And as that hurricane continues to move throughout our state, we could see sustained winds of Category 1 winds further north of Macon. That area, I lived there for several years, is not used to those types of heavy rains and heavy winds. When a hurricane moves throughout our state, it normally dies down over that time. So there's great concern that people should take this very seriously as the storm continues to move throughout our state. They're warning people, do not get on the roads. Now there's still that little lull of time where people can get out if they need something, but after the storm, certainly, that's when crews need to be on the roads responding to some of the damage.
And I wanted to talk with you about that, Abby. We were mentioning how mutual aid agreements are so critical in getting power restored after the storm. It looks like South Georgia is going to get a great impact from the storm as well. What kind of resources are ready to help?
When it comes to some of those resources, 18 1,000 linemen are already ready to go, getting in position across our state. There are 2 search and rescue crews, one located in Macon, and they're already planning on heading south, especially as they continue to respond to calls and for emergency help. There are also more than 24 chainsaw crews to help clear roadways across our state. The Georgia Department of Transportation allowing for those crews to move quickly through the state of Georgia to get to those calls that they may have, those emergency calls to respond. The governor saying today at the press conference that he wants to make sure that every resource that we have here can go towards helping some of the folks as they need it.
All right, Abby, I can see rain is definitely falling in Atlanta at this hour. Thank you so much for communicating with us throughout this evening. Stay safe out there. We appreciate your coverage. Well, the FEMA director, Deanne Criswell, had a press conference today about their federal preparation. Of course, you know, everybody at every level is watching this and doing everything they can to help. Criswell says they started moving resources into Florida on Monday. So far, they have more than 1,000 people from the federal government helping with storm preparation.
This is going to be a multi-state event with the potential for significant impacts from Florida all the way to Tennessee. I need everybody to pay attention to their local officials. They're going to have the best information on the specific risks where you are at.
All right, we want to go ahead and take a look at conditions along the coast right now. We have this shot down at what is normally beautiful Cape Sandblast, but you can see turbulent waters there. You can actually see some of the water coming over those rocks that line the roadway there. Again, this is a camera, weather stem camera at Cape Sandblast. So really kind of surprised to see the surf look like that at this point, but boy, the rain definitely falling and the surf rough as well. We want to check in with Ava Van Valen right now. Already we have some power outages to report down along the coast. Ava, fill us in.
That's right, Julie. So yes, it's still early in the evening, but we do have some power outages. We're going to take a look at the power outages in the state of Florida. So right now there's almost 58,000 power outages. And if we take a look at this map here, Washington County, 4.6% of customers are without power right now. 5.7% in Levy County without power right now. And if we take a look at Wakulla County here, you can see 3.5% of customers are without power. If we take a closer look here at the Talquin electric outage map, we can see Shell Point Beach here. It says that there are currently 505 customers without power, and the reason for that is flood. So I'm going to continue to monitor these outages as the night goes on. And back to you, Julie Jacob.
Right, we do expect outages to become widespread to the point where we may not even have to show updates, and it might just be all across the board. If you're in our area, you don't have power. We'll see how it goes. But Ava, thank you so much. Let's turn things back over to Mike McCall. Mike, did we get a 4 o'clock update?
We did. No adjustments to the forecast. That will come with the 5 o'clock advisory. But as of 4 o'clock, the pressure has dropped a little bit more. Now down to, let's go back to max 1 if we could. Okay, but there's some of the rainfall coming into the coast, which we will talk about. We're going to talk about local weather too. But pressure down to 951. The winds are still 120 miles per hour, in case you missed it, around 225 or so. The hurricane hunters found strong enough winds to upgrade it to Category 3 with 120 mile an hour winds. And that forward speed now north-northeast at 21. Now, we've talked more about forward speed with this than we typically do, because usually it's the slow-moving ones where we just talk about the mammoth amounts of deadly flooding that can happen. Now, there are a lot of other things that go along with a slower-moving system, but a faster-moving system, it can kind of work in your favor as far as the surge goes, because it doesn't have as much time to build up the water and then push it in, but it also, it's really going to focus in, because of that direction of movement being like this, it's still going to really focus the water into Appalachia Bay. So that part doesn't help us out too much, the fact that it's moving quickly. But what it does do on the negative side is it will take those very strong winds. Now, it's not going to move due north. It's moving north-northeast. So it's still expected to come right up into Appalachia Bay. And that there's still enough uncertainty whether that could be Shell Point or whether it could be Steinhatchee. There's still a pretty large area where that center, but keep in mind, this center is not a little small center. It's a large one, and it's going to be basically a ring of really intense winds on both sides of it. So the center may come ashore a particular spot, but even 10, 20 miles to the west of that's really going to get the intense stuff as much as the east side. We'll show you that coming up too in a moment. Still expected to come late tonight. So what kind of timing are we talking about? Well, conditions will rapidly go downhill for us after the sun sets. So until then, the breezes will just gradually increase. They're not going to be extreme before sunset. The rains, we'll see more of those coming in, but it's all going to kind of happen rather quickly once that sun goes down. The actual landfall, I'd say we're probably looking more at the maybe 10 to 11 o'clock range. The farther east it goes, that would be a little bit earlier because of the shape of the coast. So if it were southern Taylor County, that could be an hour or so earlier than maybe up towards St. Mark's. But again, the center, the landfall, is when the center actually crosses land. That means that half of the hurricane has moved ashore and there's still half to come. The good news is the second half should be a whole lot drier because the dry air will rapidly wrap around it, and because it's moving so quickly that, yes, there'll still be some wind, but the main bit of rain will be what's coming. The top half, the northern half of it, will be the big rainmaker. The southern half will still be some wind, but we'll see some drying air. The water buildup that I talked about, still talking about 10 to 15 feet of storm surge, perhaps even as high as 15 to 20 feet. If this is a 120 mile an hour major hurricane, and it's still possible it could even get a little bit stronger, although that seems less likely now than it did even 12 to 18 hours ago because the structure of the storm hasn't really consolidated, but it still has time. We're not going to change our preps at this point. Whatever you've prepared for is probably what you're going to have to stay with. Hopefully it was for the really bad stuff, and if it ends up being less bad, that's fantastic. That's what we're all hoping for. Satellite view, look at these deep bursts of convection, really starting to ramp up north and northwest of the center. When those wrap around that center, I think we could really see this close off and really get that classical look to it. But it is moving quickly, and that's the other part about a fast-moving system. If it's moving 20, 25 miles per hour, that forward speed will add a little bit of wind on the eastern side and kind of take it away from the western side. Now, again, we're talking small bits, but that is another player when we talk about forecast winds, the fact that it is moving quickly. Hopefully, it'll help to keep it from organizing much, too. Satellite and radar put together. Now, we talk about the big wind field. See how the rain, all of this rain up here is pretty far removed. Yeah, it's kind of tied into the general circulation, but it's not the really intense stuff that's right around the center. So we've got all of this that's directly associated with it, but all of that stuff that's come up and already brought our area several inches of rain, that's already caused some flooding problems. The onshore, it's still pretty much a south wind right along the coast, the west coast of Florida, but that's already starting to push that water up into places like Tampa Bay, and after it moves by, that wind becomes more southwesterly and westerly, so they're just getting started with the storm surge along the west coast. What's good about this map is the radar is the best way to track that center, which you can clearly see moving just a little bit to the right of due north. So every little bit here would worsen the impacts for our eastern counties and lessen them only slightly, but we're talking small amounts. We have to treat the whole viewing area as if they're going to get the worst stuff because you don't want to get caught with your guard down at this point. If you still have some things to do, and especially if you're in South Georgia, it's pretty quiet at this point, to be honest with you. Nothing more than a few sprinkles, and there's not a whole lot of wind. Most of the heavy rain is over the western Big Bend and moving out for now, and the heavier stuff directly associated with Helene will be coming in about another hour or two, and then really start to increase as we get toward sunset. The graph model, which we talk a lot about, is still that one that's much farther east than everybody else. Will it be accurate? It's possible. I mean, any model is possible, but the important thing here to look at is how large this core is, the really intense stuff. The model's really picking up on the fact that this is still a major hurricane. So whether that center goes here or here or here, it's still going to be large. Now, where it would lessen the impacts would certainly be once you get, say, 50 miles or so west of that center. That's where these northerly winds will still be strong, but they might stay at just moderate tropical storm strength. So again, What could be good news for them would be worse news for the folks here from, say, Perry to Mayo to Live Oak to Valdosta to Statenville to Madison. Those are all areas that if it takes that more eastern path, you're going to get the core of those strongest winds. So just prepare for all of that. And by the time we get to 3 a.m., regardless of where the center goes ashore, it will rapidly be departing. There still will be a little bit of wraparound rain, but certainly by sunrise, it's gone. And I don't see anything more than any isolated showers coming up tomorrow. That forecast wind field is expected to be large. It already is, but look how that just spreads out all those tropical storm force winds. And we may have to make an adjustment. Actually, this has adjusted. Okay, because previously these hurricane force winds were more here. They have adjusted now. So the National Hurricane Center has focused more of these hurricane conditions over the eastern half of the Big Bend and the eastern half of our South Georgia counties. But see how that area goes all the way up toward Albany. So again, slightly better news, western areas, slightly worse news for our eastern areas, which I've already had to deal with, Adalia and Debbie. So there are no winners here, that's for sure, at all. As far as the winds go right now, I mentioned not much of a deal. We've got some gusts, 20 to 25 miles per hour down toward the coast. So no issues at all with if you have to rapidly finish up any preparations. Now, this, again, just a model forecast, but here's why we want to talk about these wind gusts. The gusts are typically what do the damage. Sustained winds we talk about a lot. You know, the sustained winds, 120 miles an hour. Those are mainly aloft. You typically don't see those down toward the surface. But if you get those gusts that go up near 100 miles per hour, that's when we talk about those massive tree down type of events and power outages. Look at some of these forecast wind gusts as we get to around 10 o'clock tonight. Now we're seeing 75 to 85 mile per hour gusts. 75 to 80 mile per hour gusts, say from Tallahassee toward Valdosta, perhaps exceeding 100 miles per hour from Mayo to Live Oak. Again, this is not meant to frighten anybody, but it's a model, so it shows the potential, and hopefully there'll be some weakening, and if it goes farther east or west, these numbers could be 20 miles more west or east. But so don't just focus in on one particular area, just look at the whole broad breadth of this. Even at 1:30, we're still talking about 75 to 85 mile per hour wind gusts from, say, I-10 up toward Tifton. And then finally, by around 3:30, then those gusts start to calm down. Keep in mind that if you need first responders, they can't go out until those winds get down to a certain level. And certainly the line crews aren't going to go out until the winds are at a safe level. So when these gusts start to come down, by sunrise, we should be able to start getting some rapid improvement weather-wise and start to get things cleaned up. Look out from St. Mark's, one of the spots that will definitely see some big-time storm surge. Again, it's not going to pile up rapidly. This doesn't happen all day long. It's kind of a slow process. The water is already building, and it will continue to do this at a slow pace. But when you get in that last hour or two, that's when Mother Nature literally just flips the switch, and you won't be able to see because the spray will be there. It'll be dark too. You won't be able to see it. But then you get the wave action on top of the rising water, and storm surge is a scary thing. I've only seen it once in my life, and it was in Massachusetts, of all places. I was in Cape Cod many years ago for Hurricane Bob, and I will never forget what it was like to see how you think, is this as bad as it gets? And then it suddenly really increased in a big hurry. Locally, what have we got going on? There's your rain. Now, there are some heavy showers down through parts of Franklin County and into Wakulla County, and there's already been a fair amount of rain. We've already had some flash flood warnings. The issue here is that this is putting a lot of water into the Ocklawaha River, so when the onshore winds start kind of pushing that water back inland, that could cause some problems there. But we're also going to see some of that wind-driven water, the surge, kind of push up into the St. Mark's River, the Osceola River, Steinhatchee River, and even down to the Suwannee River. Those are all something that we'll have to watch for. As far as our local futurecast, now this is a different model. It's called a rapid refresh. If you want to know what all the HRRR is all about, it's showing these waves of rainfall by the time we get to sunset. Now, typically this model kind of overdoes the intensity a little bit, so don't be too scared by that. But it does show the really heavy stuff coming in to the middle of the viewing area by the time we get to 10 o'clock tonight as that center gets closer to shore. This particular model is a little more towards, say, the central Taylor County coast or maybe up toward the Osceola River. But keep in mind, look how large this is. So these big impacts could extend easily back to Tallahassee, Quincy, Cairo, Moultrie, and certainly big-time impacts Perry, Madison, Live Oak, Jasper, Statenville, Adel. They're all going to be in those areas that could see the worst of the winds as it moves inland. And we'll continue to do that as we get into the overnight period. And just one more final view of that futurecast. That's the other version. That's the graph. The good part of this is that this is what comes in Friday and Saturday. No more than some isolated showers coming around. All right, time to take a little break from this part. Back to Jacob and Julie.
Yeah, Mike, certainly local emergency managers and first responders doing their part to try to keep people safe this evening and keep them off the roads as all this wind and rain, Mike, that you've been talking about really starts to hit home. We do want to mention there are some curfews in effect in our region. Let's go ahead and talk about those. If you're finishing up your preps and you want to make sure you get to wherever you're going to go tonight to weather this storm, we want to mention that Thomas County and Bainbridge both have curfews that start at 6 o'clock tonight and they last through tomorrow morning. Valdosta has a citywide curfew. It begins at 8 o'clock tonight, and there travel will only be allowed for work or for medical reasons.
And right now we only know of one Big Bend County with a curfew set. That's Taylor County. They have a sunrise to sunset curfew, but of course essentially all our coastal counties, Franklin, Wakulla, Taylor included, have those mandatory evacuation orders. Those orders were put into place this morning, and most officials said 4 o'clock today was about the end of the window. And if you're still on the coast, you might still have time now, but that window is rapidly closing.
Absolutely. And sunset tonight is at around 7:30. And so, things always get trickier after dark. If there's a tree that has fallen or a power line that's fallen, you don't necessarily see it in time to stop. Things like that. So important to get where you're going before the sun goes down today and to stay in that place of safety for the duration.
Okay, let's tune in now to our reporters that are going to be manning the shelter scene in Leon County for us. Those are Matt Hoffman and Zach Dahlheimer, and they have been talking with school officials. And let's just get the latest from Childs High School right now. Zach?
Yeah, hey, Jacob, Julie, as you just mentioned, we're here at Childs High School. This is one of 8 shelters, schools within Leon County being used as shelters for people all throughout the Big Bend, even South Georgia, to come down and shelter as Helene continues to get closer to our area. First, I just want to talk about the conditions. It's just sprinkling rain actually just started about a few minutes ago right now, but overall the mood has been calm. Right behind me at the school's gymnasium, this is where the shelter is. We have about 200 people, last check around an hour and a half ago, have taken up shelter here at Childs High School. And in fact, just a few moments ago, you missed the truck that was just right here from Leon County Schools. They just delivered a bunch of new cots from FAMU to be put inside the shelter behind me. Superintendent Rocky Hanna told us earlier that no one will be turned away from the shelters here this afternoon and throughout the evening. In fact, Superintendent Hanna talked about the sturdiness of these buildings throughout all the schools and them being a safe place for people to shelter while the storm comes through our area.
Our schools are built by the Florida Building Code to withstand hurricane force winds. So please, I would encourage all of our residents here in Leon County and surrounding counties, if you don't feel good, if you're surrounded by trees, come to one of our large high schools. We'll shelter you, and then after the storm passes, you can return home.
Yeah, and to put into perspective, Julie and Jacob, Childs High School, many people familiar with it. It's a wide open area where we're standing right here. We have some small trees, but not really a lot of large trees here. So very safe property and a very sturdy building, as Superintendent Hanna was saying. Still plenty of room, of course. About an hour ago, he said that he believed that across all 8 shelters, about 1,000 people are in these shelters as we speak, with the number growing and more resources with these cots from FAMU now here at Childs High School. So the bottom line, there's plenty of room. If you're in a county, especially one that has a mandatory evacuation order, there is a place for you to stay at Childs High School and 7 other schools here in Leon County. And also, there's all these shelters are pet friendly. We talked with Principal Joe Burgess here at Childs High School. We talked about the many resources. Leon County Humane Society have numbers right here and people looking out for their pets. In fact, there's a whole building on the other side of campus dedicated to pets. Any pet that you have, they said to encourage to make sure that you bring them with you so that they're safe as the storm comes through as well. Make sure you take care of your loved ones and your four-legged friends. So we're going to continue to keep track on shelter conditions, but the number, of course, continues to grow. But more resources are on the way and plenty of room still here at Childs High School and shelters all across Leon County. Jacob, Julie, will send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, Zach, a quick question, if I may. You mentioned there are a couple hundred people there. Are you getting a sense of where they are from, what counties perhaps they have left, or are they folks here in Leon County who just don't feel safe in their own homes?
Yeah, Julie, so I talked with Principal Burgess as well as Superintendent Hanna. I asked him that very question. A large number of people are from Leon County, but they're also from those coastal counties that may be under that mandatory evacuation order, counties along the coast of Wakulla, Franklin, Taylor County, quite a bit from all over the Big Bend here as well. So lots of people within Leon County, but a lot of people from the coast coming up north to take shelter here at these schools.
All right, Zach Dahlheimer reporting right now. Thanks so much, Zach. We'll check in with you shortly. I did want to mention the schools that are available as shelters right now. In addition to Childs, Lincoln High School, Godby High School, Leon High School, Sale High School, Rickards High School, Fairview Middle School, and the Fort Braden School. So no matter where you're coming from seeking shelter, there's a shelter that's close to you with bed space available.
And we have a list on our website of not just the Leon County shelters, but all our viewing area shelters available, because that window, I've said it about 100 times so far the last few hours, that window is certain to close pretty soon. One of those shelters in our Tallahassee area was at the Lawson Center on FAMU's campus. The FAMU community inviting students who are sheltering the storm, riding out the storm in Tallahassee, as well as the community could run to the Lawson Center there. You can see this was the view from outside just a little while ago. Of course, we have FSU and FAMU students here that are perhaps experiencing a hurricane for the first time, and then of course they have family who may be hundreds of miles away, very anxious that their loved one is about to experience this hurricane. But both universities have plans in place. FSU at the Tucker Center, that is for FSU students only. That'll remain open until the all clear is given at FSU's campus.
Yeah, Jacob mentioned that we do have on our website list of all the shelters that are open across our viewing area. We did want to mention these in South Georgia. There are shelters open in Colquitt County, in Thomas County, in Decatur County, in Lowndes County. Organizations like Good Samaritans, Red Cross, and Hope Farms helping to make sure people have a safe place to go today. Majority of these are open now. And the Cross Creek Elementary School shelter in Thomas County, opened just a few minutes ago, 4 o'clock. If you're going to a shelter, we do have a list on our website of things that you want to consider bringing with you, but of course things like bedding, snacks, and the important stuff that a lot of people leave behind in their rush to get out the door, medication should you need it, and any important documents that you want to safeguard from the potential of being soaked.
Right, we've had a few days to try to create that list of things you would want to bring, but then it's the moment to leave and you might leave something behind, so do your best to avoid that. As we've mentioned, all of the peninsula of Florida really feeling the effects of Helene. This is some video out of Sarasota County. You can see the water lapping the concrete there, streets already starting to flood in some places. Thankfully, we're told no one is around the coast at this point. All businesses were locked up tight and prepared. One resident said that her family is staying in the Sarasota area, and they think they're prepared enough for any possibility of potentially 7 feet of storm surge.
People that are on vacation, they're told to leave. If you live out here, it's your choice. A lot of people do, but there's a lot of us diehards who've been out here and we stick with it. But as you can see, the water is getting rough and getting higher. The storm surge is definitely the bigger issue out here than the wind right now.
All right, we want to check out some video that's coming to us from Lee County, Florida. You can see here, this is the rapidly rising water we're talking about. It catches people by surprise. Sheriff's deputies there had to help people escape from their cars as the water rose in Lee County, Florida.
And right now, power outages, we had to check in with Ava a little while ago. They do exist, but they're still minimal, but that we expect to change. So if you do lose power, here is a reminder, ways to watch our continuous coverage. You can scan the code on your screen. That allows you to download our WCTV News app. It also has our Facebook page, and then the Roku option, the Fire TV option, lots of streaming content that you can do to watch us, even if your cable goes out.
That's right. And you know, power goes out, sometimes cable goes out, sometimes internet goes out. So we're trying to make sure you have as many options as possible to get the very best and the very latest information. This is another way you can do it. We are being simulcast right now on iHeart radio stations here in Tallahassee. You can see them there, 101.5, 105.3, 107.1, 100.7, 94.9, and 96.5. Thanks to them for making this service available to so many of you should you need it later tonight if your power goes out.
Okay, we have 4 excellent meteorologists walking you through this storm. We've seen Rob, we've seen Josh, Mike is with us. Now Cameron Aaron joining the group here. And Cameron, a long day ahead, a long night ahead. What's the latest?
Yeah, Jacob, Julie, we are closely waiting for the new advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and that will come down in about 30 minutes at 5 o'clock. And at that point, we should have new numbers, also a new cone. But at this point, Helene, still a Category 3 storm. Those winds up to 120 miles per hour, pushing off to the north-northeast at a quick pace of 21 miles per hour. That pressure also quickly falling down to 951 millibars. Again, this is the cone from earlier this morning, and we will have an update in about 30 minutes. But as of right now, that landfall still looks imminent later tonight, close to the Big Bend of Florida, pushing quickly into South Georgia as well. Don't only focus on the cone. This is a very large storm. We'll have impacts outside the cone, both east and west. And notice all the alerts over in the peninsula of Florida as well. And this is a quick moving system. This will quickly push off to the north into parts of Georgia and Tennessee as we go into Friday and the weekend. At this point, though, we are still tracking Hurricane Helene in the eastern Gulf of Mexico. You can see all the rain, all the alerts in place, but also we are keeping a close eye on these bands of showers and storms rotating around the center of Helene. We have a tornado warning over parts of the eastern peninsula of Florida, close to Daytona Beach. Now, closer to home, we have no alerts, but we do have a watch in place. This is a tornado watch in place for the entire region from the Big Bend stretching into South Georgia, and this will last until 10 o'clock this evening. So yes, we are watching out for the rain, for the wind, but also the potential of a few of those rotating thunderstorms, especially along and east of the center of circulation. So we will likely see that over those far eastern counties, and that is where we find a level 2 slight risk of severe weather in place from the Storm Prediction Center, from near St. Mark's to Thomasville and back to the east, close to the I-75 corridor. That is a level 2 slight risk of severe weather in place. Again, not an overly dramatic threat, but still we are watching out for the potential for a few of those rotating storms as we go into this evening, also tonight. So be sure that you have a way to receive warnings. You have that First Alert weather app that will notify you if a watch or a warning is issued in your location. At this point, we have no active warnings in place, but we are tracking more rain pushing across the Big Bend, also into South Georgia. We are watching out for these little bands pushing through parts of Franklin County, also into Liberty County, pushing into Crawfordville, close to Wakulla County. Again, any of these could pack a punch with the heavy rain, the gusty winds, possibly a quick spin-up tornado, and these will also be that, a quick spin-up. So be sure that you have ways to receive warnings, because these could also not have a lot of lead time, because tropical systems, they can spin up those tornadoes pretty quickly. So again, just be sure that you have those ways to receive warnings. Also watching out for this, a heavy rainfall threat as Helene comes ashore. Now, this is on top of the rain that we have already gotten yesterday, also earlier this morning. We could still see up to 3, possibly 8 inches of rain in some areas over the next several hours as Helene pushes off to the north. So again, we are tracking the potential for saltwater flooding, but also freshwater flooding thanks to the heavy rainfall issue. We have a flood watch in place, and that will last for all of us until we go through Friday morning. So we are anticipating some quick improvements by Friday morning, but until then, just be sure that you stay weather aware. All of us have a hurricane warning in place, but again, like I talked about, This is such a large system. We have tropical storm warnings all the way over to near Destin, Florida and the Panhandle. Also, we have hurricane warnings as far east as Gainesville over in the peninsula. So again, this is a wide system. Don't only pay attention to the center of circulation and the center of the cone. We will have impacts outside the cone as we go through the rest of this evening, also tonight. At this point, those winds not terrible, gusting between 10, 15, possibly up to 20 miles per hour in some areas. But again, we are anticipating the potential to see wind gusts up to or more than hurricane force later on this evening and going into tonight. Now, Mike showed you this graphic a few minutes ago, and like we talked about then, this has changed a little bit thanks to a little bit of an eastward jog, but still, don't let your guard down anywhere across the Big Bend or South Georgia, because we are tracking tropical storm conditions across the region, but also near and east of the center of circulation. Hurricane conditions are likely as well. And again, don't only pay attention to the center of circulation, because impacts will be felt outside the cone. We have storm surge warnings in place from Apalachicola across Wakulla County, pushing into parts of Jefferson County, also for Taylor County as well. The higher storm surge threat will be along and east of the center of circulation. Now, this doesn't mean that every single place from Franklin County over to near Keaton Beach and Steinhatchee will see 15 to 20 feet of storm surge, but this means places in this zone in the worst case scenario could see storm surge values up to 15 or 20 feet above normally dry ground. Now, for our friends in St. George Island pushing close to Apalachicola, this is nothing to sneeze at. A storm surge peak forecast of 10 to 15 feet as you go west of the center of circulation. So let's put all that together in one impact graphic. Again, we're tracking several different threats. We have rainfall, we have strong winds, we have storm surge, but we also have the potential for maybe a few of those spin-up tornadoes. Again, the better chance for that high storm surge will be along and east of the center of circulation for places like Taylor County pushing into Jefferson County. This is a significant storm surge threat. Everyone along the coast should have been evacuated yesterday, last night, again this morning at the latest, as we could see storm surge values up to 20 feet in some areas. Wind also a key concern, especially close to the center of circulation. Close to the coast, we could have sustained winds, maybe close to 100 miles per hour, especially close to the coast. But because Helene is moving so quickly, this will take time for it to weaken. So we are anticipating more impacts further north into our South Georgia counties. So even though you live in South Georgia, don't let your guard down. Possibly winds as high as 50, maybe up to 75 miles per hour, and those gusts especially up to close to hurricane force east of the center of circulation. Power outages, that will be a concern. Already have some reports of power outages in the Big Bend, and again, the rainfall, that will be another key concern to go through the rest of Thursday, as we could see an additional 3, possibly up to 8 inches of rain in the forecast. Now again, as Helene pushes off to the north, drier air that will settle in, and we do have some better weather on the way to go into your Friday also this weekend. Let's back up a little bit and show the latest cone. Again, we are anticipating that we see a new cone as we go into the 5 o'clock hour. So we are close to that. All right, thank you, Mike. We're going to back up for me, and he will show the new advisory once it comes through, of course. But as of right now, that cone is from 11 o'clock this morning, but we'll get a new cone and we'll have new numbers in just a few minutes. As of right now, this is a Category 3 storm. Those winds of 120 miles per hour, the pressure 951 millibars. That's a pretty significant drop from the last advisory from the National Hurricane Center. And again, like we talked about all week long, this is a quick moving system north-northeast at 21 miles per hour. And this is about 145 miles to the west of Tampa. And again, pushing away from Tampa Bay. But even there, we are expecting some impacts of surge, heavy rainfall, and gusty winds because this system is so large.
Okay, Cameron, Aaron, keeping tabs on that latest forecast, and of course at the top of the hour we might have a lot more information about the new cone and all of that, so we'll keep you close by. Cameron, thank you.
All right, yeah, all the adjustments we'll let you know, all the updates we'll let you know. Want to make sure you know exactly what to expect as we head into the worst of Hurricane Helene. Now, of course, the governor's mentioned it, we've mentioned it. Power outages very likely tonight as those strong winds come ashore, trees topple, power lines topple, that kind of thing. And so many of you will be trying to or say, oh my goodness, I have a refrigerator full of food. I don't want to lose it all. So Abby Walton is here right now to let us know how we can safeguard what we've got in the fridge. Ab.
Hi guys. Okay, so if you don't have a generator to power your fridge, what should you do when the power goes out? All right, first and foremost, do not open your fridge, do not open your freezer unless you absolutely have to. Again, a half full freezer of frozen food will take 24 hours. You can keep a half full freezer. It'll keep that food frozen for 24 hours. A full freezer will keep food frozen for about 48 hours. Now, if you think the outage is going to last longer than 4 hours, and let's be honest, it probably will, move those perishable items to coolers with ice. So hopefully, maybe you've designated some coolers that if that happens, move those meat products, those perishable items into coolers without ice. Again, if the American Cross is saying if refrigerated foods have been exposed to high temps, around 40 degrees or more for about 2 hours, you might want to discard those items. Again, you want to look for things like unusual color, odor, texture. All of that needs to be thrown away. You have to do the sniff test if it's been longer than 4 hours. If you're kind of iffy, throw it out. But here's the good thing. You don't have to throw everything out. Here's some good things to know. These items are safe to consume after a 2-hour exposure to 40 degrees plus. Hard cheeses that are properly wrapped, butter and margarine, taco, barbecue and soy sauce, peanut butter and jelly, mustard, ketchup, and relish. So, Julie and Jacob, I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of people eating peanut butter and jelly for a while, so that is good to know that those are the staples that will stay good for a long time as we continue to see those power outages and wait for power to be restored. So we just want everybody to be prepared, be safe, and we don't want anybody to get sick by eating spoiled food.
Oh my goodness, I've got 4 PB&Js in my cooler right out there.
I knew you did.
It doesn't matter at the time of year. Julie is probably eating a peanut butter jelly sandwich.
That's right. It's all season, right? All year round. And Abby too. We joke about it, but sometimes when your food is about to go bad, people fire up the grill or fire up the smoker and share what they have. So that is also an option before the weather gets bad.
We talked about that already. Yes, thanks.
All right, thank you, Abby. We want to take you back to the Sarasota area where Florida Power and Light are gearing up their crews for Helene's wrath. We expect lots of counties in Florida to be in the dark. Currently, there are 18 staging sites across the state that are close to, but of course not in the impact zones. This morning in Sarasota, hundreds of FPL workers were on standby at the arena there, ready to help residents and businesses when they lose power.
This is incredibly important for us to be out kind of near those impact sites so we can respond as quickly as possible. We can start assessing the damage, know what we're dealing with, and then we can get the crews ready to get out there and start restoring power when it's safe to do so.
Florida Power and Light offers many tips during storm season. They encourage you to visit mysuncoast.com for more information as they get ready for what will be a long week and perhaps weeks ahead.
Boy, and this has been one of my favorite cameras all day long. You can really see the impact of those turbulent waters there jumping the side and filling the streets. I know I'm always afraid for that one car that's in this video, though. Right. There always seems to be one driving down the street despite the conditions, despite the fact that the water is jumping its confines and, really not safe to be that close to the water. But I also feel for those businesses right there. I bet when it's beautiful and sunny, they're probably packed. And in days like this, it's probably super scary.
Absolutely. That's Cedar Key. On the other side of Appalachia Bay, we have Franklin County and Sheriff A.J. Smith. We checked in with him a little bit earlier as the rain was coming down in Apalachicola, and Franklin County has been one of the harder hit areas in terms of rainfall today. I believe we have the sheriff on the phone with us live now. And Sheriff, we really appreciate you taking a few minutes of what will be a very busy day with us. First off, what does the county look like right now? What do the roads look like as the rain continues to fall?
Good afternoon. Well, right now the rain is just a really light rain. It's not really bad at all. A lot of the rain that came down earlier has already run back off into the river. So kind of the calm before the storm.
Right, and I know there was a mandatory evacuation order for your county. I know I asked you yesterday how the folks there were heeding those warnings. Now we're really at the point where you have to leave or stay now. How have folks, in your opinion, done, and are you seeing a lot of folks out right now?
They've done really well. I think a lot of people took the warning and they left, and actually I'm on the road right now and I don't see the first car, which is nice.
Well, and Sheriff, let's talk about that. At some point when the winds, are greater, the bridges close, it's not safe for first responders to be out there checking on anyone. Give me some idea of the timeline for that and how that will work as we go into this evening.
Well, I mean, we were initially told, I guess, it was going to be an 8 o'clock landfall. Now I think they pushed it out a little bit later. But yeah, we have our places to go and hunker down once the storm, gets close and the conditions deteriorate. And when that happens, we won't be able to answer calls, particularly if roads are covered with water or if there's, 80, 90 mile an hour wind. So the people have to wait until the weather conditions become favorable. So that's why we hoped everybody would evacuate, and the ones that didn't just stay off the roads. And I think a lot of people did evacuate, and people are off the road, so that's a good thing for us.
Well, we've been talking a lot about the predicted storm surge in the coastal communities, including Franklin County, of course. What have you seen in terms of the water levels rising? We've seen some kind of turbulent waters as we've looked at different weather stem cameras throughout Franklin County. What are you seeing?
Well, right now I'm actually between the bridges, and the tide has gone back out, which was good because it was much higher earlier. And we had a lot more rain, so we had some streets that were flooded in various parts across the county. So right now we're in good shape, but we know it's going to get worse. So just still encourage people, just stay home. All the businesses are closed. There's really no reason for anybody to be out unless you are a first responder.
And we are predicting as many as 10 feet of storm surge for areas like St. George Island. And Sheriff, I know you've been in that community for so long. What would that look like for St. George if that were to come to fruition?
Well, Michael brought a lot of water to the bay. We had a lot of houses flooded, and even to the Gulf side. So yeah, there's going to be damage over there for sure, and hopefully it'll be minimal.
That is the hope indeed. Sheriff, any other message you want to communicate to your residents right now?
No, just the biggest message is please stay in. Don't get on the roads, because we don't want to have to be out trying to rescue you or fix your car if you're broken down or, work a traffic accident. So just stay home. There's nothing out here to see. Tune in to the TV and you can see everything you need. So just stay home.
We can support that message for sure.
We appreciate it so much. We know you have such a resilient community in Franklin County, and we're hoping that damage this evening is minimal and we can all get back to enjoying Franklin County's beautiful beaches soon. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. We do want to issue just an update on the shelter situation in Leon County. Leon County Schools just a moment ago sent an advisory for anyone that might still be looking to show up to a shelter. They're asking folks to stay away now from Leon High School and Childs High School. They are nearing capacity. We're told that's more for a comfort situation, not necessarily a safety situation, but just because there's extra room in those other high schools still, especially Rickards apparently. They're advising you to try to stay away from Childs or Leon as those gyms and buildings are quickly filling up.
Right, and they opened Rickards today, so it has the fewest people right now, so that's a great spot. It's also toward the southern part of the county, so if you're coming from Wakulla, for instance, or Taylor, it may be actually the closer option for you. Want to mention those shelters one more time for you, just in case. Lincoln, Godby, Sale, Fairview Middle, Fort Braden School, and of course Rickards High School being your best choices if you're still evacuating and hoping to get a cot or a spot, as they say, at one of the shelters here in Leon County.
Okay, we are about 10 minutes away from that all-important 5 o'clock mark and that 5 o'clock advisory. Mike McCall back with us. And Mike, do we have it yet, or are we still waiting for it?
We do. It is in-house. National Hurricane Center had issued it a little bit before the hour. So no major changes, but a couple of things that I noticed in the discussion. First of all, we'll let you look at the numbers. The pressure, well, since last hour is still at 951. Now, the planes aren't in the center all of the time. They fly different routes and kind of go around and then replace with another plane. But the last pass which lowered the pressure at 4 o'clock down to 951. That's pretty low. That's definitely major hurricane strength. Winds at 125 miles per hour, so only 5 miles an hour away from Category 4. One thing they did mention in the discussion is that they're really not anticipating any kind of weakening before it makes landfall. So what you see out in the Gulf of Mexico is what is likely to come right up through Appalachia Bay. There is still going to be a little bit of wiggle room for where the actual middle goes, but that center is going to be large. It's basically going to fill up Appalachia Bay. So even though the center may go here or here or here, it's going to be all of that middle and eastern half of the Big Bend, and then all of that middle and eastern half of South Georgia. Certainly there will be lower impacts the farther west you go, especially if there is a little more of a jog, but we're still talking strong tropical storm force winds versus high-end Category 1 or even Category 2 winds over inland areas. So that's where we sit. Also, one little change, that forward motion. 2 hours ago it was at 20 miles an hour, now it's at 23 miles per hour. So it is accelerating. What that does, and if you think about it, think about if you're in an airplane, and if you've got a tailwind, it makes your ground speed faster. So if you're traveling along at 300 miles an hour in a plane, but you've got a 100 mile an hour tailwind helping you out, your speed relative to the ground is 400 miles an hour. If you've got a headwind, it slows you down significantly. So it's kind of that addition and subtraction of that wind, that tailwind. Well, if you've got this moving along at 20 miles an hour, that eastern side where that wind is coming onshore, that's the same direction as the movement. So it's basically kind of a graphical addition, if you will, or a wind addition, if you will. So the stronger side gets accentuated in a faster moving system. It's still going to be strong near that core on the west side, don't get me wrong, but it will drop off drastically the farther west you go because of that fast forward speed. So that's just something that we'll observe, but again, I wouldn't just suddenly go, oh, well, I'm going to go hang out at the pool on the west side because now the winds might only be 40 miles an hour instead of 70. Don't do that. Just ride this out tonight and then be very grateful if you get those lower winds to the west, because eastern half of the area, I don't see any way that you're going to escape getting the worst of this. Look at this forecast. Now the 2 a.m. forecast, the National Hurricane Center still has it as a Category 2 hurricane up near Albany. Now, will we see 105 mile an hour sustained winds? Extremely unlikely. But there will be those winds aloft. And certainly the taller trees are just going to get mowed down by these winds during the overnight period throughout South Georgia. So this is absolutely still expected to be a South Georgia event as well. But there still could be some gusts that could get up near that value throughout South Georgia. So it's not just the Big Bend that will be getting the full impact of this. Because it is rapidly moving, we still think that by the time we get to tomorrow afternoon, it's up here into Tennessee, and we get a west wind or even a southwest wind, but the whole environment dries out rapidly. So that's what we're looking at. So that's the newest stuff. I wanted to show you these consensus models because even a little bit of a change. Geographically speaking, we're not talking much, but the difference yesterday, these models were kind of lined up roughly over Alligator Point. Now they're roughly lined up over the Osceola River. So again, that's not much room at all, but what that can do is bring even more of the stronger winds to our eastern counties. And still, because we're talking about a very large system, which I'll show you on the model guidance here in a moment, it's still going to have big impacts over the middle parts of the region too. This by no stretch will just be a lopsided eastern system, but at least it will keep on moving. Still with that trajectory, especially the upper parts of Appalachia Bay and Taylor County, we're still looking at what could be this catastrophic storm surge. In spots, could be as high as 15 to 20 feet. Very likely going to break records for storm surge, and that includes storm of the century. It includes Idalia if this ends up coming ashore in this general vicinity. Now, could it lower these impacts a little bit? Perhaps, but the water is still going to get pushed up well ahead of it, and then it has nowhere to go. So If you only end up with 7 feet of storm surge instead of 10, I'd be grateful, but I still would stay nowhere near the coast until this thing has moved way inland and we start to shift around to that west wind and give that water a chance to recede. Look at the satellite view and how that core is really starting to take shape. And yes, you really get a good view looking at the satellite of the wobbles that happen with it. So as these bursts of convection happen, they're like weights on a wheel that kind of make it wobble to one side or the other. But if this convection does wrap around that center, you get that closed off eye, the wobbles will be a lot smaller because it'll be intense convection all the way around. So you won't have those bursts that kind of pull it one way or the other. Take a look at the water vapor imagery because this is the good stuff out here. This is the very dry air just sitting there waiting. This is a wall of moisture that's just too strong right now. It will rapidly come underneath it when it passes by. That's the air that will come our way tomorrow. For now, we're already getting some of these bands of rain. The heavy stuff has been primarily over the western parts of the Big Bend today, but that's not the stuff directly part of Helene. That's the stuff that's out here, and that's where we'll start to see even these bands that are 30, 40 miles north of the center, they could have some gusts that go up to hurricane force. Certainly the bands that are near that core will absolutely have those gusts that exceed hurricane force. It does look like there's a new tornado warning from that cell that's just moved ashore. So tell you what, I'm going to step out here and just move this over to radar. So Cameron's going to drive this. We're going to have a close look at that cell that's moving on shore since there does appear to be a circulation with it. So here's the cell, which is now inland from Carabel, so it's basically over the open part of Franklin County, moving toward the southern parts of Liberty County. But there you can see a little, it's not super pronounced. This is kind of a classic tropical tornado where you get that circulation, which can be really impressive out over the water. And then as it moves inland, it's moving so quickly that it's just this little quick burst of wind. But where we've got this green and the red right side by side, what we call a couplet, that's the circulation. Now, we haven't talked as much about the tornado threat this far north, but because this is so separate from the core of Helene, this is still possible. The larger tornado threat will actually be later tonight and overnight much farther east. But with this activity coming in from the southeast, that's what we're looking at here. So northwestern parts of Franklin County watching this rotating cell, which very likely will lose its spin rather quickly as it continues to move off toward the northwest. And basically that would take it over closer into Gulf County, so getting out of our viewing area. But while it's a pretty isolated area out over forest land, if you're in this part of Franklin County, especially when you get south of Sumatra and that part of northwestern Franklin County, yes, there is that quick shot of this twister coming your way, a classic little tropical one where it's moving probably 40, 50 miles per hour would be my estimate, and so it won't take long. But the farther away it gets from the coast, it gets away from that twisting and turning, more of the friction, I expect that spin to kind of ease up a bit. So that's where we stand right now. Obviously, we'll keep a very close eye on this as well as everything else. In case you missed it, the new advisory did come out. No major changes, but still, especially the central and eastern half of the Big Bend and our South Georgia counties, still expected to get the full force of what's expected with Helene late tonight and during the overnight period. There's that 5 o'clock advisory in with 125 mile per hour winds, taking aim at the upper part of Appalachia Bay. So could be as far west as St. Mark's, could be as far east as, say, central Taylor County, but that's where the center goes. The impact that the core of this could be as much as, say, 50 to 60 miles wide where we see those hurricane force winds. And if this is a well-defined eye, which is very possible, now it's tougher with a fast-moving system. It kind of gets muddied up by some cloud cover, but the eye will still be there, and we'll definitely see it on radar. Yes, you'll get that very light, if not calm wind. That means you've only seen half the hurricane. So if you are in that area where it could be Jefferson County, could be Taylor, could be Madison County, if you get into that eye where you just get 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and all of a sudden the winds go very, very light. Don't go out and try to make any repairs because it's such a fast-moving system that the return side will come along with the winds that will be just about as strong. So keep that in mind. All right, so we're going to take just a quick little break, just to reset a couple things. We're not going anywhere. We're just resetting some equipment, resetting some folks, and we'll be right back. So stay with us.
And we are tracking Hurricane Helene. We've been on the air since about 2 o'clock this afternoon, and we'll be with you through the duration of this storm. It is a powerful Category 3 hurricane. It could bring unprecedented wind and storm surge to our area, so we want to make sure that you have the very latest information that you need to stay safe.
And for most of our viewing area, it's been just a rainy September day to this point, something that we can all get used to and handle. Unfortunately, things are expected to change and change quickly. And again, we'll be here every step of the way as that moves through the Big Bend, but then also in our South Georgia counties. This will be a storm that impacts our friends in South Georgia as well. On that note, we want to check in with Stacy Inez. She is in Decatur County. That's where she plans to ride out Helene. And Stacy, what are you seeing out there so far?
Well, right now, so we're actually at the Circle K here, just off the expressway, and it's rather busy, honestly, given the storm coming. But we've talked to a lot of people here. They say that they're just picking up some last-minute things. Everybody at this point that we've spoken to who's here plans to stay in this area throughout the storm. And of course, officials have already urged everyone in this area. They're saying now is a little too late for people to evacuate. That's sort of the message they wanted us to get out. They don't want people getting caught in the storm, depending on which way they're trying to evacuate. So they do want people to stay put. Another important message from officials here is once the storm clears, they don't want people out on the roads. They don't want people going out trying to sightsee or look at damage. based on anything you might have seen on social media, because they say then you're going to be in the way of the first responders and people who need to be out on the road. But for here, pretty busy at the Circle K. On another note, we were in Thomas County earlier this morning. We spoke to some emergency management officials there. They had a very similar message of just making sure that first responders and people who need to be out are able to be out on the road. So we're going to hear from Chris Jones. He's going to explain what they're expecting to see there and how they're preparing for it. Take a look.
We're planning for several days without power. Several thousand trees is what we're expecting to be on the ground when the sun comes up in the morning. So throughout that event, the roads are going to be closed. Weather provided, we will continue to answer 911 calls to the best of our abilities, but at some point we will pull our trucks off the road when the wind speeds increase to where it's unsafe for our staff.
So, of course, right now we're sort of in that period where we're just waiting. A lot of people anxiously waiting. People I've spoken to today are talking about Hurricane Michael. They're sort of making that comparison. That's how they're taking this storm in terms of their own preparations. Officials here in Decatur County also making the point that at this point, they do expect some localized flooding, and so they wanted to make sure people know that if the roads do flood, do not drive through those flooded roads, because again, that does tie up more resources that need to be out, perhaps fixing some of the power lines or handling down trees. So they don't want people taking those unnecessary risks like driving through floodwaters. That's an important message. They do have a shelter at Jonesweed Elementary here in Decatur County, though. That is open. And again, just making sure that people remember to stay off the roads after the storm passes as well. Of course, we're not going anywhere. Jacob, you said it. We'll be riding out the storm in Decatur County, so we'll be keeping you updated on things here as they change, the conditions. Of course, we'll bring all that to you on air. For now, live in Decatur County, Jacob, Julie, I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Stacy, stay safe. And you can see there's a lot of activity still behind her. So hopefully those are the final preparations for those folks and they can get back home.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Stacy. And as you know, as she mentioned, a lot of people harken back to Hurricane Michael in 2018. It was a hurricane really the likes of which our area had not seen in a very long time. Did such incredible damage, not just at the coast, but 100 miles inland. Its impact was still being felt. It was a Cat 5 storm, and ground zero that day was Mexico Beach.
2 weeks from now will be the 6-year mark for Michael, and we've seen just so many major hurricanes impact North Florida and the Big Bend in the last 6 years. Michael really the one that sticks out for folks on the western half of our region. As you said, Mexico Beach was ground zero. They've done a lot to rebuild, but the threat of another Gulf hurricane certainly has folks there on edge. Danny Travis with her sister station was in Mexico Beach and filed this report.
What's notable about the city of Mexico Beach here is almost exactly 6 years ago, Hurricane Michael made landfall here as a major Category 5 hurricane, completely flattening this coastal community. And now as the city is just getting back on their feet, they're once again in the cone of uncertainty of Helene's potentially devastating path. Thursday morning, long trains of cars made their way out of Mexico Beach and all along the coast here, headed out of the evacuation zone. Up and down the coast, doors and windows are boarded up in preparation. At a local gas station, the few people left are out getting gas and last-minute groceries before hunkering down to ride out the storm.
We don't know what's going to happen, how bad it's going to be, We were here for Michael, so we know what it can be. So
it is slightly nerve-wracking, but Hurricane Michael was kind of as bad as it gets. So I mean, this whole area was like completely devastated. So if it's less bad than Hurricane Michael, maybe it'll be okay. But you never know. We spent all day yesterday moving stuff upstairs, trying to make sure everything was, putting boards on windows, making sure everything was settled for the hurricane.
We're already seeing power company crews stationed here in Mexico Beach ahead of the hurricane, ready to get to work restoring power as soon as the storm has passed. Everyone here is keeping a close eye on Helene, paying close attention to its strength as it inches closer to the coastline here. And by tomorrow, all of this will be far north, but right now, locals are bracing for what could be a long night. Reporting here in Mexico Beach in the Florida Panhandle, I'm Danny Travis.
All right, Danny. Yeah, you can't help but feel for so many of the residents who live along our Big Bend coastline. They've been through so much in these last 5, 6 years, rebuilding and then getting set back again by the next storm. And folks along the Taylor County coast, this will be the 3rd time they've had to deal with a hurricane in just 13 months. So our heart's going out to all of you. Just, stay tough.
Right.
Stay tough. We'll get through it.
And even though the cone is ticked slightly east, our friends on the western side of our viewing area and Mexico Beach, they can't let their guard down just yet.
No.
As Mike said, the impacts will be felt so far from that core. Now, one county that is still firmly in the cone is Jefferson County, just east of Tallahassee. Our Savannah Kelly has made her way there to the shelter in Jefferson County, a community that also was hit hard by Idalia last year. Savannah, what's the mood there right now?
Yeah, Jacob, Julie, like you said, we're at the shelter here, which is set up at the high school/middle school building. There are a couple dozen people here. There are also a lot of pets here. We've seen a lot of people out walking their dogs, getting that last walk outside in before the storm hits. So overall, people are still walking around, bringing stuff in. The weather here hasn't gotten bad yet. So people still kind of, prepping, walking around. But this shelter is going to be open until tomorrow morning. That is the plan as of now. As I said, it's pet friendly. There is going to be water and snacks available here, but no meals. So if you live in Jefferson County and are still planning on coming over here, plan to bring your own meals as well as any essential items like medications and bedding. There are cots inside of the gymnasium for people to sleep on, and they will accept as many people as come through. They're not going to be turning anyone away, but they do encourage people to come here earlier rather than later. Don't wait until the last minute. We're told that the sheriff's office was out earlier today knocking on doors throughout the community of people living in mobile homes and low-lying areas, urging them to leave and come to this shelter for their own safety. So if you are in one of those areas, there is still time to get out and to come to this safe space if you need it. Again, they expect to be open just until tomorrow morning. That could change depending on what the damage looks like, but for now, that is the plan here. And for now, I'll send it back to you, Jacob, Julie, in the studio.
And Savannah, just a quick question to you as well. Do you get the sense that most of the people who are sheltering there for the night are locals that perhaps live in mobile homes, or are they folks who are coming up from Taylor County who've been asked to evacuate?
Most of the people that we've talked to here are locals here in this area, people who are living not too far away and decided better safe than sorry, just come over here to the shelter and get settled in just in case. So far, all the people we've talked to here have been local within the county.
Hello to the young man who is waving behind you. I hope all is well and that you bought plenty of snacks, young man. All right, y'all stay safe. Thanks, Savannah.
Yeah, it'll be a tedious night for the kids and the parents watching
Right,
the
you got to
kids.
stay entertained. I hope you bought some books and some cards and some games.
Yes, stuff that doesn't require electricity,
and your
too.
imagination, right? It's always
Exactly.
helpful.
Now, again, we want to remind folks, if you're just tuning in for this 5 o'clock hour, we are expecting widespread power outages. There's a great chance you could lose our signal over the air or on cable, so we do invite you to scan this code. That directs you to find out ways to download our WCTV News app, find our Facebook page. We are streaming on Roku and Fire TV as well. So as long as you have a charge on your phone and your phone has cellular data or internet, you can still watch our newscasts visually. And then on the radio side of things, we are simulcasting on all the iHeart radio stations in Tallahassee. They're all on your screen: 101.5, 105.3, 107.1, 100.7, 94.9, and 96.5. So you can turn on the radio if you have an old-fashioned analog radio. Those should still work, I think, during the worst of the storm. My radio technology knowledge is limited, but they should work, and it's a great way to get up-to-date information as the worst arrives.
It is, absolutely. And we just want to make sure that you all have the information you need. So we're trying to find as many ways of delivering that to you as possible. Mike McCall joining us once again. Mike, we got an update within the last 30 minutes or so. You've had a little bit of time to take a closer look at it. Share what you know.
I do want to just mention the whole radio thing, because we've had some other folks talk about let's just go ahead and call it the good old days, where you can listen to 87.7 on the FM dial and listen to Channel 6. And since I have a little bit of extra time, I'll just tell you that was a fluke that every Channel 6 anywhere in the country, that their audio signal could be picked up, the analog audio signal could be picked up, and listened to at 87.7 on the FM dial. So I know a lot of folks, they listened to whether it was a soap opera or a game show or football, whatever it was, they could listen to WCTV on that. Well, when we went to digital, I think in 2009 is when that happened, the analog audio signal ceased to exist. We couldn't keep it going. We weren't allowed to. It was an FCC thing. So that's what ended the 87.7 thing. So I'm sure a lot of folks are like, didn't we used to be able to? Yes. Any Channel 6, if you were down at Channel 6 in Orlando or Channel 6 in some other state, you used to be able to listen to us, but not now. But we are so happy to have the radio partners out there. So I'll try to keep that in mind when I describe things, that you might only be listening to me and not be able to see what I'm talking about. But it is a visual medium, so we'll do it both ways. The latest advisory, Julie mentioned that we did get the new stuff in. It actually came in a little bit before 5 o'clock. Winds at 125, moving a little faster, moving north-northeast at 23. No major changes, but a couple of things I did notice in the discussion from the National Hurricane Center. They're really not expecting much weakening until it actually makes landfall. So right now that forecast is to continue this strength into landfall and moving, even if it doesn't accelerate anymore, moving at 23 miles per hour, it adds some extra wind to the east side of that eye wall. It subtracts a little bit from the west side. So the fast movement, even though it's going to be intense, it helps a little bit on the west side. It helps a lot more once you get, say, 30 or 40 miles west of the center, where it can help to decrease those wind speeds because of that rapid forward speed. But at that same time, it adds that extra bit of wind east of the center. And I'm saying that because the folks that have been hit so hard twice in the last year, and now for a third time, this could mean you for the strongest winds. So we're talking Jefferson, Madison, Hamilton, Suwannee, Lafayette counties, and up into Eccles and Lowndes and Clinch counties. All could see some of the strongest winds. Now we're talking the strongest. There are going to be a lot of strong winds elsewhere, which I will show you what one of our models is forecasting for that. They will quickly get better and become more of a west wind by tomorrow. It'll still be breezy tomorrow because this is such a strong system, but since it's moving so quickly away from us, it won't be the dangerous types of winds. All right, so let's look at the satellite view. Satellite view, the core really starting to come together, and it's getting closer and closer to closing off. And what I mean by that is the convection is starting to wrap all the way around the center without any gaps. When that happens, you won't see as many of the wobbles. That track will really start to get kind of locked in, and that eye wall really gets intense. And that's what is forecast. That's what we expect. We can always hope and pray that something different happens, but that's the way it's starting to look, especially about over the last hour or so. A great way to look at this, though, is through radar. Satellite is good, don't get me wrong, but radar gives you a much better idea of that forward motion, so this line right here that comes out of Apalachicola, that's the 85-degree west line, the line of longitude. So if you just look over the last 6 hours, it started to the left of that, and now it's to the right of that. So it is moving toward the north-northeast. So if it completely closes off, which looks like it's starting to, it's less likely that we'll see many of the wobbles, but that still aims it up toward the Jefferson, Taylor County coastlines. That's where the exact center goes. But look how big this center, I measured this just a few minutes ago. Right now, that eye is about 25 miles wide. It's huge. And the intense part is around that. So the really intense part is closer to, say, 50 miles wide. So where I'm talking about the center, we're not talking, oh, it's going to be really bad and 20 miles east of there. We're talking maybe 30 miles east of the center and maybe 15 or 20 miles west of the center where you see the really intense stuff. Right now, that is basically due west of Tampa. So we've started to see some of those bands moving along the coast. Remember, we've already seen some big-time flooding from earlier storms that impacted us, but also impacted the west coast of Florida. So this is when the really bad stuff starts for them, from Fort Myers to Sarasota to Tampa, up toward Cedar Key. That's where the stuff is really starting to come together. The surge is just getting started, but it will actually get worse as the night goes on. Then as we get closer to, say, 9, 10 o'clock, that's when that center will be up into Appalachia Bay. ahead of it, we have seen some of these bands of rain that have moved ashore. Now, there is still that one cell, which is basically out of our viewing area now. That's where that little tornado warning is there. That's the cell that's rapidly moving off toward the northwest, probably close to 50 miles per hour. Not a lot of spin left over with that. And again, it's exiting our viewing area. That's getting over into Panama City's viewing area. But the tornado threat from these will start to decrease later on tonight. But for the next hour or two, that is still possible for some of these cells. When we get to the core, that's when that activity, that tornado threat shifts a little more toward the eastern parts of the region. A couple of models to look at. This is that graph model, which we've talked a lot about, run by IBM. The important thing here is look how it shows this large center. Yeah, I see it. It shows that center coming in over southern Taylor County, and geographically, that's not much different than the coast of Jefferson County when you look at this. So as the crow flies from eastern Leon County to the eastern end of Suwannee County is about 75 miles. So that shows that the model is really focusing in on that big core. Now in the center, that eye, let me reiterate, and for anyone that has never experienced an eye, and I have not, and very few people actually have, in an intense one like this, the winds probably won't go calm in the eye because there's too much stuff going on in the atmosphere. But the winds will definitely get a whole lot lighter. But that's after the really intense stuff. We're talking winds in excess of 100 miles per hour in gusts. The wind goes very light. It may be tempting to go out and try to quickly fix things. Don't, because it could be moving at 25 miles an hour at the time. And so we're talking in an order of 15 to 30 minutes, the worst of the winds come right back. So it's, I know it'll be tempting, but just please don't do it, because when it comes back, the backside of this will be nearly as intense as the front side. And all of this area, we're talking 75 miles wide, that's that kind of giant tornado effect. I talked about it some with Idalia, to where treat this area of landfall as if it were just one huge tornado warning coming up through the eastern half of the Big Bend and South Georgia. Now, southwest Georgia, western Big Bend, I haven't forgotten about you, but if this verifies, which this could still be another 20 or 30 miles west, because of that fast forward speed, these winds over here will definitely be lighter. They will be below hurricane force. They could still go 40, 50 miles per hour. They could still bring down limbs, bring down trees, cause widespread power outages. So you don't want to relax. You know, the time to do that is when it's gone, which will be after around 3 a.m. when it departs our northern areas. And I say relax. We know that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen for me either. But that's the time to know that the worst is definitely over for all of us. But keep in mind that at least half the viewing area is going to get the worst of this. At least, if not 2/3 of us. So if you're in the third that doesn't, be grateful, but think about all the folks that it's not going to go away. It's not going to suddenly weaken. There are no signs that this thing is going to fall apart at the last minute. I just don't see anything to think that. So I don't want to give anyone false hope for that. Now, there will be some little adjustments, maybe some wiggles in that path, and the forward speed can maybe make things end a little earlier, but you really still need to prepare for a major hurricane throughout the Big Bend in South Georgia. The tropical storm force winds will be everywhere. The hurricane force winds will be most of the area. So again, this is just another forecast. It could, I personally would spread out these hurricane force winds farther east to include all of our eastern Big Bend counties and our South Georgia counties east of I-75. If this verifies, yeah, from roughly, say, west of Tallahassee, the winds will be lighter, not light, but just lighter. So I guess that's something. The winds right now, speaking of light, 5 to 10, 15, 16 miles per hour. The gusts are not a problem yet. They are still coming in from the northeast. So that thing is way down to our south. Well, I say way down. It's only about 150 miles or so from our coast. So it's not that far away, and it's moving quickly, 25 miles an hour. It won't take long to get here. The forecast gusts. So we know that the strong winds are talked about a lot, but it's typically the gusts that cause the most damage. If you've got a steady wind at 40 miles an hour, trees bend, but they don't kind of go back and forth. But then you suddenly add in an 80 mile an hour gust or a 74 mile an hour gust or even a 50 mile an hour gust, that puts that extra stress on the trees. that's when we start seeing that. So this is the 10 o'clock forecast. It's a forecast. It could be off by an hour, and the wind speeds could be off by 20 miles an hour. Could be 20 miles an hour stronger. Could be a little more east, could be a little more west. Don't focus too much on, kind of treat this area as the stuff that could happen anywhere except for the extreme, maybe western and northwestern parts of our area. Because look at what it forecasts as we get into the midnight hour. Now we're talking these widespread gusts, hurricane force, 75 to 80 miles per hour. And then closer to that center, that's where we're talking about those gusts that could be exceeding 100 miles per hour. That's going to mow down the trees that haven't already been impacted by Idalia and by Debbie. So just, yes, the worst of it will very likely be over the eastern half of the Big Bend and into South Georgia, either side of I-75. And then it's already becoming a north wind. It will actually be a north wind a good part of the time, the farther west you go. But look at these gusts that are still being forecast, 45, 55 miles per hour. So that's plenty to cause widespread power outages. And then you move into another hour and a half. Again, this is just a model output. Again, it's not in stone, but look at these gusts going into South Georgia, 76, 88 miles per hour, and still gusting. So even though the center is well inland, Tallahassee still getting gusts to around 50, still getting gusts over 50 down toward the coast. So we say it's a fast-moving storm. And so why does it last 3 hours? Because it's a very large system. This is not some of the other ones that we've had that literally only have about 2 hours of impact. This could be, even though it's fast-moving because it's so big, we could be talking about 3 or 4 hours of the real impacts. And then by, say, 3 a.m., give or take, still winds strong enough to cause some power outages, but it gets better and it keeps getting better until we get to those kinds of winds in the afternoon. Just do a little quick check down toward the coast. I don't expect the storm surge to be a big issue yet. The tide is low right now. It will be coming in late tonight. High tides for most areas occur closer to midnight or after that, which is about the same time we're still going to have very strong onshore winds. So that's just going to add to the headache. But as of right now, this is about what I expect, which is the water could be gradually rising, but it will rapidly rise in that hour leading up to landfall, all along Appalachia Bay. That's when we'll be talking about that. So, all right, so I believe, are we going to break or are we going back to Jacob and Julie here? Okay, so I've talked for about 20 minutes, as I like to do. So time for a little more Mountain Dew and a cracker, and we'll let Jacob and Julie talk.
Seems like it was 20 minutes ago when you gave us that history lesson about the radio stations. Even during a stressful day, Mike, you're still able to drop us some knowledge.
Yeah, I think we just got the advisory back then, so yeah, it's been a while. Yeah.
You do a fine job of it, sir. Okay. Thank you so much. Well, we've been monitoring, of course, the crowds at the shelter. Last estimate, about 1,000 people were taking advantage of shelters in Leon County. They were nearing capacity at both Leon and Charles, and they were encouraging people to perhaps choose one of the other shelters that's open and available this evening.
Yes, there is still some time, especially in Leon County, to get to one of those high schools. We do want to check in with our team that is embedded at Childs High School, Matt Hoffman and Zach Dahlheimer, keeping a close eye on how this will unfold over the next few hours. Gentlemen, what have you learned in the last few minutes?
Yeah, Julie and Jacob, we are learning a lot about the different types of shelters. I didn't know that before I came out here, but these shelters are risk shelters here at the school. So that's to get you through the next 12 hours. The next 24 hours, that's to keep everyone safe. Actually, we took some video earlier of them unloading cots. They're repositioning cots from FAMU over to here because of those capacity issues. Now, here's a soundbite from one of the Leon County School District security members kind of describing the difference between those different types of shelters.
You see it's coming. You see how big it is. Don't play the guessing game. Just don't get out of there. You help yourself and you help somebody else by just leaving.
Now, actually, that was a woman who was using one of these shelters, thankfully. So, Zach, tell us, you spoke with her. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, she's a longtime Tallahassee resident, Matt. Has been through a number of hurricanes that have come through the Big Bend area, but she talked about the significance of what meteorologists like Mike and others have been talking about, what Helene could be for the city of Tallahassee specifically. And she said that, you know, it's important if you do not feel safe, or especially if you're in a mandatory evacuation area, to go and come to a shelter like one here at Childs. But now we want to go and hear from the Leon County Schools official that you spoke to, Matt, about, speaking of FAMU, the COTSA came here to Childs High School so more people could have a place to stay here at one of the shelters in Leon County.
They deliver snacks and water, and that is just to help folks get through their time while they're at a risk shelter. It's not meant to be full meals. It's not meant to be, the bedding that you would expect at like a hotel. That's not what a risk shelter is all about.
And as Matt was saying earlier, too, that's the difference with what a risk shelter specifically is, and it's going to be all throughout Leon County. There's plenty of options. Right. Julie, as you mentioned earlier, the school district saying that Leon and Childs High School here are nearing capacity. They're serving a lot of people, have been all day, and will be expecting to through the night. And they're encouraging you to go to Rickards High School if you're looking for a shelter here in Leon County to stay at. But nevertheless, Leon County Superintendent Rocky Hanna emphasized they will not turn anyone away if you come to any of the 8 shelters here in the county. They're getting a lot of people in from counties, especially down by the coast, Franklin, Wakulla, Taylor, really all over the Big Bend. Yeah. They emphasize they want to make sure that that you do have a place to go and stay. But keep in mind that this and Leon High, they are nearing capacity. So if you are looking for a place to go and you have some open options, consider going to Rickards High School and ride out the storm there tonight, through the night, and into tomorrow morning. But that's going to do it for us here from Childs High School. We'll keep you posted with what we see all throughout the night as Helene gets closer. Jacob, Julie, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Zach. Yeah, and a reminder, there is a mandatory evacuation for people who live in mobile or manufactured homes here in Leon County, just based on the winds that we are expecting later tonight in that what is right now a Category 3 storm. And we recognize it's a big step. Nobody likes to leave their home, right? That's most people feel the safest there of anywhere. But if you live in a mobile home or manufactured home, or perhaps your home was previously damaged in another, we've had other storms and tornadoes. Right. So, and you're not feeling particularly safe there, this is also an option. And it's one night. So it's one night. Don't be afraid. If you need to use it, please do.
Yeah, and we were curious if by this point in the day in Leon County, if Capitol Circle or I-10 would be busy. Well, this is a live look at I-10. This is in northeastern Tallahassee near the Thomasville Road exit, and thankfully you can see it's a ghost town. No one on the interstate you can see. There are a few folks who appear to be on Thomasville Road proper, and hopefully we see those highways lessen as the conditions get worse.
Absolutely. And you notice one of those trucks that passed by on Thomasville Road was a power truck. We can't say thanks enough to all the people and the states across this country that are sending help this way, whether it's to help us here in Tallahassee or in our neighboring communities. There are literally thousands of people from 9 different states who are here and ready for the all clear so they can go out and help.
Absolutely. That will be a theme in the days and weeks ahead. Let's check back in with Cameron Aaron. And Cam, do we have another tornado warning on the ground?
That's the same one that Mike talked about earlier. But again, this is the brand new advisory as of a few minutes ago from the National Hurricane Center. As of 5 o'clock this evening, still a major hurricane. But again, Category 4 starts at 130 miles per hour. So we are knocking on the door of that strength. The current winds up to 125 miles per hour. The hurricane hunters are just about getting into the system as we speak. So we have more data coming in over the next several minutes. Pressure down to 951 millibars, pushing off quickly to the northeast at 23 miles per hour. Again, we talked about this earlier. Don't only focus on the cone. This is a really big storm. Those hurricane force winds extend up to 60 miles from the center. So again, wherever this center goes, we're going to have impacts to the west, also to the east of that center of circulation. Also, because this system is pushing off to the north so quickly, check this out. By the time we go into late tonight, early Friday morning, we could still have a Category 2 hurricane over parts of South Georgia. So again, if you're watching us in South Georgia, don't think, okay, I'm far away from the coast, this isn't a problem for me. That's not the case, because this system is moving so quickly as we go over the next several hours. Now, this is a look at the current radar. Notice we have tornado warnings across parts of Florida in the Panhandle, also in the peninsula, all thanks to those outer bands of Helene as it continues pushing off to the northeast. And we do have a tornado watch in place for the entire region, and that will last until 10 o'clock this evening. Again, this threat not the highest on our priority list in terms of the storm surge and the rainfall, flooding, and the wind, but we will have to watch out for a few of those rotating showers, a few of those rotating thunderstorms as we go into the evening. Also tonight, all thanks to Helene, especially along and east of the center of circulation. So from near St. Mark's to Thomasville and back to the east, that is a level 2 slight risk of severe weather for the potential for a few of those spin-up tornadoes. Again, those will be very quick in nature, so there may not be a whole lot of lead time. So be sure that you just have a way to receive warnings. The First Alert weather app is a great tool. It tells you when a watch or a warning is issued for your home, for your location. So that's a great tool to have as we go through tonight and into early parts of your Friday. Right now, we do have a tornado warning in place for parts of Gulf, Liberty, and Franklin County. But again, that's pushing out into the Panhandle over the next few minutes. Okay, let's take a look at Treasure Island. We have a live picture from there, and if we can, we'll see how the water coast. You can see as the waves roll in, this is close to Treasure Island, and again, the coast, no one should be near the coast because of Hurricane Helene, and that is pushing into our direction. Watching out for the wind, watching out for the surge, and watching out for the waves as well. Let's go back to the radar if we can. We'll show more of what's going on across the Big Bend in South Georgia as we have more of the heavier rainfall now pushing over parts of Franklin County and approaching parts of Wakulla County, close to Crawfordville, also close to parts of southern Jefferson County, and moving into Taylor County as well. Again, this is just the start of the weather beginning to go downhill through the rest of this evening and to go into tonight. This is a marathon, not a sprint. More impacts on the way to go into late Thursday, also early on Friday. In terms of the rainfall, again, that is another key story that we are watching out for. These numbers are on top of the numbers that we had yesterday, also earlier this morning. So we could still see an additional 3 to 8 inches of rain across our region, possibly locally higher amounts close to the coast. And that is why we have a flood watch in place for the entire region, a level 4 out of 4 high risk of excessive rainfall for the entire region from the Weather Prediction Center, all thanks to Hurricane Helene. We also have a hurricane warning in place for all the counties in this red color. For Jackson County and for Calhoun County, that is a tropical storm warning thanks to the track shifting a little bit to the east with the brand new advisory as of 5 o'clock. But even there, we are anticipating tropical storm conditions later on Thursday and early on Friday. In terms of the wind right now, it's manageable. Most of us gusting to 15, 20, up to 25 miles per hour for coastal Franklin County. But again, the wind is on the way by late Thursday and early on Friday, as we are expecting widespread tropical storm conditions, and especially close to the center, we could see wind up to 75, 100, possibly more than 100 miles per hour, mainly close to the center and close to the coast by late Thursday. Also close to the coast, storm surge. A storm surge warning in place for Taylor County, pushing into Jefferson, Wakulla, and into coastal Franklin County at this hour. Now again, we talked about this earlier. These numbers can be scary, and this doesn't mean that every location from Steinhatchee to near Carabel will see 15 to 20 feet of storm surge, but in the worst case scenario, a few spots along the coastline could see storm surge above 15 to 20 feet. That's why this storm surge has been called unsurvivable. That's why those mandatory evacuations were issued for those coastal areas, and even for coastal Franklin County from Apalachicola to Carabel Beach, 10 to 15 feet of storm surge above normally high ground. So again, those impacts, we're tracking multiple different threats: heavy rain, strong winds, storm surge close to the coast, and the potential for a few of those spin-up tornadoes. Again, widespread power outages, those are likely, but we are tracking some better weather by Friday. So again, just hunker down if you did not evacuate, and keep it tuned to WCTV for the latest on the weather and the news. Julie, Jacob, back to you.
All right, Cam, thank you so much. It's we're about 20 minutes away from 6 o'clock, so every hour now at this point we're getting at least a small update from National Hurricane Center, as he said. So we'll get more information as it inches closer to us.
Right.
But right beyond 6 o'clock then is sunset, and by the time the sun rises tomorrow morning, things could look a lot different in a lot of our communities in our area.
Right, and meteorologists, have been talking a lot about this track and this cone. Just remember, little changes can mean big changes in your neighborhood. So keep it right here on WCTV. Download our app. We have a lot of options to continue watching should you lose power at your home, and we want to be sure you have the most accurate information to keep you safe.
All right, we have Kevin Peters on the phone. He is Leon County's Emergency Management Director. A very busy day for him, and the last few days have been busy as well for Kevin.
Absolutely. Kevin, thank you so much for stepping out to talk with us for just a moment. You there in the Emergency Operations Center, you have all kinds of cameras, you have all kinds of resources, all kinds of reports. What has stood out to you so far about the way this storm is rolling in?
Yeah, so we've been tracking this for well over a week here at the Emergency Operations Center. Much like your folks that provide the updates on the regular newscast, we've been monitoring the development, watching this day over day, and just as we've moved through the week, we brought the teams together, we provided additional information, and now all of the work we've done, we're just hours from the impacts and starting the major response.
And, the cone keeps wobbling a little bit to the east. I know our meteorologists are emphasizing for folks in Leon County that doesn't mean anything should be changed about the expectations of what we could see. I assume that goes for your office as well. Nothing's changed in terms of how you're planning to prepare for the storm and ride it out.
No, absolutely. This is a very broad storm. The watches and warnings, the extent across the Panhandle and even into the peninsula is so wide. We know that we got to approach this from the broad aspect. So focusing on the center of the track and the cone, the little wiggles, those don't change the overall magnitude. Category 3 major hurricane. A lot of storm surge at the coast for our coastal partners in the Coastal County Emergency Management Agency. So this is a big storm. It's going to have big impacts.
And let's talk a little bit about that. There's concern, of course, about Tallahassee's beautiful tree canopy and plenty of trees coming down. Only with the potential to do damage to homes or cars, certainly, and the potential to bring down power lines as well. In addition to the concerns about some potential flooding, given all the rain that we've had so far and more to come. Have you had any reports yet of trees down, of roads flooded, anything yet that you've seen?
No, I guess that's the benefit of the time that we've had today. Very, very minimal impacts to date. We have had the rain all day, but it has allowed our community to take those, given the time for people to take those steps that they needed to complete their preparedness actions, whether that was coming to shelter, whether that was preparing their home to shelter in place. We've seen everybody have the adequate time to do the things they needed to do today.
And Kevin, we talked with a lot of our coastal communities. When the winds reach a certain speed, those emergency responders are no longer able to be on the roads. That's obviously true as well for Leon County. Any messages you can pass along from the sheriff's office or anyone else about what our viewers can expect during the worst of the storm?
Yeah, certainly for the safety of our first responders, there will become a time when the winds are at a certain height that it's not safe to respond. But I want everybody to know, rest assured, that if you have to call 911, that our 911 call takers with Consolidated Dispatch Agency will just as with any 911 call any time of the year, they're going to give all of that appropriate first aid information to help people stabilize whatever the situation is in their home or wherever they're at. Until the winds can get to a point where responders can get to people, they will get the support and the first aid advice from our 911 call takers that they will need.
And Kevin, we just want to say thank you. You guys have been so proactive about sending out alerts and information to the public. And as we move into this overnight hours and then tomorrow morning, as we're trying to clear roads and make sure everybody is safe to move about, we look forward to more of your updates and we appreciate it.
All right, Kevin Peters for us there. Going to keep an eye on his activity and we'll check in with him as the storm moves through our area. We want to turn it over to Ava Van Valen now. We've been tracking all our messages from our first responders and our sheriff's offices over the last few hours. One post from Taylor County's emergency management team stuck out for us, though. Ava, can you explain?
I certainly can. The Taylor County Sheriff's Office Division of Emergency Management, they're not mincing words tonight because of the severity of this hurricane. Now, they are urging everyone to refrain from returning to the area unless officially directed by by the Emergency Operations Center. Now, they're also saying if you or someone that you know choose not to evacuate, they're asking you to please write your name, birthday, and important information on your arm or leg in a permanent marker so that you can be identified and your family notified. And they're also asking you to email this information, your residence, your address, your name, etc., so that search and rescue teams can prioritize your location.
Okay, Ava, thanks so much. A grim warning, but something that could help in the recovery effort down the line. We appreciate it.
Let's go ahead now. Governor Ron DeSantis is at the State Emergency Operations Center here in Tallahassee and just began a new update. So let's join right now.
This storm will strengthen as it prepares to make landfall later this evening. Initial estimates when we woke up this morning were that it would probably make landfall sometime in the earlier side of the evening. Now it looks like it'll be closer to 11 p.m. It is starting to move quickly, but for people that are particularly, if you're looking at where this is now expected to make landfall, the models have continued to move it a little bit east. I think you're looking at anywhere from that Wakulla-Jefferson County line over to Taylor County. Most of the data we have does have a Taylor County landfall, but all those areas there along the Big Bend coast and in areas that are low-lying, that are susceptible to potentially major storm surge, you're under an evacuation order. Some people have. Because the storm isn't going to get here till a little later, we're going to see some effects soon. But right now, you actually still have time to be able to evacuate. I mean, you can go to Leon County and go to a shelter. You can get to a place that is going to be on higher ground and is not going to be susceptible to storm surge. The winds are going to be significant, but most structures in Florida are going to be able to handle the winds that will be there if you're interior and at a place that is either a shelter or a residence that's built for that. So you still have time to do that now. We thought the storm was going to get here a little bit earlier based on the estimates. It's going to get here a little bit later. So in these Big Bend areas, you still have time. Now, in other parts of Florida, listen to your emergency managers. I know Pinellas County said last call they were going to shut the bridges down to the barrier islands, I believe at 6 o'clock. So people have either heeded that or not. The bridges in the Tampa Bay area, Gandy is about to close. Howard Franklin, Courtney Campbell have been closed. And of course, Sunshine Skyway had been closed earlier. So the time in that part of the state is coming to an end. But if you're here in North Florida, if you're in one of those areas, you see the potential for the storm surge, you still have time to do it. So we would encourage you to heed those evacuation orders as appropriate in your local area. You're going to lose power, so you still have time. If you have power, make sure your phones are charged. Make sure you have what you need to be able to get through a period of time where you're going to have an interruption in power. If you're sheltering in place in one of those evacuation zones, make sure you let people know that you're doing that. Whether it's a friend, a family member. I know some of the counties say you can check in with them and give them that information if you're comfortable doing that. But please do that if you've decided to hunker down. Once we start to get the real nasty conditions, don't at that point go on the roadways. That is very hazardous. That does produce fatalities when people do that in the middle of the storm. If you are sheltering at home, be cognizant of what trees are around you. You have 125 mile an hour maximum sustained right now. Probably is going to be higher. Whether it hits as a Category 4 or Category 3, it's going to be a significant storm. And even as it moves inland throughout northern Florida, you are going to see trees that are going to be falling down. That's just the reality of what we're doing, of what we're seeing here. And if you hear the tree limbs snapping around you, sometimes it almost sounds like fireworks are going off. Treat that as a tornado. Shelter in a part of the home that would be where you'd have protection from that. And this is the type of thing where, especially as that eye wall moves through, you're going to have some serious storms. And there also may be tornadoes that will be spun off from this as well, and that could be producing some of these reactions. If you have really severe weather and then all of a sudden it gets very calm, that probably means you're in the eye of the storm. So don't go out into that. That eye wall will collapse quickly and unexpectedly, and you will get very bad weather very quickly as well. There's going to be power lines that are going to be down. Be careful about that, particularly in the streets, particularly near your residence. Do not mess with down power lines. Those can be very, very hazardous. The storm is going to hit Florida's Big Bend region sometime this evening, likely around 11 o'clock. It's going to be dark. Don't go out as soon as that storm passes if it's still dark and try to do work around your house or worry about things. Let it get light. There's going to be hazards there. It's just not something you want to be navigating in the dark. When we get into tomorrow, you may have some things on your roof. Just be careful with using ladders. There's going to be groups that are going to be helping people fix their homes in the appropriate areas. So if you're somebody that you may have some physical limitations, don't put your health at risk for that. Watch the standing water. We've already seen a lot of standing water in different parts of the state already. We're likely to see more of that. You never know what's in the standing water. When you have streets that are flooded, don't try to drive through the flooded streets. You are going to end up having your car stall out, and then you're going to be stuck, not to mention the hazards of just being on the roads in those circumstances with having accidents. We've been working here at the state, really starting the weekend. Clearly, we did a state of emergency at the beginning of the week. We have 1,100 missions in progress through the Florida Division of Emergency Management. Those continue to be filled, and they will continue to be filled until they're all done. Many of those are more for post-storm resources rather than pre-landfall resources. We do have the linemen staged throughout the state. You have Duke, TECO, FPL. We have the co-ops, we have the municipals. I think everybody's on the same page. As soon as this storm passes, there needs to be a strong effort to get the power restored, and they will be working to do that. And they've done a great job on this in recent years, and I think we've really set the standard here in the state of Florida. We have 130 generators that are at various gas stations. So when they lose power, most of the newer gas stations or the larger stations have generators per Florida law or have an ability to get the power back on. Some of the smaller ones don't, and when you're talking about the Big Bend region, that can be significant. So those generators have been distributed, and we should not see major interruptions in fuel given that. We have all state agencies that are on standby, 3,500 National Guard soldiers. We can surge that very quickly if we need more. Florida Highway Patrol has 200 state troopers that are on standby. They will go and be dispatched immediately following the storm to areas that need help. Florida Department of Transportation standing by. 307 cut and toss crews to get the roads cleared, 120 bridge inspectors to get the bridges back open, almost 700 generators, big 200 plus pieces of large equipment, and then the large pumps, which they have used not just in hurricanes, but in some of the rainstorms we've had where you've seen flooding in recent months. FDOT has used that, and it's been very effective. We have done a fuel mission, even though we've sent the generators to the stations. We haven't necessarily seen fuel shortage, but you do have ports that are closed. So we have almost 500,000 gallons of diesel in reserve that are being brought into the state, 132,000 gallons of regular motor vehicle gas, 36,000 gallons of propane, and 5,000 gallons of jet fuel. So you're close to almost 700,000 gallons between everything we have across the variety of fuel needs. And we don't anticipate having to use all or even most of that, but we want to make sure that people have the fuel that they need, particularly as the storm passes. So if you're in one of these areas in the northern part of the state, particularly on the coast and those low-lying areas that will face the brunt of the storm surge, you still have time, but you got to do it right now. Every minute that goes by, you're going to start to see conditions worsen. You know, I was out, you looked this afternoon in Tallahassee, it was honestly wasn't that bad. It's going to get a lot worse in northern Florida as that storm gets closer. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved in the prep. We've got the assets that are there. People just need to make sure they're making decisions that have themselves and their families' safety in mind. We can't control how strong this hurricane's going to get. We can't control the track of the hurricane, but what you can control is what you can do to put yourself in the best chance to be able to ride this out in a way that's going to be safe. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, again for your unwavering support and commitment to the safety and well-being of Floridians. We really appreciate it. As the Governor said, we continue to work on more than 1,100 missions, and we continue to fill those. Again, as he said, most of them at this point are going to be post-impact resources that are ready to move into the area immediately. Life-threatening storm surge is expected along Florida's West Gulf Coast and Big Bend. Floodwaters are hard to navigate during the day, but even harder to see at night. At this point, it is the last hours to safely evacuate ahead of Hurricane Helene from the Gulf Coast and Big Bend. If you have not already left, you're probably going to need to start looking at sheltering in place. Stay inside, stay safe, stay put. Do not attempt to leave your home or drive during the storm. The governor has mentioned this. It's going to be dark outside. When it starts to make landfall, the street lights, the minimal street lights that we do have in the Big Bend area are going to go out. It is going to be very dark. So please do not drive, do not go out, wait to daylight, and then only drive if you need to. As you heard the governor say, if you hear the tree snapping, it's probably, treat it like a tornado. You're in imminent danger of potentially a tree falling on your house, so please make sure you're moving away from the windows and doors and getting to a central point of your home. Protect yourself from the flying debris. Put heavy coats, pillows, blankets, any type of material that you can put there on top of yourself. Make sure you're doing that. That'll help for lacerations again, just do the best you can with what you have right there in your home. Stay put until the storm passes. The governor's already talked about if literally like a light switch. If you got really, really severe weather and all of a sudden it is completely like nothing ever happened, you're 99% sure you're in the eye wall of the hurricane. So do not go outside. Make sure you stay put. We are anticipating the power outages with the storm. Take time now while you actually have power to top off all of your battery chargers. Make sure you just leave them completely plugged in, ready to go. Until that power goes out so you get maximum use out of it. Backup generators are going to start becoming more and more of an issue. So please, we have done a really good job of reducing the number of carbon monoxide poisoning fatalities after storms. We want to have 0 in this disaster, so keep those generators 20 feet away from outside your home from any open doors or windows. Make sure you let it cool down for 20 minutes before you refuel it. And when you can safely do so and get back to an open store, go ahead and spend $20 and get yourself a carbon monoxide monitor in your home. After the storm has passed your area, it is critical that you list the local authorities for guidance on when it is safe to go outside and return home. Do not venture out. Hazardous materials, debris, and flooding could still be present along with down power lines. If you see dangerous conditions, please call 911 and report them to your local authorities. Residents needing resources after Hurricane Helene can call our State Assistance Information Line at 1-800-342-3557. That's 1-800-342-3557. We again have individuals speaking English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole available to answer any and all of your questions. Please be sure that you follow the agency on X and Instagram at FLSERT, that's at Florida CERT, and on Facebook at FDEM as we continue to share important, up-to-date, real-time information. And again, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership and your support.
Sharon?
All right. Thank you, Governor, for your leadership, and good evening. We've continued very close coordination with Florida Highway Patrol, with Kevin at the Division of Emergency Management, and General Haas at National Guard. As you heard from the Governor, we're very prepared for this storm. We have our people, our assets, our equipment staged all within a reasonable distance from the impact area. We're going to be ready to go to work as soon as this storm passes through with boots on the ground. We have shut down all of our construction projects across the state, and all of our contractors also stand ready to support and recover from the impacts of Hurricane Helene. We're beginning to see a lot of local road closures from storm surge and localized flooding. Please remember, you can always check fl511.com for road closure and traffic information. It is going to be your most up-to-date place to get traffic information. As the storm approaches the state, bridges have begun closing as winds increase. You heard the governor mention Sunshine Skyway is closed, the Howard Franklin Bridge, the Courtney Campbell Causeway, and also Gandy Causeway is closing within the hour. Please, if you see water on top of the road or lapping over bridges, please do not drive through it. It can be very dangerous. We have 120 bridge inspectors ready to go as soon as the storm passes through to inspect bridges and make sure they're safe for travel. We're closely monitoring the major east-west roadways within the storm's path for Hurricane Helene. That's going to be I-10, US 98, and US 19. We're working directly with local utility companies to have a direct line of communication to expedite our cut and toss efforts. A lot of times when storms like this come through, you can have oak trees wrapped in power lines. It takes very close coordination with utilities, and we're ready to do that. The cut and toss efforts have actually already begun in southwest Florida. The impacts were not that significant where the storm has already passed. FDOT crews have already driven and cleared more than 2,000 miles of roadway in southwest Florida. So we've already started working. Once the initial response is through, our cut and toss crews will transition to debris removal. And under Governor DeSantis' leadership, we will stand ready, just like with Adalia and Debbie, to support fiscally constrained counties with the debris removal operation. Please listen to your local law enforcement, your local emergency offices. If roads are not safe to drive, please do not drive on them. Water over a road can be very dangerous, especially around culverts and bridges. Every storm season, we see people try to navigate through water. You have no idea what's going on underneath the water. Please do not drive through it. We're going to stay in touch with our airports and seaports. Seaports are closed waterside right now. Airports are going to reopen just as soon as practically feasible. And again, Governor, thank you for your leadership and support.
So we are getting close to having a landfall. I think the track is kind of taking it into that Taylor County, but I would say anywhere from Wakulla Jefferson County line over into Taylor is where a lot of the models have it. But keep in mind that wherever that eye hits, particularly on the northeast side of that storm, that's going to whip up a lot of storm surge. And so if it's hitting Taylor, you're looking at coastal Levy, Dixie. That's going to be some significant surge. On the west side of the storm, you still have surge, but it is not going to be as high as the ones on the northeast side. That's just how these things work. So where it hits is important for the wind. The wind is going out pretty far from this storm, and so you're going to have hurricane force winds for probably 50 miles outside of the eye of the storm. And then you're going to continue to see surge, particularly in that Big Bend area. So, but people do have time. If you're in those coastal areas, particularly in that Big Bend, if you want to get out of Dodge, you still have time to do it. We're likely to see conditions worsen, but if you go right now, you're probably going to be okay. And then if you decide not to, hunker down. You gotta be as safe as you can. I will say that regardless of what people decide to do, we have resources that are staged, whether it's National Guard, whether it's Fish and Wildlife, whether it's our State Guard, all these assets that can go and help with search and rescue efforts if people are caught in difficult circumstances. You don't want that to be the case. And just keep in mind that if you do find yourself in those situations, those rescue efforts will be undertaken. But once it's safe to do so, they're not going to go out in a Category 3 hurricane trying to effectuate rescue. So the storm will pass, and then they will go in and help people that are in need. So we have that. Locals have that. And you'll see those resources be put to bear if needed. But it will likely not happen until that storm passes. So just keep that in mind. If you stay behind and then you call in the middle of the storm, I think in pretty much all instances they're going to say we're going to have to wait. So be smart over these next few hours. With that, yes.
Governor, I'm curious if you've seen the post from the Taylor County Sheriff's Office that basically said that if people were staying behind despite the evacuation order, that they needed to put their name and information like their birthday in permanent marker on their limbs. Is that too much, or is that fair?
Well, I think people still have time to effectuate an evacuation in some of those areas. I mean, particularly you look at Taylor County. You look at that eye is kind of is heading in that direction potentially. It's a very real possibility that this storm will make landfall in Taylor County. So you're looking at those, particularly on the coast there. You're going to look at seeing some pretty significant storm surge. And if the storm surge is, I think they've said a maximum could be 20 feet. I don't think we've ever had 20 feet recently. I know Ian, I think, got to about 18 feet. But even if it's 10 feet, that is really significant. And that will have really serious consequences. And so people still have time to kind of make those judgments. I mean, obviously our state policy is not saying people have to use marker to do whatever, but you do have time to do. If you do hunker down, I don't think you're going to have the local sheriff's department. I don't think you're going to see state resources brought to bear for the rescue until it's safe to do so. And, we've had examples in storms where people were caught in very difficult circumstances. But basically, I think when you call 911 or you call the sheriff's department, they're going to say, okay, give me your name, where are you at? As soon as it's safe to go, we'll send people. But they are going to wait for it to be safe to go.
With this being a night landfall, how are you guys?
All right. Governor Ron DeSantis giving a latest briefing at the State Emergency Operations Center. He and Kevin Guthrie, of course, outlining the many resources that the state will bring to bear as soon as the storm passes so people can get back out there safely. And, saying once again, there is still time to evacuate from coastal communities if you haven't done so. But the window is getting short. And, he says, as you said, or as he said, we can't control the power of the storm, the track of the storm, but we can control what we do in response.
Right, and hopefully the message has been loud and clear for our coastal residents, but all of our viewers, that the time for preparation is narrowing down and down. And the part of this broadcast where we start showing real impacts in the Big Bend is rapidly approaching, and so is sunset. So all things to keep in mind. I believe we're going to take a very brief commercial break just to reset things behind the scenes. We'll be back in a moment with our continuing coverage of Hurricane Helene.
Tracking Hurricane Helene, a Category 3 storm that is quickly approaching the Big Bend.
Yeah, we've been on air with our continuous coverage since about 2 o'clock this afternoon, and in that time, Helene has made its way closer to our area. It's picking up speed, and those winds still a big concern. Mike McCall getting the 6 o'clock advisory just moments ago. Mike, what's the breakdown there?
The good news, and then there's not much that you can say, is that we do get updates every hour now with position and strength. Now, the news from the update isn't necessarily good because the pressure has dropped another millibar, but Cameron was just looking at some of the data from the hurricane hunters and has actually seen the pressure as low as about 948. So as that pressure continues to drop, the winds correspondingly, most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time, will strengthen. And so it's already a Category 3, winds at 125. Now, I think the Hurricane Center actually sent out a little correction. So you may have, if you were looking online, maybe you saw it say 120, and then it went back to 125. I think that was just a correction that they sent. But look at that forward speed, north-northeast, 23 miles per hour. That is moving along for a tropical system. Usually it's ones up off the coast of Canada that you see that are moving at 23 miles an hour. So that it does a couple of things. It accentuates the eastern side as having really strong winds, and it lessens the winds, say, more than 20 miles away from the center to the west side. So it is becoming more important as we get closer to landfall if we're talking about the extreme winds. But it is going to be a very large system. So when we're talking about the center, the eye is not very small. Measuring by radar, just using, when I just kind of hand measured using a tool on a graphic system, it showed that eye to be about 25 or 30 miles wide. Now, it could even tighten up as it gets stronger, but the ring around that could be as big as 50 miles. So that would make it more like a 50-mile wide tornado coming ashore as far as what you can expect. Now, it won't be that intense all the time because if you're near the eye, you'll get some of those lighter winds. But as Governor DeSantis was talking about, please, if you get into that eye, do not venture out because it's moving so quickly. The backside of that will come along and the winds will be nearly as intense. So it'll be dangerous stuff. You don't want to try to go out and do any kind of repairs and walk the neighborhood because it will end, that calmness such as it is will end rather quickly. Look at what this fast forward speed does as far as forecast keeps it as a Category 2 all the way up into South Georgia. So now it's not likely we would see 105 mile per hour sustained winds. That's very unlikely. But we could still see some gusts that approach that number. And it won't be everywhere. Might only be a couple of spots. Might only be in elevated areas. But keep in mind that if you get 70 mile an hour winds down toward the surface, those could be 80, 90, 100 mile an hour winds at treetop level. And that's what's going to break off some of those pine trees, break off some of the big limbs from the oak trees. So that's something else to consider. It's not always about the true surface winds because if you're in a part of the country like we are where there are trees everywhere, those taller trees will be more susceptible to that change in wind speed with height. Still expecting it to keep moving on and mowing through Atlanta as a tropical storm by daylight tomorrow. That's how quickly it'll move out. That means that for us, we'll see some rapidly improving conditions after about 3 a.m. Based on the current path, there have been no adjustments to this, but if it's looking more like the upper parts of Appalachia Bay over toward Taylor County where the center actually crosses. But because Appalachia Bay is not that big, it's about 80 miles roughly from end to end. So say from St. George over to Steinhatchee. So that's not a huge area. And this hurricane is going to fill up all of Appalachia Bay. And ahead of it, the water will get pushed up and then it has nowhere to go. So it will just keep pushing that water up. So yeah, these numbers might be a little bit lower to the west, but I would still count on these kind of numbers. I'm saying that because if you're still at the coast, because you say, yeah, it's 6 o'clock and it's all as well, it won't be. When it starts to go downhill, it'll happen rapidly. So just be grateful that we've made it through this much of the afternoon. Look at the satellite view because it's really starting to come together. And this is unfortunately looking like one of those hurricanes that gets its act together the most as it approaches landfall. something like maybe Ian did. Remember that? Something like Michael did. Now, I do not expect it to be as strong as Michael. That is very, very unlikely. But it is an intensifying hurricane. So it's not out of the question that it could stay exactly this strength as it moves onshore. That is what's officially forecast, especially if that convection wraps around the center. So I slowed this down a little bit just to show you how well defined this eye has become over the last few hours. It's got that classic look to it, which is nice and pretty when it's out in the middle of the Atlantic. It is not pretty at all. It's an ugly sight when you look at this path. Also, when you look at satellite, keep in mind that even with the latitude and longitude lines on there, it can be a little skewed because the satellite doesn't look straight down on it. So you're kind of looking at an angle. It's better to track that center with radar. So this is the radar over the eastern parts of the Gulf and up into the Big Bend. So the main core of this stuff is not too far offshore. We're going to start to see some of those heavier bands moving into Franklin County in the very near future. Some of the heavy stuff is coming down right now, but the really heavy stuff is here and east of the center. West of the center, as it gets closer to us, will definitely be the weaker side. The dry air is right out to the west, but it's really not going to have a big impact on it until it reaches land. Then I think it kind of cuts off the southern half of this and really shuts off the rain rapidly as it moves northward out of our viewing area. So that's that Friday dry. Again, I slowed this down to show you the lightning. Look at these impulses of lightning wrapping around this. This is a 6-hour-long loop. See those big clusters of lightning that happen there? So as they wrap around that center, this is getting closer and closer to having that intense convection all the way around. As that happens, you won't see as many of the wobbles. It basically kind of completes that circle. So instead of having some open spots where those bursts of convection make it wobble, if it gets intense like that all the way around and creates that ring, that's when you get that really circular, perfect-looking eye, which is not what you want. And it could even help to shrink that eye as the pressure drops and those winds get stronger. I'm not anticipating any major strengthening, but if that closes off, it would help it sustain itself. The outer bands that are tornadic are starting to move into west parts of central Florida along the Gulf Coast, so from Fort Myers to Sarasota to Tampa and up toward Citrus County, Cedar Key, but all that is still pretty far to our south. We've had some heavy rainfall the first part of the day, which did produce some problems with some flash flooding, and there is still a flash flood warning over the western parts of the Big Bend. We'll talk more about rain coming up in a moment. Looking at the futurecast, it's one model. We've said this 1,000 times. Don't depend on just the model when we're looking at where this exact center goes. This one has always trended a little more toward the east. The thing to look at here is how large it represents the intense core. That's about 75 to 80 miles wide. So even if this is exactly accurate, this means really intense stuff from Valdosta through Live Oak, from Steinhatchee into Leon County. Now, would it be less intense over here? Yes. But if this is maybe 10 miles, 20 miles too far east, it could back up some of this into more of South Georgia and the western Big Bend. So don't just jump on the model that makes it look good for you and say that's how it's going to be. It may be accurate. It's been a good model, generally speaking, but this is too big of a storm. The little 10-mile difference is not consequential because it's so large. So it's going to bring those intense winds all the way up through South Georgia as well. Look at the forecast for the wind field. The yellow area, it's huge. It extends out more than 300 miles from the center of tropical storm force winds. And then this corridor of hurricane force winds. Yeah, it does kind of cut off rather sharply the farther west you go. I think I would extend the hurricane force winds farther east because I think this is going to be a little bit lopsided as it gets to the coast. And with that fast forward speed, that actually kind of adds a little bit of wind to the eastern side and subtracts a little bit of wind from the western side. Again, in the grand scheme of things, that's minor, but certainly the farther west you go, once you get more than, say, 20 miles from the center to the west, the winds will start to be a lot less. So if you're in that part, be grateful because it means that someone to your east is getting the worst of it. And that's very likely to be the eastern half of the Big Bend and parts of South Georgia, the eastern parts of our viewing area. So especially over toward, say, I-75. Lots of stations not reporting, but we're seeing some gusts out of the Gulf of Mexico, 60 to 70 miles per hour that are out there in the middle that are still pretty far away from the center. Locally, the winds aren't much of an issue. We've got some gusts, 20 to 30 miles per hour. That's not that unusual, but we don't have any of the dangerous stuff by any stretch. But look at the futurecast wind gusts here, because it's the gusts that typically cause the damage. Now we're talking, you get into around 10 o'clock, look at these forecast gusts running 50, 60, maybe 75 to 85 miles per hour. We could see those gusts exceeding 100 miles per hour on the eastern side of that eye wall. If that's a little farther west, these numbers would go farther west. But still, we're looking at a large part of the viewing area that could see 75 to 85 mile per hour wind gusts, perhaps even higher at that eastern part of the eye wall, rapidly getting better as we get to the overnight period. And one last thing we'll talk about, rainfall amounts. The rain that we've already had over the last 12 hours, mainly western parts of the Big Bend. So they may miss out on the strongest winds, but so far they have definitely got the heaviest rainfall. We're talking 4 to 6 inches of rain or more. Now, this is on top of the rain that fell last night. So some of you have already had 10 inches of rainfall in the last 24 hours. So there's obviously still a flood watch that's in effect. That's something else to watch for. Here's the close-up radar that we've got going on right now. This is rainfall just during the last hour. It's mainly just heavy rain, but we'll have to watch. What? You have a full? Oh, okay. All right, so apparently they've updated the winds based on some of that data I talked about from the hurricane hunters. So apparently I would assume they bumped it up to 130 because it looks like they've gone back up to a category 4. So there we go. I talked about that pressure dropping. That has happened. Pressure's down to 947. Winds now at 130 miles per hour. So the rest of this is still the same, but based on the hurricane hunter data that found that pressure a little bit lower, and as the pressure drops, the winds correspondingly get stronger. So this just adds to what I was just saying. It's the forecast has not changed. This is the 5 o'clock forecast, but the cone doesn't even represent how large this is. The system itself will be about twice the size of that cone, with especially the eastern half being particularly brutal as far as those winds go. That will absolutely go well inland, while the western side, I wouldn't count on the winds being a non-factor until you get west of the Apalachicola River. So for all of southwest Georgia and the western Big Bend, the winds will not be as strong, but they will definitely be strong enough to cause some downed tree limbs, some downed trees, and some widespread power outages. So don't sleep on that just because you're farther away from that center, and keep in mind everyone over the eastern half of the area that's going to be dealing with what we are seeing here. We're going to continue this coverage all night long. We're not going anywhere, but I'm going to let news talk because we got a lot of really good information that everyone needs to know about what's going on throughout all of South Georgia and the Big Bend.
And of course, 13 months ago, we had another Category 4 hurricane churning in the Gulf, and so just difficult to see that number pop up, even though it's just a slight wind increase.
Yeah, I wanted to draw a line through it when I saw it on your map, Mike. Yeah, this is a massive storm and a very, very powerful storm. So whether, as you mentioned, whether it goes this way or this way or this way, we are all going to feel the impacts of this storm tonight. So please stay safe out there. We'll continue to be with you throughout the evening.
All this afternoon, we've been checking in with our Brea Ruffin and Stacey Inez. That team's embedded in Decatur County. Brea Ruffin joins us now at a gas station there. Brea, are folks starting to leave the public spaces and take shelter? What does it look like?
Yeah, Julie, Jacob, just an hour ago, we saw this gas station. We're here at Circle K. We saw it packed with people, but now we see that it's empty. Residents are starting to head home before the storm hits. We're also seeing several other gas stations near closed down. You can see behind me that they've closed and shut down the gas pumps, and they put those yellow out of service covers over them. People have been driving through trying to get last minute storm essentials like water and snacks, but unfortunately it may be too late to do that. Now, we also spoke with Decatur County PIO Tyler Dalton about their emergency response during the storm, and here is what he had to share.
For like the fire department, ours is 50-mile-an-hour sustained winds. At that point, we can no longer operate. Now, once again, depending on the call and what apparatus we can get, we will try to send personnel within reason. But there may become a point where we will have to stop complete operation.
If you're in South Georgia or Decatur County, make sure to use the Decatur County EMA app. That way you can track power outages or emergency updates. Now is the time to get into your safe rooms and get ready for the storm as it makes its way here. Julie, Jacob, I'll send it back to you.
All right, all good information, Abrea, and that message about first responders is duplicated in every one of our counties. They will not be able to help you when the winds are at their worst, or even when they're just tropical storm force winds. But do call 911 if it's a true emergency. As Kevin Peters said, 911 operators can still be very helpful if you are experiencing an emergency. They can help with first aid. They can notify your location, mark your location for when it is safe for first responders.
Well, and the storm is so big, it's expected to knock out power in many, many communities later this evening, with power likely to go out. We'll be using our cell phones a lot in these next few days. We just heard from Verizon. They are waiving data usage starting today through October 5th for a lot of Florida and Georgia counties. That will cover all of the Big Bend and most of our South Georgia counties.
And although most folks still have power, that will change most likely in the near future. When that happens, and if your cable goes out, we do invite you to download our news app or go to our Facebook page. You can scan the code on your screen right now.
Yeah, you can watch us on our WCTV News app, our Facebook page, and everywhere that you stream WCTV content. And we do want to take a look around our region right now. As this is the view in Gulf County. Cape San Blas, we checked this view earlier. You can see they have that rock wall there along the edge of the road, and the waves continue to power through, topping that rock wall along the coast in Cape San Blas this afternoon. So certainly some powerful video there. We want you to take a look at this. Boy, talk about turbulent waters. This is in Lee County down in southwest Florida. The waves literally crashing onto the roadway there. Really treacherous for those drivers who are out there. The water rushing under the bridge. Somehow those cars continuing to drive over it. We'll echo the concerns. It's not a good time to be on the roadways, but this shows really the power of this storm and the size of it, because this is hundreds of miles away from us.
There isn't a county that borders the Gulf of Mexico and Florida that isn't feeling the effects, at least in the peninsula right now. Now, as Helene moves north, some southwest Florida cities, of course, as we said, not escaping its impact. These are some scenes of winds and waves in the Tampa area. Yeah, that's a nasty place to be right now. So our best to the folks down in the Tampa Bay area.
Right, and I did want to mention that we do have some road closures we want to share with you right away. Highway 319 between Sopchoppy and Highway 98, we understand, is now closed, and Highway 98 between Apalachicola and East Point. We see the maps here on your screen. These are road closures we want to make sure you're aware of. One is in Wakulla County. The other, it looks like, is in Franklin County. Again, 319 between Sopchoppy and Highway 98, and Highway 98 between Apalachicola and East Point. So
right, the time to evacuate seems to have ended. At least it's much more difficult now to evacuate with those road closures along the coast. We do want to head out now to Childs High School. Our Capital City correspondent Matt Hoffman has been with our Zach Dahlheimer all afternoon, and it's Zach who we have now. And Zach, just what are the latest messages you're hearing from the school leaders, from city leaders? What's the latest?
Well, Jacob, they just have more cots that they are setting up and putting up here at the shelter at Childs High School in Tallahassee. They came in from Florida A&M earlier today. Superintendent Rocky Hanna emphasizing they will not turn anyone away. However, the district did put out an advisory on social media that they are nearing capacity here at Childs and at Leon High School, and they're encouraging you that if you are looking for a place to shelter here in Leon County, to go to Rickards High School. There are 8 shelters now open all throughout Leon County, taking people in from not just here in Leon, but those counties along the coast where many people have been pushing to evacuate them. We're talking Franklin, Wakulla, Taylor counties, but we're talking just now, and we got to look inside. First look at this shelter here. There's a lot of space, people set up with beds, cots, getting snacks, feeling comfortable, and they feel much calmer now having a place to shelter here at one of the shelters at Child Childs High School. But it's not just local schools in Leon County. We also know that Florida State University and Florida A&M University, they have set up shelters as well. Florida State has a shelter set up at the Tucker Center, especially for students who live off campus to shelter at. And at the Al Lawson Center on FAMU's campus, that has been available for both students and residents. In fact, I talked with a Tallahassee woman earlier today who's staying at the Lawson Center's shelter. She said she's been through a number of hurricanes here in the Big Bend, but talk about the significance that Helene brings, especially when it comes to the city of Tallahassee, and why she decided to shelter.
I'm pretty used to hurricanes. I done sat through a couple of them, but I done seen a couple of them that you're not supposed to sit in, and this is one of them. I was so shook up just looking at it that I decided, well, it may be just best for me to go.
And we've had a lot of people paying attention, offering similar sentiments about them paying attention to meteorologists like the WCTV First Alert Weather Team that have been talking about how strong this storm could possibly get when it makes its way to our area of the Big Bend. So again, Superintendent Hannah says that if you are looking for a place to stay, there's plenty of room at any of the shelters, 8 of them here in Leon County. A thing to note as well, all 8 Leon County shelters at these schools are pet friendly. So don't feel like you have to stay at home because you don't want to leave your pet behind. You could bring your pet with you. We have folks from the Leon County Humane Society here to help look after your pet, your loved ones, yourself, and your 4-legged friends. Have lots of space here to stay safe and ride out Helene as it comes on through our area. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Zach. And you mentioned FSU. One note that the university sent out a couple hours ago, the students that were going to hunker in place in their residence halls before the storm arrived earlier today, actually FSU gathered all of those students up and moved them to the Turnbull Conference Center. Okay. And that's where we're told they're going to be riding out the storm. The conference center had recently gone up through some upgrades. They have hurricane shutters and some more protections, and so the university deciding that was the move. So that's the latest from FSU, along with the Tucker Center shelter for off-campus students.
Yeah, and Mike was mentioning, in just the last few minutes, that storm was upgraded to a Category 4 based on what the hurricane hunters found in the storm. We want to give you a look at that. Hurricane hunters providing an inside look at Helene and its eye. These, as crews fly into tropical storms to get weather data, it comes alongside some pretty incredible images.
Truly one of the occupations I can't even comprehend, how folks fly into hurricanes to capture life-saving data.
Well, I was going to say, and the information they gather is truly life-saving. So yeah, boy, stay safe out there.
Severe winds from Helene caused a terrifying scene for one family in Martin County, Florida this morning. The family was nearly killed in their home when a tree smashed through the roof. This happened around 9 o'clock this morning. No one in the home, thankfully, was severely injured. The only injury was to one of the family members there who got a scratch from a nail. A 13-year-old was asleep on the couch with his sister when the ceiling caved in.
No stitches, it's just a Band-Aid. Very, very lucky. I'm pretty sure if I wasn't on the couch, I would have gotten crushed. And if my sister was a little bit slightly off where she was sleeping, I definitely would have crushed her as well.
Neighbors came quickly to the rescue while emergency responders were on the way. Everyone who was in the house thankfully got out safely.
Boy, yeah, talk about lucky, and whew, we're so thankful nobody was seriously injured there, but you can see, boy, the wind and the trees, and this is the main danger in our region, of course, too, are all the falling trees that we love so much.
We'll keep a close eye on that. Now, cities across Georgia are already warning residents not to call 911 unless it's an emergency. This is something we've talked about. In fact, Atlanta police say they've seen an increase in non-emergency calls to dispatch. This storm will affect Georgia's capital as well. So this is a good advice for anyone, not just folks in Atlanta. Call 911 for medical emergencies, fires, or life-threatening incidents. Officials say don't call 911 for things like power outages or flooding. Instead, you should reach out to your power provider. All right, it is just after 6:30. We are going to turn things back over to Mike McCall. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Cameron Aaron. I just gave you an upgrade. Now, Cameron, what's the latest?
Yeah, so if we can we take a look at Max 2 behind me, please? I have the new update from the National Hurricane Center that came out just a few minutes ago. And the big story, we have a Category 4 hurricane now. And this is a Category 4 storm. Those winds up to 130 miles per hour and the pressure down to 947 millibars. This is pushing off quickly to the northeast at 23 miles per hour, and that means we should see a landfall sometime late Thursday, pushing into early parts of Friday over in South Georgia. But again, we talked about this earlier. Don't only focus on the cone. This is a very large system, so we are going to feel impacts to the east, also to the west of the center of circulation. And because of the quick forward speed, we're talking about a potential Category 2 hurricane all the way up into South Georgia. So again, just because you live in South Georgia, pretty far away from the coast, don't let your guard down. Also watching out for some high wind impacts as far north as our South Georgia counties. Right now, this is a look at Hurricane Helene as of the radar, and you can see pushing off to the north pretty quickly in the eastern Gulf of Mexico. We do have a few of those tornado warnings for parts of the Florida Peninsula. Now, some good news at this point, we have no active warnings in our region, but we do have a tornado watch in place that will last until 10 o'clock this evening for all the counties in our viewing area. Now, we are watching out for the potential for a few of those rotating showers and storms. Not a widespread issue, but a few cannot be ruled out, especially along into the east of where the circulation comes ashore. As of right now, a level 2 slight risk of severe weather in place from near St. Mark's to Thomasville and back to the east for our friends close to the I-75 corridor. Again, they have the better chance for a few of those rotating showers and storms. So just be sure that you have a way to receive warnings. Stay weather aware, have that First Alert Weather app. Our app will tell you when your home is under a watch or a warning, so that's a good tool to have as we go through your Thursday night, also early in the morning on Friday. At this point, we have no alerts in terms of tornadic alerts across the Big Bend or South Georgia, but we are tracking some heavy rain now for parts of Gulf County, pushing into Franklin County, also into Liberty County. Some heavy showers approaching southern Leon County, so a heads up in the capital city. Some heavy showers not too far away as these continue pushing off to the north and west ahead of Hurricane Helene. Now, we do have to watch out for these little squiggly storms here pushing across parts of South Georgia. Sometimes they can spin up very quickly. So again, the lead time with some of these tornado warnings may not be the best because they spin up and they spin down very quickly. So just be sure that you stay weather aware and you have ways to receive warnings. Also a heads up in Valdosta, heavy shower pushing into your direction over the next few minutes there. Now, flooding is another big concern that we have, all thanks to Hurricane Helene. Not the greatest concern, but still we are watching out for the potential for some freshwater rain flooding. These numbers are on top of the numbers that we had on Wednesday, also earlier this morning. So we could still see upwards of 3, possibly up to 8 inches of rain as we go through your Thursday night, possibly locally higher amounts as you get close to the coast of Franklin and Wakulla counties. So we do have a flood watch in place for all of us, and this will last until Friday morning when we finally see that drier air on the backside of Hurricane Helene. But until then, we have widespread hurricane warnings in place. All the counties, for most of us, in this red color, a hurricane warning in place. We do have a tropical storm warning for Jackson County, also pushing into Calhoun County. Now, notice right now, winds not terrible, gusting to 15, 20, up to 30 miles per hour close to the coast. But as we go through the rest of this evening and tonight, as Hurricane Helene gets closer, we are tracking those hurricane conditions to continue spreading inland. And again, because of the fast motion and the big size of this hurricane, that will push further inland into parts of South Georgia as well, close to the I-75 corridor. Now, these are just numbers from one model, so don't take this as the gospel, but notice we could see hurricane force winds gust as we go into your Thursday night. Notice some of us gusting to more than 100 miles per hour, and that's all where the center of circulation comes ashore. That's not all the way set in stone just yet. A few wobbles to the east, a few wobbles to the west, that's all on the table. And wherever the center of circulation comes ashore and to the east of the center, we are expecting hurricane force gusts, possibly more than 100 miles per hour into your Thursday night. And notice by Friday morning, a quick moving system. Most of us are drying out and calming down to wake up on Friday. Storm surge, another big issue, especially in those coastal areas. A storm surge warning from Apalachicola to Wakulla County into Jefferson County, also into Taylor County. Again, these numbers have not changed from the last few advisories. Anywhere from Carabel over to Steinhatchee, upwards of 15 to 20 feet of storm surge. That's possible. Again, that's not that doesn't mean everyone will see those numbers, but a few places could see storm surge upwards of 20 feet. That's the worst case scenario. To the west of the circulation, for our friends close to St. George Island, also close to Apalachicola, nothing to sneeze at. We could still see storm surge upwards of 10 or 15 feet west of the circulation. Now, we also have this that's working against us. High tide is coming in close to the time of landfall. Notice high tide anywhere from midnight to 1 in the morning. So that's another thing that may help to increase some of those storm surge values, especially east of the center of circulation. Let's start to wrap this up here with those key points. Again, tracking multiple different threats across the Big Bend in South Georgia. Storm surge close to the coast, high wind, maybe a few rotating showers and heavy rainfall as well. We could see those storm surge values upwards of 20 feet over those eastern counties for the coastline. For the winds, possibly gusting to more than 100 miles per hour close to the coast if you are near or east of the center. But notice inland, maybe close to hurricane force winds as you go close to the Florida and the Georgia border, and that will bring down trees and power lines. So again, we are expecting widespread power outages. And again, this is a marathon, not a sprint. We have several more hours to go.
Yes.
Just be sure that you stay weather aware. You keep it tuned to us at WCTV for more updates and have that First Alert weather app as more advisories and more watches and warnings are looming to go into tonight. Julie, Jacob, back to you.
All right, Cam, thank you so much. Yeah, a marathon indeed. We've been on the air since about 2 o'clock this afternoon. The arrival of this storm was pushed back a little bit. It was moving slower than expected. So we're going to be here with you for the duration until it makes landfall and after, to make sure you have all the information you need.
Yeah, and that landfall 3 to 5 hours away, it sounds like. Julie and I are going to take a break. You'll be in the capable hands of Abby Walton and Ava Van Valen, along with Mike and Cam, after this break. Stay with us.
All right, we are backtracking Hurricane Helene. I'm Ava Van Valen.
I'm Abby Walton, and again, we have been going for about 4.5 hours right now as we continue to track the path of Helene. We're coming in for a little bit along with Chief Meteorologist Mike McCall, as well as Cameron Aaron. We also have with us Josh Green. He's currently outside of our building right now, the WCTV studios. He's going to be tracking the conditions as they start to deteriorate over the next couple hours. Josh, what's it like out there right now?
Yeah, Abby, you know, right now, so far, so good.
It's raining. We've got some light to moderate rain here in Tallahassee, specifically the northeast side of town. It's one of those very outer rain bands, right? So it's going to bring you some light to moderate rain like this. It's going to be a little breezy out there. I can still hold my umbrella. That's going to be my judge. Until I can't hold this umbrella, as soon as I can't, that means, well, you shouldn't be out there on the roads anymore. So again, the time to go ahead and hunker on down, that's coming up here very shortly within the next hour or two. Now, throughout this evening and even into the overnight hours, myself, Ryan Kelly, we're here. We want to show you what kind of conditions are unfolding here in Tallahassee. So what we kind of expect, of course, is the landfall of Major Hurricane Helene to happen late tonight, perhaps somewhere around 11 p.m. So by the time we get to around 9 and 10, that's when conditions really going to begin to deteriorate here in town. And by the time we get to around 11 and midnight, that's going to be about the worst of it. And on top of all that, it's very humid outside. We were talking about this. This is the kind of weather that you can wear. It's very muggy, very sticky. That's all of that tropical moisture. And again, things right now, so far, so good. But of course, those conditions will deteriorate as the core of Hurricane Helene starts to make its way a little bit further into the Appalachia Bay. So I'm going to have a lot more updates for you throughout the rest of this evening and into the overnight hours. For now, we'll bring it back to you, Abby.
All right, thank you so much, Josh. And again, Josh saying for him, it's going to be the umbrella test about the wind speeds and all that kind of stuff. All right, well, we want to send things over right now to Chief Meteorologist Mike McCall. Mike, oh, I'm sorry, we're going to go St. George Island right now. Let's take a live look right out there right now. This is the Blue Parrot. That's a very familiar restaurant to a lot of people who head out to St. George Island. And take a look at those waves right now.
Yeah. Very rough.
Very, very rough. My good friend in Indiana, I told her to watch this camera because they come up here and we go to St. George Island, and I was like, this is going to kind of show you over the next couple hours, you're going to see this scenario deteriorate rapidly. All right, I guess we're going to go live out to Perry right now. Let's take a live look there. All right, what are the conditions there right now in Taylor County?
Yeah, so right now, guys, kind of some moving parts here. Conditions rapidly going downhill. We're kind of just starting to get into the outer core of this system, and certainly Helene is making its presence known. We're watching the treetops here. Some of those longleaf pines really starting to bend a little bit. Of course, this is nowhere near as bad as it's going to be, but in hurricanes and growing up in Texas and then covering them in Savannah, a lot of times you hear the wind above the surface, the tops of the trees, before you really feel it down at the surface, and we're kind of in that stage. I would say that above us winds are gusting, treetops 40, 50, 60 right now, but just occasionally 40 down at the surface. Again, some video here for you. Conditions better earlier as preparation really has been ongoing here in Taylor County. Mandatory evacuation order in effect for more than 48 hours now. Taylor County Office of Emergency Management saying if you're in a surge zone in particular and you're staying, to please write your ID or your name or perhaps your social security number, any form of ID on your arm or leg so that they can identify you. And I know that sounds dire, but basically what they're saying is they have this mandatory evacuation in effect, and they are very worried about people that stayed, and that they are worried that they will lose their lives because of the storm surge that will impact coastal portions of this county. Of course, much of Perry is well above sea level. We are safe here 30 to 40 feet above sea level.
All right, Cutter Martin with our sister station WANF out of Georgia in Taylor County, Perry, for us tonight. Thank you so much.
Yes, now we're going to check in with Chief Meteorologist Mike McCall. And Mike, the hurricane is now upgraded to a Category 4.
It is, and it's still, give or take, about 3 or 4 hours away from the center making landfall. But conditions will rapidly deteriorate from south to north throughout the evening hours. So you've basically run out of time unless you are in the extreme eastern parts of our region where there's not as much to deal with right now. But what we have seen in this wave of showers and storms that's well ahead of the core of the storm, it's all part of it, but it's not directly connected. we've seen a few tornadic cells, and we've got one of those right now, which is leaving northern parts of Mitchell County. I'll put this into motion over the last hour, moving from southeast to northwest. So this stuff's moving around 30 miles per hour, maybe a little bit faster than that. We've got a band of some pretty heavy rain too. I haven't seen any circulation with it coming through parts of Lowndes County, but we'll keep an eye on that. It's these ones that have this little bit of a different shape to them as these storms grow, get a little bit higher up, and the tops blow off toward the northwest like this. They kind of get this little kind of a different signature, almost a V shape. That's where we've seen some of the circulation. So that's that cell in Mitchell County, and also keeping a close eye on that one in northwestern parts of Decatur County. I haven't seen enough yet, and neither has the Weather Service to give it a tornado warning, but we'll go farther east. This is just some gusty winds, and any of the showers now, as you just heard from Cutter Martin down in Taylor County, any of the showers now, they have some really strong winds aloft, and the rain literally can bring some of that wind down to the surface. So even just plain old rain can give you a quick 30, 40 mile per hour wind gust. So that's just the start of things. In addition to that, this is what it's going to do. It's going to switch radars. That's why the colors kind of change up. You see these little bubbles of green, and down here you see the green and the red coming together. Got two cells actually racing through northwestern parts of Decatur County. These will cross over into southern parts and southwestern parts of Miller County within about the next 10 to 15 minutes. But they appear to both be just west of Highway 27, but if you live just west of 27 or northwest of Decatur County or southern parts of Miller County, you may want to just go ahead and get to that safe spot. There's not a warning for that, but there's definitely some circulation with two of those cells. And look at these other ones. There's actually two more here that showed some signs of rotation, and this is the one that prompted the warning. That one just to the west of Baconton, crossing over the Flint River, actually right over the Flint River as we speak, moving into the northeastern parts of Baker County. So yes, it's moving out of our viewing area, but this is something else just to keep an eye on. So while we talked more about the tornado threat being to the east, that's as we get to landfall and even after landfall. But ahead of it, there's definitely still some twisting and turning with some of these cells, even well up into South Georgia. This is all tied in with Helene. You heard us saying that is now a Category 4. Yeah, it's only a 5 mile per hour difference from what it was earlier, but it's kind of bounced back and forth. But the Hurricane Hunter aircraft that have been out there, they keep finding that the pressure is dropping, and that's not a good sign. The pressure drops. Typically, the winds respond a little bit after that, and the pressure has dropped down to 947 millibars. So that's a drop of 3 millibars since the last update an hour ago. So correspondingly, you think the atmosphere is going to adjust to that. So we could potentially see even a little more strengthening. Look at that forward speed, north-northeast at 23 miles per hour. So it's going to be roaring toward the coast during the next few hours. Still expected to come right up through Appalachia Bay. Yes, there has been a slight adjustment farther east. Remember, some of the tracks 12 hours ago, 24 hours ago were more kind of leaning toward maybe parts of Franklin or western Wakulla County. Now they're leaning more toward, say, Jefferson or Taylor counties. Generally speaking, this is a very small change because it's going to be such a large and powerful storm. Where this will make a bigger difference is, say, beyond 25 to 30 miles west of the center. Because of the fast forward speed, we're going to have just some really intense winds coming through the eastern half of the Big Bend and South Georgia, especially from, say, Thomasville east. From there west, the winds will start to slack off, but it's not going to be 20 miles an hour. It'll still be tropical storm force with higher gusts. It will still be plenty strong enough, especially in the gusts, to cause some power outages. It will continue to race toward the north overnight into tomorrow morning, passing through Atlanta, perhaps still as a strong tropical storm all the way through Atlanta before it continues to weaken beyond that. With that path, yes, maybe perhaps some of these totals could be a little bit less than this over the western parts of Appalachia Bay. But it is way too late to even think about, oh, well, I don't have to do anything. You should not be there, because while even right now, the surge hasn't built very much. This is what we expect. It's a very slow build with the surge. We've already got the waves. You saw those at St. George Island. But the water at the coast, maybe it's only risen half a foot or a foot. But when it gets closer, it will rapidly rise. We get the bigger waves on top of that. And if you've seen the video from Idalia, that's what you can expect. The stuff that we saw in Steenhatchee before, that's what you can expect, only perhaps even higher. It won't be all of the coastline from Wakulla through Taylor and Jefferson counties that gets to 15 to 20 feet, but certainly in some pockets where the conditions just come together in just the wrong way, that's where you could see some of those mammoth amounts. So hopefully everyone from the coast took those evacuation orders seriously and left. Check out the tide times, because high tide, okay, well, we'll look at, the high tides occurred this morning. These high tides are ones that actually occur tonight after midnight. So low tides occurred already, except for in Apalachicola. It's still to come, but low tides have already happened. So that kind of helped lower any noticeable increase in water heights this afternoon. But now we're done with low tides. The high tides are coming in and should peak out right around midnight or a little bit after that, from St. Mark's to Carabel to Steenhatchee. So unfortunately, that's just adding to the misery of this, and that the timing for tides is not helping us out. The satellite view, this would be spectacular and great for a weather nerd to look at if it were out in the middle of the Atlantic, but it is not at all when it's over the eastern Gulf, and it is intensifying. I don't see any reason to think that it won't continue to even get better organized during the next hour. Now, it should start to level off. The water does get cooler, the shallower water. There are reasons that hurricanes weaken as they get up into Appalachia Bay, but it's moving at 23 miles per hour. It's not going to really have much time to weaken. So I would expect that it will keep this intensity all the way to landfall. So we could be talking about widespread wind gusts at or above 100 miles per hour in spots from Jefferson, Taylor, and on through Madison County. And we'll look at some gusts in a moment, but let's look in close at this just to show you the black colors. Those are the intense bands, and they've almost wrapped all the way around that center. So the eye, which had been wobbling and wasn't very circular in satellite view, it's about to become that, and that's when it becomes a mature, intense hurricane, which it already is when you look at radar. Look at this view. It is about as ugly as you can ever hope to not see as we start to see those intense bands wrapping around. And look how the core is here. We're getting all this stuff that's hundreds of miles to the north. But these bands right here, those are getting closer and closer to the coast. Those could produce some tornadic cells that will move on shore, especially into Franklin and Wakulla counties over the next hour. And then late tonight, we could see some of these type bands that come into our easternmost counties, and perhaps even some that wrap in from the Atlantic, although by far the biggest tornado threat late tonight will be on the Atlantic side. For the next hour, it's still going to be along the Gulf side of west central Florida and even inland a little bit. As you can see, a couple of active warnings inland from Tampa and Sarasota. Another thing to look at the lightning. Look at the little bursts of lightning that happen with the convection. Now, if this didn't close off, and what I mean by that is if the convection didn't wrap all the way around the center, these bursts of convection enhance the wobbles. When you see a bunch of orange and red showing up on one spot, it kind of pulls the center that direction, and that really creates those wobbles. But while that's still going on, and part of it is still open, I fear that you're going to see that orange area wrap all the way around the center, and that's when you'll see fewer of the wobbles and more of that track just kind of locking in. It's still aimed at our coast, and whether or not it's Alligator Point or Keaton Beach doesn't matter because it's so gigantic. Okay, it's a huge storm system. Look at the future cast here. This is one of the models, the graph, which has definitely trended more east. So this may or may not be the exact point, but don't focus on this. Focus on this. Look how big this is. This is about 75 to 80 miles wide of the most intense part of this, which is roughly from Tallahassee all the way out to Lake City. And so that means it moves through all of the eastern Big Bend, and then it's going to move through basically most of South Georgia from, say, Cairo eastward. Now, that doesn't mean that areas to the west, and I haven't talked about it much, doesn't mean you're not going to get some pretty strong tropical storm conditions. You may miss out on the hurricane conditions, but you're still going to lose power because you're still going to have some very strong gusts. And then it all starts to wrap up and quickly move out as we get into the overnight period. Those winds, there you go. It's up to Cat 4, but focus more on we're all going to have tropical storm force winds, but this orange area, I would extend this even farther east. So basically the whole eastern half of the area can expect to see some wind gusts perhaps exceeding hurricane force. We're seeing a buoy out there in the Gulf of Mexico right now measuring gusts to 81. The current winds are around 10 to 15, 20 miles per hour. Some gusts, though, are getting up there, gusting to 37 at Alligator Point. That's almost tropical storm force. We're starting to see a few more gusts inland in that 20 to 30 mile per hour range. Now check out, again, it's a model, so it could be off by 20 or 30 miles, could be off by an hour or two. But look at some of the forecast gusts as we get into around 11 o'clock. Look at what it's doing here. We're seeing some gusts getting closer to 100 miles per hour. Inland, we're seeing those gusts getting up closer to 70 miles per hour. You move ahead toward midnight, we're seeing more of the 70 to 80, perhaps even exceeding 100 mile per hour gusts. It's a model forecast. Doesn't mean it's necessarily going to happen, but even way over here, we're still getting gusts 45 to 55 miles per hour. You get to 130, those winds spread inland. So Valdosta, Homerville, Moultrie, Adel, Quitman, you can all expect to see those hurricane force gusts. They're going to knock down trees. They are going to cause power outages. So just to kind of wrap it all up, the severe threat still existing, parts of South Georgia. The main threat from the wind, rain, and surge still to come should continue to go downhill, especially after about 8 o'clock. Okay, I thought we're going to break now. Okay, so back over to the desk.
All right, thank you, Mike. You know, obviously, as the storm grows closer, there's a lot of people in shelters in Leon County. We were talking about how important it is for them to be able to bring their pets with them, make sure their pets are safe. And luckily, all the shelters in Leon County do accept pets. And of course, Matt Hoffman, Zach Dahlheimer are at Charles High School. And they have found some people with their pets there, some exotic pets.
Absolutely, Matt. Oh my gosh, we are talking not just cats and dogs, but also birds.
Yeah, that's right, guys. You know, when we heard about pet friendly, we found out how friendly. That's extremely friendly. I'm here with Nathan. Nathan, tell me, what animals you have here?
So I have some large parrots that I brought, and I bought some hairless cats, but I just wanted to make sure they took exotic animals, but they were very accommodating, and they gave me a whole classroom just for my parrots and my cats.
Yeah, so Nathan has an entire classroom for the cats, for the birds, and you've decided to ride out the storm. Tell us why that is.
I stayed during one of the previous hurricanes, and I saw the trees blow like fur in the wind, so I just wanted to make sure that all my animals were safe. So I decided to evacuate to the shelter.
You know, the number one thing I've heard from folks is, well, if I evacuate, what am I going to do about my dog? What am I going to do about my cat? But I think you can attest they'll be well taken care of here.
Oh yeah, if you bring your pets here, they're very accommodating, and they're inside brick classrooms, so they'll be very safe.
Okay, now I'm going to step out of the way just to show you all the animals we're talking about here. We have hairless cats, we have birds. Like Nathan said, this is an entire classroom. So please, if you're worried about your animals, but you think you might need shelter, there's still a little bit of time. You can come to any of the shelters. They are all pet friendly, and we found out exactly how friendly that is. But for now, here at Childs High School, I'm Matt Hoffman, and I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Matt. And again, Leon County Schools updating their shelters about 2 hours ago, saying that, you know, Leon and Childs, they were getting full, and that, you know, people should go if they are still needing to over to Rickards. But before we got on the air, I was talking with Mike and saying, okay, when is kind of that point where wherever you are at that point? And so pretty much, you know, we were saying probably by 7:30. So probably in the next half hour, you need to be where you are going to be to ride out this storm. And of course, we want to make sure that you feel safe. So if you don't feel safe, please get to a shelter now before it gets too dark outside. We don't want anybody on the roads because, of course, first responders need to be able to get access quickly. So we don't want just any of us out on the roads.
Absolutely not. All right, I think we are going to Savannah Kelly, actually. She is at a shelter in Jefferson County right now. Savannah, how's it going there?
Well, Ava, everyone here is pretty much just waiting and watching. People have been coming in and out of the shelter, some just to stand outside and watch the rain come down. The weather hasn't gotten too bad here yet, mostly just rain, but people here are kind of anxiously awaiting what's going to happen in the next several hours. It is pet friendly, so a lot of people here have their dogs. They've been taking their dogs out for one last walk before the storm comes. A lot of people that I talked to said they live in places that are surrounded by a lot of trees, so they didn't feel safe staying in their home, worrying if a tree might fall on their house. They didn't want to be inside when it happened. I also talked with someone who lives in a mobile home, and so he evacuated because he just did not feel safe riding the storm out there. Here's a little snippet of what he had to say.
I'm hoping I have a home to come back to and everything will be all right. I'm hoping.
Out of the shelter and go back home what they're going to see. But at this point, all there's left to do is really just wait and watch. They're urging anyone who has not come to the shelter yet but wants to leave to come now as soon as possible before it's too late. So if you are kind of contemplating leaving, it's best to come now, get here early before the really bad weather starts to hit. For now, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Sabina. Like we said, about 7:30 is that cutoff time. So if you're going to go now.
Absolutely. We want to make sure that everybody stays safe during this storm. And not only are we just thinking about, staying safe during the storm, but everyone's kind of going, okay, what's going to happen in the aftermath?
Right.
I've been talking with the Salvation Army of Florida. They are stationed in Alabama and in Jacksonville. There's Operation Barbecue Relief. They're stationed in Alabama. There's a lot of people waiting to come in and help rebuild, do the rebuilding. But of course, with that, immediately you're going to want to take care of your home, but you want to make sure that you don't fall for any scams. Unfortunately, there are bad actors out there who will want to take advantage of this situation.
Yeah, as soon as tomorrow morning.
Yes.
So they'll be reaching out.
Yes.
So we're going to talk to Florida Chief Financial Officer Jimmy Petronas. He's warning about some of these post-hurricane scams.
They will go from door to door because you're vulnerable. Maybe you don't have electricity. Maybe you have limited access to the internet. But they will essentially get you to sign a document, whether it's called an assignment of benefits or a directional of payments. They will essentially take over your insurance claim because you're in a vulnerable place.
Yeah, they're definitely preying on people who might be desperate. They don't know what else to do. And the best thing to do if you are in any way in doubt or you're not sure is to just hold on, wait, and get in touch with someone who certainly would know better.
Absolutely. Do not sign any documents, any kind of thing. All right, well, now we want to take a look at the storm from
Helene.
space.
Wow.
This is the International Space Station taking a look at Hurricane Helene right now. That's 260 miles above the Earth's surface. Now, when you look at it from here, it does kind of look beautiful.
It really does. It really does. Not as threatening as it is.
Absolutely. Not as threatening as it is. But again, it's amazing to think that even people who are astronauts who are up in space right now are looking at this from the International Space Station.
Yeah. All these different views of it are just amazing to see. And we certainly have the technology to see all these different views.
I know.
And that's what's kind of interesting. But President Biden is issuing a warning, an urgent warning tonight to people here in Florida.
Everyone needs to take it seriously, extremely seriously. The potential storm surges well beyond the immediate path of the hurricane could be significant and deadly. For you and your family's sake, I urge everyone in and near the path of the hurricane to listen to local officials and follow evacuation orders and when told to do so.
Yeah, and we are getting good direction from local officials, so nobody should be, having to question what to do if they need help or where to go.
And I think, again, as we're talking really with that 7:30, time being the cutoff point where you need to make sure that you are sheltered in place where you're going to ride out this storm. There was a Facebook post today with Wakulla County Sheriff Jared Miller that was really powerful. A lot of us in the newsroom were talking about how powerful it was because, Sheriff Miller has been here a very long time. He says he's lived here his entire life and he's never witnessed some of the storm predictions we are currently seeing I and everyone at the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office will be working alongside you during the recovery process. And again, we've been seeing law enforcement taking pictures of their Alpha shift, and now the Bravo shift has come on, going through the overnight hours. And so we want to thank our first responders who are out there working right now, making sure we all stay safe during the storm. If something happens, you know, they're going to try to respond, but we do want to make note between 35 and 45 miles per hour. When the winds start to hit that threshold, first responders are going to be told to shelter in place. So if you get stuck, if you get stranded, if you know water, you can't get out, no one's going to be able to come. That's why they're saying you need to get to a safe place ASAP.
Absolutely, and stay off the road so they can do the work that they need to do after the storm. All right, we're taking a live look outside right now. It looks rough there, a Clockney boat ramp.
Wow.
Yeah.
Normally when we take this camera during our newscast, it's beautiful, peaceful, people are out fishing. You definitely don't see the water up that high, nor as choppy as that is. And this is just the beginning. That's the thing that we need to be aware of. This is just the beginning, and we need to make sure everybody stays safe.
Absolutely. All right, let's get the latest update from Cameron Aaron. And Cameron, where are we now with Hurricane Helene?
Yeah, Ava and Abby, we have a new advisory from the National Hurricane Center as of 7 o'clock, and this updates the pressure and the intensity and the location, and the wind speeds are the same, still sitting at 130 miles per hour, and that makes this a Category 4 storm. The pressure, though, continues to fall down to 945 millibars, moving off to the north-northeast, again quickly at 23 miles per hour, pushing into the Big Bend by Thursday night, going into the overnight hours for our friends in South Georgia. But again, because the storm is moving so quickly, we are anticipating possibly a low-end Cat 2 to a Cat 1 hurricane as far north as South Georgia. So again, just because you are further inland, don't let your guard down. This system is large and it's moving quickly, and it will push into South Georgia by early parts of Friday. And also, don't only focus on the cone. We are going to feel impacts to the east, also to the west of the cone to go into Thursday night. Here is a look at the radar at this point. You can see the center of Hurricane Helene in the eastern Gulf of Mexico. This is the eye wall, so this is the strongest part of the hurricane. It continues lifting pretty fast off to the north and northeast, around 20 to 25 miles per hour. So notice this is about 115 miles from our coastline. So we are expecting a landfall as we go through late Thursday, if not late Thursday, early parts of your Friday. So let's talk about the different threats. We have possibly a few strong storms. We have storm surge. We have heavy rainfall, and we have strong winds. Let's start with the tornadic part of this situation. We have a tornado watch in place for the entire region, and that will last until 10 o'clock this evening. But the Storm Prediction Center says we will likely see a new watch issued later on this evening that would go further into the overnight hours. So again, don't let your guard down. You will need to have ways to receive warnings just in case. The better chance for those rotating storms will stay along into the east of the center of circulation. So from Thomasville to St. Mark's and back to the east, close to I-75, this is a level 2, slight risk of severe weather in place. The threat for a tornado fairly low, but it's not zero. We could see a few of those spin-ups. Also in tropical systems, those are quick spin-ups, so the lead time may not be the best. So just be sure that you have those ways to receive warnings. Have the first alert weather app that will notify you when your home is under the watch or warning there as we go through the rest of Thursday night. Right now, though, we have no alerts in place in terms of severe weather, but we are tracking that heavier rain to continue pushing across the Big Bend. We are zooming into parts of Franklin County, into Gulf County, also into parts of Liberty County, and a few heavier showers close to Tallahassee, pushing out of Leon County at this hour. Further inland for parts of South Georgia, some heavy showers and storms close to Bainbridge, pushing into parts of Miller and Seminole County. Also, this tornado warning just outside of our region, close to Albany at this hour, and close to the I-75 corridor, tracking more light to moderate showers from Valdosta, also into parts of Madison and into Hamilton counties at this hour as well. Rainfall, that will be another big story we watch out for. Now, this model just updated, so we'll have to take a look at the the different numbers here, but this is on top of the rain that's already fallen. So notice we could see anywhere from 1, possibly up to 4 or 5 inches of additional rainfall to go into the rest of Thursday night, also early on Friday. So we do have a flood watch in place, and this will last for the entire region through Friday morning once we finally see that drier air on the backside of Hurricane Helene. Until then, a hurricane warning continues for most of our viewing area, a tropical storm warning for Jackson County, also Calhoun County. Further away from the center off to the west, impacts a little bit lower, but again, don't let your guard down as we are tracking tropical storm conditions possibly into the panhandle because this system is so large and moving so quickly off to the north. At this point, winds, they're okay, getting a little bit gusty out there, gusting to 20 in Bainbridge, also in Quincy, gusting to nearly 30 in Tallahassee, and check out Franklin County gusting to 40 over in Apalachicola, but more gusty winds are on the way, especially as the center of Hurricane Helene gets closer. Now along into the east of the center of circulation, that is where we see the very strong winds, the very heavy rainfall. At this point, that looks to be basically from Tallahassee to Thomasville and back to the east, close to the I-75 corridor. But again, further west, don't let your guard down. Watching out for the potential for tropical storm conditions all the way over into possibly southeast Alabama and close to Panama City in the Panhandle. This is our in-house model, and again, this is just one model run, so don't take this to the bank, but this is showing the potential for those wind gusts up to possibly 70, 80, 90, maybe more than 100 miles per hour, especially close to and to the east of the center of circulation. And again, that is very strong. That is strong enough to knock down trees, knock out power, and we are expecting power outages to increase by Thursday night and to go into Friday. Let's talk about storm surge. For those people that are close to the coast, hopefully everyone has evacuated because of those evacuation orders, and we do have a storm surge warning from Apalachicola and Franklin County over to Wakulla, into Jefferson, also into Taylor County. And again, these numbers can be a little bit scary, but let's talk about it. This is the forecast. That doesn't mean everyone here from Carabel to Steinhatchee will see 15 to 20 feet of storm surge, but the potential is there in the worst case scenario that we could see a few spots in this purple zone to see 15 to 20 feet of storm surge above normally dry ground. That's why people are calling this, rightly so, unsurvivable storm surge. This is very significant, very dangerous storm surge, and that's why the mandatory evacuation was issued for those areas close to the coast. Now, west of the center, again, don't let your guard down. Apalachicola, St. George Island, Dog Island, still significant, up to 10, possibly 15 feet of storm surge. Now, those tides also working against us a little bit. We have a high tide coming around midnight to 1 a.m., so that will also help to increase the potential of that storm surge. Let's wrap this all up. We have a lot of information out there at this point. We have a lot of different threats out there. Storm surge, high winds, heavy rainfall, maybe a few spin-up tornadoes. That's all possible. Again, I talked about this earlier. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Be sure that you have different ways to receive warnings. Stay weather aware. We are watching out for the potential for widespread power outages. If you have that First Alert weather app, you can get those alerts as we go through the overnight hours. That's very important as Hurricane Helene makes landfall. Let's go back to Abby and Ava at the desk.
All right.
All right, thank you so much, Cameron. And as you were talking to, I was looking at some of the different power companies and their utility maps. Thankfully, right now, not very many people without power. We do know, again, that that will deteriorate over the evening. And as Cam was saying, make sure you download our WCTV News app, our First Alert weather app, Facebook. You'll be able to continue streaming us, even if your television, you don't need a television. Yeah. You can just have your device. Also, wonderful, our partners at iHeartRadio. They'll be, if you have a radio, you can go to one of the iHeart stations and they'll be broadcasting our coverage here. So you can still get the information. There's a lot of ways to do that. You'll see all those radio stations right there on your screen. Thank you so much for doing that. Again, we want to make sure that everybody has the information, even if they don't have a television to watch us on.
And make sure that your phones are charged, your tablets are charged. If the power does go out, obviously we won't be able to do that. So make sure those are charged. Now, several counties do have curfews that are in effect. So keep in mind, if you are finishing up preps and traveling to wherever you are sheltering, Thomas County and Bainbridge's curfew starts at 6 o'clock tonight. Well, that's passed, but that's until tomorrow morning, so that's already done. Valdosta starts their citywide curfew at 8. Now, travel is only allowed for work or medical reasons. And right now, we only know of one Big Bend county with a curfew set, but many other counties like Franklin, McCullough, and Taylor are under mandatory evacuation orders. Taylor County put a curfew in effect from sunset to sunrise, and evacuation orders went into effect this morning. And we mentioned earlier on their Facebook page, they're urging everyone to refrain from coming back until they've been given the okay.
Absolutely. They want to make sure that things are safe for people to return. And again, please listen to those curfews. That it's so you are not out on the roads. The first responders, they need to be out on the roads taking care of things. And then, of course, the shelters will remain open throughout the duration of the storm. So if for some reason there is an emergency situation and you do need to get to a shelter, that's why we need the roads clear so people can do that.
That's right. Now, many people are going to rely on their generators until electricity is restored, but it's very, very important for you at home to understand how the safety precautions to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning and other risks.
Portable generators can help, of course, when the power goes out. Everybody wants those creature comforts. As we know, the power will be out for a while and the storm rolls in, but they can also present a danger to your home if you're not careful. A spokesperson with the Tallahassee Fire Department says it's imperative you never use a generator indoors, on your deck, or in your garage. Do not connect your generator directly to your home's wiring. Always use heavy-duty indoor-outdoor rated extension cords to connect to the generator inside. And make sure it's properly ventilated. The fire department recommends 3 to 4 feet of clear space on all sides of the generator. Never refuel it while it's running or while it is hot to avoid hot fires or explosions. And position that generator at least 20 feet away from your home. And always, again, make sure that exhaust is pointing away from your home.
And sometimes it seems a little bit redundant, but there's a lot of people that have just bought generators.
This is true.
So they might not know that.
First-time users.
Yeah, and the fire department does suggest installing a carbon monoxide detector on each level of your home, which will detect the odorless and colorless gas. Symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning are often flu-like. Now, they include a headache, dizziness, weakness, nausea, vomiting, chest pain, and confusion. So be on alert if you feel any of those.
Absolutely. Now, if you do think that you might have some carbon monoxide poisoning, they say to get some fresh air immediately. If you or someone else is showing symptoms, you need to move to an open air area with fresh air right away, and don't re-enter your home or wherever you are. Don't go back inside until emergency services have declared that it is safe. And again, because it is colorless, because it is odorless, it can sneak up on you. And again, as Ava was saying, this sounds like simple stuff, but for many of us, we haven't used a generator. Maybe we haven't been through a storm like this. So just some reminders. So
and you could attribute it to stress, since everyone's so stressed out.
That's true too.
So. All right, so looking around the region at Helene's impacts. Now we see here on your screen, wow, those waves crashing into Howard, Franklin Bridge in the Tampa Bay area. Definitely do not want to be on the roads when that is going on.
No, now let's look at Manatee County, Anna Maria Island, these flooded streets right here. And I always look at these pictures and I think of Mike McCall, because the turnaround, don't drown, always goes through my mind. When I've been doing storm coverage, I've come upon some of these scenes and I stop and I go, if I drive through this and I get stuck, Mike's going to be really mad at me. So do not do what this man did right here. Do not drive through floodwaters. You just don't know how deep or how fast it is, and it's just not worth it.
Absolutely not. All right, we're going to take a look back. Idalia storm surge just over a year ago. There you can see in Steinhatchee. It's 13 months since a massive storm surge in Steinhatchee.
And we are thinking about everybody in that area right now who has worked so hard to rebuild. And I know if you have stayed and you're still there, that know our hearts are with you, because it's been a rough go for the past 13 months.
Yes, it certainly has. All right, we're taking a look now. Alligator Point there in Franklin County. It's a live look right now. Clearly the rain is coming down. Looks like, it seemed like it froze for a second, but it looked like it was windy out there.
Very, very windy. That area in Franklin County, we know Alligator Point. Hopefully everybody has evacuated in that area. You really shouldn't be in Alligator Point right now because we know things will get very bad. And again, the big thing along the coast is that storm surge. They're talking about potentially 15 to 20 feet of storm surge. And I love, Rob used this analogy earlier in the evening to kind of mentally think about it. So right now, you know those big skeletons that people have in their front yards? They're usually about like 9 or 10 feet. Imagine 2 of those skeletons on top of each other, or he said, or imagine 2 Christmas trees standing on top of each other. That's what that amount of storm surge looks like. So just imagine that. That could take, you know, over people's homes. You don't want to be around for that.
Absolutely not. All right, earlier this afternoon, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp and state leaders gave an update on preparations that they're making ahead of the hurricane's arrival. And Kemp said state officials have made preparations for the storm and have sent crews statewide. Let's take a listen.
We have put considerable state resources toward this, literally all across state government. The Georgia National Guard, as I mentioned, we got 250 called up now with the ability to go to 500. We'll go to whatever we need as we see that need develop.
And I think that's something our friends in South Georgia have unfortunately become accustomed to. Many years they were like, we don't get this type of weather, and now they are having to shelter from a hurricane. And so because of that, and because of the size and the strength of Helene, several places in South Georgia are opening up shelters. Different organizations, as you can see here on your screen, places in Colquitt County, Thomas County, Decatur, and Lowndes. They are all opening up shelters. Organizations like Good Samaritans, Red Cross, Hope Farms, a majority of them opened up today. Again, Cross Creek Elementary Shelter in Thomas County. Again, if you're going to a shelter or thinking about it, you need to get going. Like, the time is dwindling because we want everyone positioned where they are to stay safe very quickly. So again, if you think, I don't know about this, you need to go to a shelter.
Yes, it is 7:24, so it's time. All right, we're going to check in with Mike. Mike, what is the latest?
Well, and talking about that, so South Georgia, we've been saying for days, this is going to be a South Georgia hurricane too. So just because it's going to be later, if you need to get to a shelter, if you would not feel safe in your home if we had a tornado warning, then you need to get to a shelter, especially over the eastern half of our area, say from Cairo eastward. Again, if in a mobile home, manufactured home, an older home that you just wouldn't feel safe, if I said, hey, there's a tornado coming your way, seek shelter. If you wouldn't feel safe there, then get to the shelter. It's one night and it's worth your lives, okay? So you still have time if you're in South Georgia, but as Abby and Ava just said, you need to hurry up. So find out what you're going to do and take some action. Helene, a couple of ugly things. Category 4 now. That's because the winds are up to 130. Now that is only 5 miles an hour faster than the last advisory. It's fluctuated back and forth from 3 to 4. It's been right around that level for about 12 hours now. It became a Category 3 earlier today. However, that pressure just keeps on falling. Now, it's not, since we're getting these reports every hour now, it may not seem like as dramatic a fall, but that pressure keeps falling. And typically what happens is those winds start to strengthen after the pressure fall. So it is still possible that those winds could go even higher before it makes landfall. Now, I do expect to see a leveling off as it actually gets into Appalachia Bay and moves inland. However, it's moving at 23 miles per hour. So while in a slow-moving system, that gives the atmosphere a chance to disrupt it. Some cooler water, shallower water, more interaction with land. All those things work against intensification. But in a fast-moving system, there's just not going to be enough time. So expect this to still be at least a Category 3 at landfall. But I'll show you why that may not be enough. It may be higher than that. It's still expected to be a hurricane all the way through South Georgia, especially the eastern half of our South Georgia counties. So again, roughly from, say, Cairo and east, prepare for those hurricane-force wind gusts. If you're west of Cairo, if you're west of Tallahassee, I don't expect that you'll see as high of a chance. There still could be some hurricane-force gusts. We're talking 75 miles an hour. but there will still be a lot of 45 to 55 or 65 mile per hour gusts that will cause some power outages. And we've even seen a few rotating supercell thunderstorms rapidly moving through parts of South Georgia. So there are still hazards. Everybody needs to stay weather aware until we get to around 3 a.m. if you're in South Georgia. Earlier than that if you're farther south. We all catch that break because it quickly moves on up here, and then it's going to be a big rainmaker for Tennessee through the upcoming weekend. There is still that potential for as high as 15 to 20 feet of storm surge, especially for, I'd say, the northern parts of Appalachia Bay and the Taylor County coast. Not as high the farther west, and it drops off to 10 to 15 feet. Before, that was a gigantic storm surge. So I think we're already getting used to, well, it's not as high as it is over here. This is a huge number. You don't want to mess around with that. The water is not rising much. Low tides happen this afternoon, and the winds are not really piling the water up yet. But they will. When that center moves inland, that's when that will happen. So low tides, these were the afternoon low tide times for Apalachicola, St. Marks, Carabel, Steinhatchee. Those occurred a couple hours ago. But then these high tides, these are after midnight high tides. So St. Marks, Carabel, Steinhatchee, we're talking around midnight to 2 a.m. That's going to be just after landfall, but that wind will still be drawing that water in. So that's just going to add to that storm surge potential. Satellite view, unfortunately, it's taking on that classic look. If there's any tiny ray of hope that I've seen just in the last half hour, it looks as though there's at least a tiny bit of dry air that's gotten in here. And the reason why I say that's a tiny ray of hope is because I thought that this convection, if it wrapped all the way around, and that would cut off any dry air and really it add to that possibility for more intensification. So it's possible when the eye takes on a little more of an oval shape, it's not completely circular. Yeah, that means there's at least some disruption, but this thing is spinning really fast. I slowed this loop down just so we could kind of look at that. A better way to track it is with radar, which I'll show you in a moment. Here's the really deep dry air, and there's lots of it in the western half of the Gulf of Mexico. But this is a wall of moisture. It is really tough. Yes, there is a little tiny peak, and see how there's that kind of where the green kind of disappears? That's the really deep moisture. So yeah, there is a little tiny bit. We'll take whatever we can get at this point if it keeps it from intensifying anymore. Here's that radar presentation. Yes, I do see that it's gone a little more, certainly more northeast than north over the last couple of hours. So does that increase the threat for Taylor County? Yes, it does. Does it decrease the threat for the center to pass over Wakulla or Franklin County? Yes, it decreases that threat. But look how big this is. The eye itself is about 25 miles wide. The core of strong winds, add another 20 miles to that with the really strong stuff north and east. Maybe only 10 miles west and southwest. But still, if you add all that up, if you do all that math, so 25 miles, add 20, add another 10, okay, now we're talking more than 50 miles wide of that core of really strong winds. So even if the center hits Taylor County, that does not mean that Leon, Wakulla, Jefferson are going to be out of the serious winds. You will be on the west side, which is still going to be really intense. Just keep that in mind, all right? Tornado warnings with these bands coming on shore over west central Florida. But look how the thunderstorms, we did see more lightning, about an hour and a half ago, wrapping around the center. So again, little tiny ray of hope in that I'm not seeing the lightning because that just means the more intense thunderstorms. But look how we start to see more of that red on the north side. And if that can wrap around a little bit more and close off that little bit of dry air, then it's going to be really tough for this thing to weaken at all before it makes landfall. Farther inland, South Georgia, you've had a few strong thunderstorms come through. Watch the heavy rain that comes up there and goes through Valdosta. We've even seen a couple of cells outside of our viewing area now, but did have some circulation with them. I did see one over Decatur County. There was a strong circulation that was moving through Mitchell and Baker counties. And that stuff has already raced off toward the northwest. But look at the future cast for the next few hours. We start to see that really intense rain moving into the Big Bend by 9 to 9:30. That's when, again, if for whatever reason you've procrastinated, please, please, please get into that safe place as soon as you can, because once it starts to go downhill, it will happen more rapidly. Okay, it's not going to be this slow burn for the rest of the night. When it starts to go bad, it'll go bad quickly, and then that center moves ashore. This model, what we call the HER, this is rapid refresh, does take it more through Taylor County, but look how big this core is out to the west. This model actually keeps the core stronger north and west. So while there may be some stronger winds on the east side, this is some really intense stuff that comes from Valdosta to Quitman to Thomasville to Tallahassee to Crawfordville. And even this band out here through Bainbridge along the Flint River. So we're still talking some really intense stuff. And by that time, do you notice the change here? We do expect that at some point when this comes through the viewing area, that steering will change a little bit. It won't move as much toward the north-northeast, and it will move a little bit toward the north. That's not good, because that keeps some more of the intense stuff into South Georgia after 1 a.m. This is still well defined. That brings up a point. If you've been watching, we've mentioned this. If you haven't, that's why I'll talk about it again. If you are in the eye, and a lot of us will be in the eye tonight, from maybe the Taylor or Jefferson County coast, Madison County, perhaps Hamilton, perhaps even a little bit of Jefferson, Brooks, Lowndes. If you're in the eye, you go from the intense winds, perhaps wind gusts over 100 miles per hour. It's a nightmare. It's going to be the loudest sound you've ever heard. And then all of a sudden, it gets really calm. Maybe it'll probably still be a light breeze. Probably won't go completely calm. If the eye is really intact, you'll probably see stars over parts of Taylor County briefly. But because this thing could be moving at 25 miles per hour, maybe even faster by that time, the backside of that is going to hit you with another intense round of wind. So you will get the intense winds twice. You will get them from one direction, the front side of the eye. You will get them from the other side. So you will get these south and then east winds ahead of the eye. Then you get the north and the west winds on the other side of the eye. Okay? So I know it's tempting, and believe me, I'm a weather nerd. It would be a really cool thing, but you just don't want to take that chance, because conditions will turn around so quickly. You don't want to be caught out there. You don't want to go try to make repairs. You don't want to walk around the neighborhood and see how everybody else is doing. Wait until the center's going to move fast enough that after another 2 hours, it's going to be long gone. And then you can get out there, because the rain will quickly come to an end. South Georgia by 3 or 4 a.m., North Florida probably more like 1 to 2 a.m. when the rain starts to quickly come to an end. Let's talk about some winds. These are the gusts being measured right now. Can you see what I'm seeing? Look at this buoy out there in the Gulf of Mexico. That's measuring a gust right now to 101 miles per hour. Apalachicola, a gust only to 39, but that's tropical storm force, and the center is still way out here. So it's just starting to show those stronger winds reaching us. Now, that is still an offshore wind. That's another reason why the storm surge hasn't become a real issue yet. But when it turns, and it will, that storm surge will rapidly come up. If you've never seen it, you'll never want to see it again, because it's ugly. It's just, you don't realize that it's happening, because the water just seems like the waves get a little bit bigger. And it's because that water just starts rising, and it happens quickly. It may not happen until an hour before it makes landfall, and then it just turns into a nightmare scenario that quickly. Trust me, you don't want to be anywhere near it. Don't get video of it. There's some automated cameras that'll get video of it, okay? We'll have plenty of that video to see if it doesn't put people's lives in danger. Right now, the wind speeds, 15 to 25 miles per hour. There are those gusts. There's a gust at 40 at the weather station inland at Apalachicola, 43 at Alligator Point. So there are those tropical storm force winds, about 25 to 30 miles per hour inland. What can we expect? It's model data. Could be off by 20 miles, could be off by an hour or so. It could be off by 10 or 20 miles per hour too. Hopefully, all of this is overestimated. And while I'm sure there will be somebody that will be in warped way angry that it didn't get as bad as forecast, let's hope. Let's hope that somehow the western half of this deteriorates enough that at least half of us don't get the worst of it. Because look at what's still forecast here. We're looking at gusts 65, 78, 96, 98 miles per hour as we get to 11 o'clock. That's when that center is moving through this area. And then we start seeing some gusts perhaps topping 100 miles per hour, topping hurricane force in Tallahassee and Valdosta. And then 80 to 85 85, 89 miles per hour, 90 miles per hour possible across South Georgia, including back over to Thomasville. But even these gusts, even where you say, oh, that's not going to be so bad, 45 to 55 mile per hour gusts will be strong enough to cause power outages. So that's all the stuff that we're watching. We will continue to watch. Short term, it's the increase in rainfall that will be coming in. Watch out for some of these bands as they move ashore. The core is getting closer, and things will rapidly deteriorate from now through the overnight period. All right, so that's it for now. I think Abby and Ava can take over, and I'll go back to eating some dinner.
Well, Mike, you brought up a really good point about it seeming like people, when the eye, you know, and all of a sudden it goes calm and people want to get out and do that kind of stuff. I was looking at the Madison County Emergency Management Agency's Facebook page, and I like what they said here. It says, you staying safe helps keep others safe. So by you staying where you are, the first responders can do what they need to do, and we're not putting the first responders in danger because we don't want to do that either.
Well, and it's a guarantee that if you've been through half of the eye wall already, there is going to be massive amounts of debris all over.
Right.
You do not know what you would be walking out into, including creatures. You don't know what's out there. So there could be dangerous debris right outside your door. So don't take that chance for your sake and for first responders, because they're going to feel bad they can't come help you, but they can't.
Right.
So I know it's a cool thing. If you want to look out the window, that's fine. But then as soon as you hear that wind picking back up, get to the safe part of the house.
And a lot of the emergency management in our area is saying, you know, don't come back until we tell you to come back.
Right.
And one of those areas is in Wakulla County. Right now we have on the phone Lieutenant Jeff Yarbrough with the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office. Lieutenant, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Oh, it's actually Captain. I'm sorry, Captain Yarbrough. Just want to make sure I got that right, sir. Well, tell us a little bit. You know, we were talking about, you know, being in Wakulla County. We shared that Facebook post from Sheriff Miller earlier. This is a historic storm for your area. For anyone who has stayed, what is your message for them right now?
I mean, hopefully nobody in the coastal and low-lying areas has decided to stay. I mean, I know that that's probably not the case. That there are some people who have decided to ride it out. I'm looking out my office window now, and it's raining pretty good, and the trees are kind of bent over. But it's nothing too terrible right now. I would say that if there's anybody on the north side of the county that still feels like they want to evacuate and haven't done so yet, the window is rapidly closing. I'd say probably within the next 30 or 40 minutes it would become very unsafe to be out. And it's not ideal right now, but it's probably better than the alternative of staying.
Well, and tell us, too, what is the threshold for when your officers, your deputies, have to shelter in place themselves?
Typically that decision is made anywhere between 35 and 40 miles per hour of sustained winds when it's, and that's really an issue for not only our deputies but for the fire and EMS, Wakulla County Fire Rescue. With those big vehicles, sustained high winds can push them over.
All right, well, and definitely too with the first responders, as you're going out, you know, into the area afterwards. That's why we're telling people stay inside. Once this storm is over, what do they need to look from you before they can say, okay, you know, we can come back to our area?
Well, you know, if we have it available to us, and there's no reason to indicate that we wouldn't, but in other storms, you know, some forms of communication have gotten knocked out, like cell phone and things. But we'll push it out over our social media, and we'll also reach out to, you know, WCTV and other local news outlets to get the word out. But we do ask people not to be in a hurry to come back. I know the storm has shifted somewhat to the east from what it was looking at for our particular county yesterday, and so we're not entirely sure what the impacts are going to be, but there's going to be, you know, at a minimum, a lot of down trees, down power lines, and it just helps emergency services clear the area and make the roads safe again and get everything passable when there's not as much traffic out there for people trying to come back or to get out and look and assess damage. And I understand the desire and the need to do things like that, but, you know, we would ask that people kind of hold in place until we're allowed an opportunity to get out and start those efforts.
Well, and of course, we're worried about, too, in Wakulla County and those coastal areas, the storm surge. You know, they're calling calling the storm surge unsurvivable. And so that's something we want to remind people about as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. Speaking to the emergency management personnel at the sheriff's office, the highest recorded storm surge that we have for Wakulla County in any sort of recent memory was Hurricane Michael, and we only, I say only, but we got about 10 foot of storm surge on the western portion of our county. And currently estimates are anywhere between 12, 15, maybe even 18 feet in some areas. And so these are levels that nobody in Wakulla County has ever seen or survived or lived through. And so, you know, our hope is that those estimates are off, but obviously we've got to prepare for the worst. And those levels are massive and are going to affect areas far inland from just the coastal areas.
And that's why we hope everybody has evacuated that area. And as you were saying, if you are still feeling unsure, you know, seek shelter now. Thank you so much, Captain Yarbrough with the Wakulla County Sheriff's Office. Please stay safe, as well as all your other deputies. Thank you so much.
You too.
Thank you, Captain. All right, we're going to go to South Georgia now. Our Stacey Inez and Abrea Ruffin are in Decatur County, and we are going to see what is happening there. Stacey, what's going on there in Decatur County?
Well, Ava and Abby, we've been driving around a lot. At this point, it's pretty much a ghost town. I know earlier people were still out getting some last minute things, but now that these businesses have closed, we haven't seen one business open, and we've been driving around for quite some time today in Bainbridge, Decatur County area. The streets are mostly empty at this point. So that's kind of what we've been seeing. Now, the rain has picked up a lot. Just in the last 20 minutes or so, the rain has certainly picked up. We can hear it. We're actually inside of the sheriff's office now, and the rain picked up a lot at this point. I did speak with the sheriff just about 10 minutes ago before we did this live hit, just to make sure there were any other messages that we needed to get out to residents. And he said the biggest thing is going to be to stay off the roads. And I know you just heard it from Captain Yarbrough just a second ago, but it applies everywhere. They want people to stay off the roads now, especially as we get into the thick of the storm, but also even after the storm, because those first responders and people who are trying to fix the power lines and the trees, they have to be able to access those areas to help get the area restored as quickly as possible, really. So that's what we've seen on our end. The biggest change I think that we've seen over the last hour or so is just the roads being pretty silent, the weather definitely picking up in terms of the rain. But of course, we'll be here. We'll continue monitoring conditions, and we'll continue keeping you updated in South Georgia. Ava and Abby, I'll send it back to you.
All right. Thank you, Stacey. Reoccurring theme, stay put to stay safe.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. All right. We want to stay in Georgia. Governor Brian Kemp addressing the state this afternoon about this very issue. As we're talking about, stay off the roads. He's urging Georgians to just stay in place at home until absolutely necessary.
They wanted to have me ask all our citizens if it is not necessary for you to be on the roads during and after this storm, please try to stay home. This is a big storm. It is going to affect our entire state. We feel certain we're going to be having to remove debris and clear roads statewide.
And we know a lot of those areas in Georgia, even South Georgia, have been hit very hard by hurricanes in the past. So again, that's why we want everybody to stay off the roads. And the window for getting to a shelter is pretty slim now. So again, if you do need to or feel like you do, you really need to go now.
That's right. All right, I think we're going to take a look at some drone footage of Apalachicola before Helene's landfall. And you can see there.
It's, it's dry now. We know this is going to be much different come the morning. And, when Michael hit, Wakulla County, Captain Yarbrough telling us during Michael, they had 10 feet of storm surge. 10 feet.
Yeah.
This time they're looking between anywhere from 12 to 18. We know the power of water, and I think that is something that during Michael was astounding to me, was the power of water. And as Governor DeSantis has been saying a lot, you can run from the wind, but you can't hide from the water. And so that's why we have been pushing so hard, and they have been pushing so hard to make sure that everybody evacuates, because this is nothing to play around with. This storm surge is not to play around with.
Yeah, and hopefully no one is still there.
Absolutely.
All right, so some conditions in Lee County, Southwest Florida area. The waves you can see crashing onto the Matlacha Pass Bridge. Now, it really, I mean, storm surge crashed into a Southwest Florida bridge on Thursday. That was actually today as Hurricane Helene turned in the Gulf of Mexico.
That's just, you just see the churning there. And again, that type of, those waves can even wash out roads that you think are super sturdy like that, but the continued crashing right there, that's definitely not something, that's why we don't want you to be out. We don't want you to be out in that kind of a situation.
No, and you can see there are some cars out there.
Definitely, we don't want you to be out in that kind of a situation. Are we going back, are we going over to Cam? All right, we're going to send things over now to Cameron Aaron to get an update as Helene starts to move closer to our area. Cam, what's the latest?
Yeah, Abby, Ava, like you guys talked about, we always say turn around, don't drown. You never want to drive through floodwater, and because you just never know how deep that water is or if the road is even still there. So we always say turn around, don't drown. We are anticipating a new advisory from the National Hurricane Center. That comes out at 8 o'clock this evening, so in a few more minutes we should have a new update on the winds, the pressure, and the movement and the location of Hurricane Helene. At this point, the numbers have not changed. Still a Category 4 storm. Those winds of 130 miles per hour, the pressure down to 945 millibars. But again, I've been looking over some Hurricane Hunters data, and we are getting some readings of lower than 945 millibars. So we could see that pressure go a little bit lower with the new update at 8 o'clock. It's moving off to the north-northeast at 23 miles per hour. And again, this is moving fairly quickly. So we are anticipating a landfall somewhere in the Florida Big Bend by late Thursday, early in the morning on Friday. This will push off to the north over our South Georgia counties once again as a strong storm, possibly a hurricane into South Georgia because of how quickly Helene is pushing off to the north and the northeast. So again, just because you are not in the cone, if you live to the east of the cone in the I-75 area, if you live to the west of the cone, places like Liberty County, Gadsden County, don't only focus on the cone. We are anticipating impacts outside the cone to the west and to the east because of how large Hurricane Helene is, eventually pushing off to the north into parts of Tennessee, Kentucky, and North Carolina. As of this point, we have Hurricane Helene in the eastern Gulf of Mexico, moving off to the north fairly quickly. And like Mike talked about a few minutes ago, maybe a little bit of dry air starting to eat away at some of the circulation. But again, don't count on that to weaken this system. The wind shear is still light, the pressure is still falling, and the water is still hot in the Gulf of Mexico. So we are anticipating a major hurricane, possibly up to a Category 4 strength as it approaches the Big Bend of Florida. We are close to 100, if not a little bit less than 100 miles from the center of circulation reaching our coastline. Now let's talk about the different threats. We have several different threats at this point. We are watching out for a few rotating showers. We have some heavy rainfall issues. We have storm surge issues close to the coast, and we have high wind as well. Let's start with the severe weather aspect. This is a tornado watch that will last until 10 o'clock this evening for the entire area, but a new watch is coming soon for areas along and east of the expected landfall paths. So we could see more of those rotating showers, more of those rotating thunderstorms, especially east of the circulation center. And that's why we have a level 2 slight risk of severe weather from the Storm Prediction Center. And again, we are watching out for the potential for a few of those rotating showers or storms. Not an overly high threat, but a few tornado warnings cannot be ruled out. At this point, some welcome news. We have no active warnings in terms of tornadoes in our region. But again, just be sure that you have a way to receive warnings just in case, because these tropical tornadoes, they can spin up and spin down very quickly. So the lead time may not be the best in terms of the warnings. So just be sure that you are staying weather aware and that you have that first alert weather app. Let's zoom into a few pockets of heavy rain for Gulf County, pushing into Liberty County, also close to Bluntstown, and for parts of Calhoun County. But notice this band approaching St. George Island, Alligator Point, Dog Island, Carabel, East Point, Apalachicola. All these areas getting in on some heavy showers over the next few minutes there. For Leon County, pushing into Quincy and Gadsden County, some more light to moderate showers and more heavy rainfall for parts of South Georgia. close to Bainbridge, pushing into Cairo, also close to Thomasville at this hour. A little bit drier in air quotes close to I-75, but even there, impacts are on the way. More widespread impacts for Live Oak, for Hamilton, also into Lowndes County and into Clinch and Eccles County as well over in South Georgia. Now those rainfall totals, they will continue to add up once you factor in the rain from yesterday, the rain from this morning, more rain on the way, possibly as high as 5 inches of additional rainfall close to the center of circulation. What's up?
The new tornado watch has been issued.
Okay.
It's the whole viewing area.
Okay.
Until 10 o'clock.
New watch until 10 o'clock.
Tornado watch for everybody until 10 o'clock.
Okay, so there you go. New tornado watch until 10 o'clock for the entire region. That's coming out ahead of the landfall of Helene in just about a few hours. But again, back to the rainfall issues. That's another threat that we are facing, as we could see some high water issues in some places. We have a flood watch in place that will last until Friday morning for the entire area. So again, just be sure that you turn around, don't drown, just stay at home, stay off the road, keep an eye on those creeks and streams, because we could see some high water issues in places. Now we have a hurricane warning in place for most of us, all the counties in this red color. For Jackson County, Calhoun County, this is a tropical storm warning. The further you get to the west, the impacts are lower, but do not let your guard down for places in the Panhandle, from Dothan in southeast Alabama all the way down to Panama City. Because of the size of Hurricane Helene, we could see tropical storm conditions as far west as the Panhandle of Florida. But again, along into the east of the center of circulation, that is where the strongest winds and the worst of the weather will be through the rest of this evening. At this point, those winds are starting to pick up, gusting to nearly 40 miles per hour in the capital city, gusting to 47 for Alligator Point, and gusting to 24 miles per hour over in Thomasville. But again, as we go through tonight and for the first part of your Friday morning, especially early in the morning, we are anticipating those winds to speed up. Again, especially along and east of the center of circulation, we could see up to 100, maybe more than 100 mile per hour winds, especially in those gusts as you go close to the coast and the Big Bend. And those hurricane conditions could spread further inland for our friends near the I-75 corridor in South Georgia, all thanks to the speed of Hurricane Helene. In terms of this model, again, this is just one model run in terms of the wind gusts, so don't take these numbers to the bank, but we could see possibly winds 80, 90, 100 miles per hour. That's the gust there as the center of circulation comes ashore, and that is plenty strong enough to do some damage with those trees, those power lines. And notice as it pushes further inland, gusting to 88 for Valdosta, also in Homerville, gusting to 76 over in Thomasville. So we could see those hurricane force gusts as far north as our South Georgia counties. Some welcome news, because this is a quick mover. Once most of us wake up on Friday, we are tracking some drier air and some calmer weather across our region. Let's talk about the storm surge now. From coastal Franklin County through Wakulla into Jefferson, also into Taylor County. This is a storm surge warning. Again, you've seen this map before, but these numbers can be a little bit scary. Let's talk about that though. From Carabel all the way over to Steinhatchee, we are watching out for the potential for storm surge up to 15 or 20 feet above normally dry ground. Now again, this doesn't mean every location in this purple color will see storm surge this high, but the National Hurricane Center says in certain spots, in the worst case scenario, we could see storm surge up to 15 or 20 feet in this purple zone. For areas west of the center of circulation, from Carabel over to Apalachicola, also into St. George Island, possibly storm surge up to 10 or 15 feet. Once again, this is life-threatening. That's nothing to sneeze at, so be sure everyone should have been evacuated once the mandatory evacuations were issued the other day. Now, the high tide is also working against us. We are tracking that high tide close to midnight, close to 1 a.m. for St. Mark's, also in Carabel and in Steinhatchee. So again, once you factor in that high tide, we could see very dangerous storm surge values for our coastline. Let's wrap this all up here with those impacts. And again, we are tracking several different threats across the Big Bend in South Georgia. Those winds anywhere from 75 to maybe more than 100 miles per hour, especially close to the center and to the east of the center of circulation. But again, don't let your guard down. If you live further inland, we could see maybe hurricane force gusts as far north as those South Georgia counties, and that is more than enough to cause those widespread power outages and cause that damage. So again, just be sure that you stay weather aware. You have that First Alert weather app, and we'll be here all night long into your Friday for more updates. Abby, Ava, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Cam, for all of that new information. And again, a tornado watch for our entire viewing area is now until 10 p.m.
That's right. Definitely need to stay put. If you have not already, you can download, the WCTV news app. You can also, if you lose, a connection with us here on the television, or streaming, you can go and listen to us on the radio. We have a whole bunch of stations, iHeart Radio, that you can listen to us and make sure that you're, keep getting updates as you need them.
And you can even tell your friends and family. Actually, as Cam was talking, I had a lot of family and friends from Indiana going, I'm seeing you on Facebook, I'm seeing you on the news app. So you can tell your friends and family in other states, hey, watch this. You can see what's happening in our neck of the woods. And that just keeps them up to date on what's going on in our area.
Yeah, because this is a storm. And like, Cameron's been saying and Mike's been saying, this is a fast moving storm. Yeah. And it's something that you literally minute by minute need to know what's happening.
Absolutely, you do. All right, we want to go a live look right outside the Blue Parrot right now, St. George Island. Again, so many of us, when we take a trip to St. George Island, we go have a drink or have lunch at the Blue Parrot. And again, right now, this is what it looks like. The conditions getting worse. The sun has set. The waves are crashing there on the shore. And again, we know that this is going to go downhill. The wind, you can't really see a lot of it. You see a couple of rustlings right now, but we know this wind is going to pick up and get extremely strong. Again, right now, Hurricane Helene is at a Cat 4, and again, we got to take this thing seriously.
Yeah, and as we've been saying, for a long time, it's a week at least, that the First Alert weather team has been saying Franklin County could be hit hard by Hurricane Helene. Now, Isabella Benjamia reports on how local law enforcement's responding in these final hours before landfall.
That's right, guys. I'm here in Apalachicola, where, as you can see, the weather is getting more severe by the minute. We're having very heavy rainfall, and I'm here with Franklin County Sheriff A.J. Smith. Sheriff, can you tell us a little bit about how has it been like today here in Apalachicola?
Well, today so far, deputies have just been answering, routine calls for service. Nothing out of the ordinary yet, and we're just making sure that all our staff that is out working it have places to shelter in place once the storm gets here, because we know once it makes landfall, it's going to be really catastrophic. High winds, a lot of water. So that was the biggest thing we were doing this morning, was planning where they're going to go, where they're going to hunker down, and all the members of the sheriff's office that carry guns and badges are working. They're either working today or they're going to be working tonight. So that's top priority, making sure they're okay, so that we can take care of the citizens of Franklin County.
We know Franklin County has an evacuation order in place. Tell us, have you seen more people evacuate as the day has gone on?
Actually, just before I pulled up, a lady called me and was asking me about the evacuation. And of course, I'm encouraging people to go. There's still time to go. I know it probably shortly after this, you won't be able to go because it's going to be too much rain, too much water. So I've been encouraging people all day yesterday and this morning, leave if you can leave, because it's not going to be something that you want to go through.
Are we expecting to see a lot of flooding and storm surge today?
Just like down the street here, it's already too deep to drive your car through. I just came through there. So if I hadn't been in the truck, I wouldn't have made it through there. So we're looking for a lot of water. And of course, we don't know if it's going to be a 3 or a 4 when it hits. So that's going to be, catastrophic as well. So if you're not leaving, please stay inside. There's no reason for anybody to be out on the roads right now. You should be home unless you're a first responder or a utility worker or somebody like that who's trying to keep services going.
Thank you so much, Sheriff.
Thank you.
This is some of the information we have right now. You heard him. Stay home. Do not leave your house if you're not evacuating. Reporting in Franklin County, Isabella Benjamia, News Channel 7.
And that's Franklin County Sheriff A.J. Smith. And of course, that interview was done during the lunchtime hours, so several hours ago. And you were still getting those early rain bands. And so now, though, as he was saying, Hopefully you've gotten to where you are going to shelter for this storm, because time has pretty much run out. You need to be where you're going to be for the duration of this storm.
That's right, and we're preparing you for the storm, but there are a few things that you need to know for after the storm. Now, if you do sustain damage, Leslie Lacey looks into the latest regarding insurance and dealing with claims and the best way to get the ball rolling with FEMA and the insurance industry.
Joining us now with insight to help you file your post-hurricane claims is Mark Freelander. He is the Director of Corporate Communications for the Insurance Information Institute, which empowers consumers with the information that they need to make educated decisions and manage risk. Hello, welcome to the show. So, first question for you, what steps should you take after the storm passes?
First of all, we always say safety first. If you're able to get access to your home, try to capture the damage with photos or video, and then begin the claim process. Many insurers now have mobile apps where you could file the claims on your phone. Makes it really simple to start the process. But you want to start the claim process as soon as possible with your insurer. If you have problems reaching your insurer, call your insurance agent, whatever the easiest way is for you. But mobile apps are a great way to get the claim process going.
And talk to us about FEMA versus insurance. When would FEMA kick in for those who already have insurance policies?
Number one, FEMA is not insurance. You could never guarantee you're going to get access to any emergency funds from FEMA. So that's why insurance is so important. But if you do need FEMA help, typically it will cover above what you have in your insurance policy. That's actually a change in their regulations. So FEMA will provide some funding above what your limits are on your insurance policy if you're underinsured. But once again, it's better to have financial protection through insurance than assume you're going to get some help from FEMA.
I'd like to know, we're expecting a pretty busy season. So how have insurance companies changed to become more prepared for another active season?
After going through Hurricane Ian and seeing some of the problems insurers had with staffing in terms of handling claims, insurers today are in a better financial position than they were 2 years ago, and they are in a better position in terms of handling claims, having adjusters ready to assist you once you suffer the loss. So I think they basically have upgraded their procedures, which will be much smoother than some situations we saw after Hurricane Ian.
And also, again, earlier this week, our anchor Zach Dahlheimer actually did an interview with local Congressman Neil Dunn too about people, worried about will FEMA have enough money, and the congressman saying yes, they're doing a deal, so they will be able to fund that. So there will be FEMA money available for whatever happens after this storm.
Yes. And we are going to check in now with Josh Green. He is outside of our studio. And Josh, how has the weather changed since you were out there, about an hour or so ago?
Yeah, Ava, the changes have been subtle. All right, there haven't been too many changes over the past hour or so, at least here in the capital city. Yes, it is still raining, light to moderate rainfall, but I have noticed it's getting a little bit breezy out here. We're looking at sustained winds right now at around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Not too bad at all. Some of the wind gusts, though, they're getting up to around 20, 25. So in terms of Tallahassee conditions right now, we're not quite at tropical storm force winds yet. But I was just looking at the radar picture just a couple minutes ago, and I see some of the stronger bands of Hurricane Helene that are now moving onshore into the Big Bend. Those are going to get here in Tallahassee, in Leon County, probably in the next hour or so. So that means this is about the last time that I'm going to be standing out here holding this umbrella, because even with some of the wind gusts, it gets a little bit hard. And as I said earlier, holding this umbrella up is my guide to tell you when I can't do it anymore, that means you can't be on the roadways anymore. It will become unsafe. It's very humid outside, all of that tropical moisture. But again, the worst of it is still certainly at least a few hours away, right? We're looking at a landfall somewhere around, say, 11 p.m. And once it does make landfall and especially starts to move inland, we're talking around 11, midnight, 1 a.m., that's when I anticipate that we are going to have the worst of those conditions here in Tallahassee and in Leon County. So I'm out here not to just sit in the rain and get wet, all right? I want you at home to know what's going on outside without you having to go out there yourself, or if you happen to live in Tallahassee or Leon County and you left and you evacuated to avoid the storm, I want to let you know what's going on in your backyard just so you can have a little bit more sense of comfort. But again, I do expect those conditions to deteriorate quite a bit over the next couple of hours. So I'll be back here again pretty soon to give you another update of what we are seeing. But for now, I'll send it back to you, Ava and Abby.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Josh. And again, I don't know about you, but I think a lot of people are going, oh my gosh, are we there yet? I mean, yes. as we've been saying, this is a marathon. This is not a sprint. And right now, a lot of people are going, this isn't that bad. But that's what we're saying is,
right.
It hasn't gotten to us yet.
It'll get bad very quickly.
Absolutely. We have a ways to go.
Yes, we certainly do. All right, we're going to take a look outside Alligator Point right now. Pretty dark out there, but it is going to get very, very rough.
Absolutely. And you can see that camera is even having a hard time like catching up in real time. You see it kind of glitching right there.
Yes.
And that means the winds are really starting to pick up there at the coast, and we are hoping no one is there, that everyone has evacuated. The latest report update has come out right now. That came out at 8. We want to send things over to Chief Meteorologist Mike McCall now to break down that 8 p.m. update for us. What's the latest, Mike?
Well, I will say that yeah, so there we go.
There you go.
All right. So what I was saying is that those WeatherStem cameras and the Blue Parrot cameras, all the automated cameras are the only way that we should see what's going on at the coast, because there should be nobody there videoing that, because it's not a safe place to be. But yeah, we'll get some video, and yeah, it's dark, so we'll see what it's worth, but so what? As long as people are safe, that's all that really matters. Couple of things. We're going to start to time out the center. What I mean by that is track it and try to give you an estimate on timing of that front half. Okay, that's coming up here in just a moment. The 8 o'clock intermediate advisory. No changes to the forecast, which at this point it has no bearing if there would be a change in the forecast, because I can tell you what it's going to do. It's going to barrel up through Appalachia Bay and have a huge impact on the Big Bend in South Georgia, especially on a line from, say, Tallahassee to Cairo and points east. West of that, much lower impacts. But from there east, huge impacts. That's still to come, because this is a Category 4 hurricane with 130 mile per hour winds, and it's rapidly moving toward the north-northeast at 23 miles per hour. Yeah, that pressure down to 942, so it just keeps on falling. And there is an outside shot that it could strengthen a bit more, but hopefully the fact that it's getting closer to land with shallower water, land interaction, drier air relative to the warm waters, these things should help. There is some much drier air to the west. That's not going to help until after it moves on by. That's why we'll get so dry quickly tomorrow. Look at the forecast, though. This is from the 5 o'clock advisory. It's still forecast to be a hurricane as it exits our viewing area by 2 a.m. That's when the center moves away. Now, the good news is that drier air I mentioned, that should cut off the moisture supply on the south side of this pretty quickly. So yes, there will still be some rain through South Georgia until perhaps 3 or 4 a.m., but it will be rapidly departing. That means over the Big Bend, that rain should come to an end even earlier than that. We'll take a look at the futurecast coming up in a moment. At the center, we'll continue to roar on through Atlanta, likely as a strong tropical storm moving through the capital city, say by sunrise or so, and then start to kind of stall out over parts of Tennessee and Kentucky as a rainmaker for this upcoming weekend. Let's get back to local stuff. Look at the satellite view. It's looking like a classic ugly hurricane. It'd be beautiful. It was in the Atlantic. It's ugly because it's so close to the coast. There has been a little sliver of dry air trying to keep this thing from closing off and getting that perfectly circular appearance on satellite. Here's all the dry air, and it's really dry air coming through Louisiana, but it's too little too late. It's not going to suddenly get sucked in. You can see that little sliver. Watch, you see a little line right there. So, hey, it's a little tiny bit, but we'll take whatever. Whatever we can get that will help to maybe keep this thing from intensifying anymore. Here's that satellite view up close. I kind of slowed it down so you can see how these black areas, super cold cloud tops. These things are way up in the atmosphere. Some thunderstorms embedded within that eye wall, wrapping around the center. But the eye, watch how it kind of gets elongates and then kind of comes back together. So that's, in a very teeny tiny way, a good sign in that it's not perfectly circular, because that's when everything wraps around and shuts off any dry air from entering. So again, it's a small, tiny victory, but we'll take whatever we can get out of that. So I stopped the satellite here because satellite can look a little bit different from radar because it doesn't look straight down. So here's where we're looking at it on satellite. I switch over to radar. That gives you a better representation of where that center is. So I've turned on all the radars from Tampa up through South Georgia and through the Panhandle and Northeast Florida to give us the best representation. So on radar, we're seeing that south side is actually a little absent of the deep convection. That's also a positive sign. If it was deep all the way around, that would be bad, because then there's nothing that's going to stop this thing from weakening any before landfall, because landfall is starting to come along pretty quickly. So here's what I mapped out. This is a couple minutes old from when I actually did it, but what I did is I kind of traced out the top edge, the top half of this just a few minutes ago, and then pulled that out toward the northeast at a speed of about 25 miles per hour. So this is when we expect the worst of it to come through these cities. Now, that does not mean that everything's just fine in Tallahassee and Crawfordville. No, it's going to be ugly for you too. But this is where I think the core of this, and likely east of this too, so really you can extend this out through all of Madison County and Hamilton County and Suwannee County and Lafayette County, yes. But these are just the approximate times. So at this point, it's looking like we could see a landfall pretty close to Keaton Beach, give or take. Now, the front edge could reach, say, by about just before 10 o'clock. The middle would pass probably within about a half hour after that. So we could be looking at a landfall roughly around 10:30. Perhaps Keaton Beach, perhaps toward Deacle Beach, but it's looking more and more likely like the actual center will cross over Taylor County. But as we all know, this is a very large system. So, and it's not just completely lopsided. This isn't one of these where everything's on the east side. Look at all this on the backside that keeps wrapping around. Yes, these little pockets of dry air help, and perhaps there'll be some dry air that comes in at just the right time to disrupt it a little bit more just before landfall. We actually got lucky with Idalia, as bad as it was, because it was going through what's called an eye wall replacement cycle, and it made landfall just as it was at its temporary weakest point. So it would have strengthened, re-strengthened, and been worse if it had been another hour offshore. So we got lucky there. Is it possible this dry air could help? Sure, it's possible. It's not going to make a huge difference because this front edge is so strong, and we're still looking at 130 mile an hour winds. If it drops 20% of its strength before landfall, that's still 100 mile an hour winds. So it's not going to be much. Thunderstorms still wrapping around the center. Still seeing these pretty big bands coming into parts of Tampa, but actually just now is when the storm surge is going to get worse, because as the center goes up here, these southwesterly winds are going to increase, and that's going to really just shove that water up into Tampa Bay and the upper part of the bay in particular. So they're not done with it, even though maybe the heaviest rainfall is coming to an end. There's still a tornado threat, which we still have as well. A tornado watch is in effect for the whole viewing area. I know we've been talking so much about these bands that come in from the east, but we've seen half a dozen of these cells that have moved quickly from southwest to northeast across parts of South Georgia and down toward the coast. We've already seen those with little quick spin-up tornadoes. They don't necessarily last very long, but they could move at 30 to 50 miles per hour, and they could go from a little blip to a tornado in the span of 5 minutes. And if it takes the radar 5 minutes to process everything, you might not even get the warning until it's already formed. So make sure you have a way to get that warning. But even over our western counties where we say, oh, you may not see the strong winds, you still have that threat for some tornadoes. Even though it's the bigger threat is farther east, we've already seen that there's a threat for the western counties too. Futurecast, looking at what's called the rapid refresh model, shows more of that Taylor County landfall. Again, give or take, could still wobble a little more west or a little more east, but look how large it draws this core of really intense stuff coming up into South Georgia. So that's why I say, again, roughly on a line from Cairo to Tallahassee to Crawfordville and east, that's where we'll see the most intense part of this. And what are we talking about as far as winds? Let's start talking about winds. Neat view from the Ocklawaha boat ramp until the sun went down and got too dark. Had an unfortunate soul that had to go out there and check on something on the dock, but he got away. It'd be nice and safe. So 7:40 is when it started getting too dark, but you could really see how things were rocking and rolling there. And this ramp, usually you walk down and it's already straightened out. So already the water is starting to ramp up a little bit more. Let's talk about winds. We've seen this buoy out in the Gulf of Mexico already top 100 miles per hour. Right now it's reporting gusts to 89, gusts 56 to 59 from Tampa to Clearwater Beach down to Venice. And again, these are a considerable distance from the center. Look toward the East Coast over here. So this is a huge wind field that covers all of the state of Florida pretty much, except for the panhandle west of the Apalachicola River. And while we don't see those big gusts across our part of the Big Bend yet, they are coming. Current winds around 15 to 20, 25 miles per hour. Now let's start talking gusts. Gusting to 45 right now, Apalachicola, 44 at Alligator Point. The time to leave should have long passed for you. If for some reason you're still at the coast, hurry up and get inland because that storm surge is still going to be catastrophic in some spots. Maybe not everywhere. Maybe everyone won't see a 10-foot storm surge. Maybe over Taylor County there'll be some spots that won't see 20 feet. But this thing comes pushing all that water in. We're going to see some spots that will get that unsurvivable surge that could go as high as 15 to 20 feet. Inland, these are the current wind gusts. Again, not super strong, but they've been building. 25 Madison High, gusting to 31 in Tallahassee. Now check out the model forecast. Again, it's model data. It's just mathematically computing what it thinks the winds are going to do. Pretty close, actually, for this hour. But look, as we go ahead toward 9 o'clock, we start to see some 50 to 60s down toward the coast. You move ahead toward 11 o'clock. Now we're seeing those gusts 65 to 70 along I-10, higher from Live Oak to Perry to Alligator Point. So here's when that center starts to come ashore, where we could be talking about those wind gusts exceeding 100 miles per hour, especially just east of the eye wall. But I got to tell you, the way this thing is setting up, I think the northern part of the eye wall is going to be just as dangerous. Now, that will be a wind that starts from the south and then comes in from the east. Then after it goes by, watch how the winds change. You move into the overnight period. Now we're talking about 1:30. Now, Jefferson High, maybe the wind's gusting up near 70, but from the west. Thomasville, still with some hurricane force gusts. And even where the winds are lighter, way out here to the west, still 45 to 50 miles per hour. That's still going to cause some power outages. But it's along and east of that whole circle, not just the middle, but that whole circle, and points east where we can see the really, really devastating winds that will just mow down trees. Just everyone should count on power outages. There'll be some spots farther west which might be able to avoid it, but the good news is that as the winds continue to decrease, the line crews will be able to come in, because by the time we get to tomorrow morning, we'll have some gusts 20 to 25, but they'll definitely be below that whole dangerous level. All right, so we're just going to wrap it up. The wide view again showing the rain is right now. So what does that mean for, say, the next hour? Well, for the next hour, this heavier stuff will start moving in toward the coast. The inland rainfall will continue to develop in waves. Eastern areas, maybe you haven't seen much yet. We've seen some fast-moving waves. It's about to turn into a solid rain, and the wind will continue to increase. Everything as far as the bad stuff will start increasing right now from south to north. So it'll start at the coast, especially for the next hour, and then after that, as we get past 9 o'clock, you'll really start to feel it more along I-10. You get past 11 o'clock, you'll really start to feel it north of the state line. Again, these are all just rough estimates. You should all be in your safe places right now. If you are in perhaps parts of South Georgia along I-75, yes, you still have a little bit of time. If you've decided it's not worth staying in my place, I don't feel safe, then hurry up. Get to a nearby shelter, but don't wait any longer, because if you do, then you're just going to have to stay where you are. That will be the safest place. That should wrap it up for now. We'll continue to watch it. The good news is we don't have any tornado warnings in effect right now. But of course, we've got the hurricane warnings and the storm surge warnings, and the expected devastating winds will be coming along within the next couple of hours.
All right. Thanks for the update, Mike.
All right, well, now we want to go out to our Capitol Bureau reporter, Cody Butler. He has been at the Florida State Operations Center all day long now. He joins us live now with an update. And Cody, when is the governor expected to speak again?
Yeah, the governor is not expected to speak again until the storm makes landfall. So we're looking at possibly around 11 o'clock or so. That all determines on what the storm actually does. But I do know right now the state resources, though, they're all hunkered down waiting for this storm to pass. The Florida Division of Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie told me earlier today that the crews with the resources to help the affected areas will be following the storm into these areas. This includes things like the portable restrooms, the tarps, the food, the buckets, anything that people may need after the storm passes. Those will be set up immediately once the storm clears. I did ask the governor earlier today what this night landfall means for kind of helping get that restoration process back up and running, because we're talking about thousands of linemen trying to restore power in the dark, trying to clear roads from trees, because this area, as you know, has a lot of trees, and many of these trees will fall in this storm. So it's going to take some work to get those out. The governor says that they can operate at night. It's not necessarily the safest thing to do, but by the time the storm passes, they're hoping to get some daylight so that they'll have the full day of daylight to help get some of these things back up and running. Because again, the state has been very actively, quickly getting power restored after the last couple hurricanes, getting people's power back on faster, because we already have linemen from across the country here in Florida waiting for the storm to pass to help restore that power. So we're looking at a couple of days versus a couple of weeks. So again, this is a storm that we are waiting and out here at the state, and just trying to make sure everyone is safe, and then help get people back on their feet once the storm clears. Reporting live at the State Emergency Operations Center here in Tallahassee, Cody Butler, WCTV Eyewitness News.
All right, thank you so much, Cody. And yes, unfortunately, you know, the linemen and the state officials have been able to finesse this, because they've had a lot of chances to do it. And Cody was right. You're seeing what once would have been a weeks-long restoration. Right. Now a few days. So it's a lot different, and I think that's the thing. We want to thank our linemen. Thank you so much to everybody who's just hanging out, waiting for the storm to pass so then they can help us get the power back on. We so appreciate you for coming into our state to do that.
Absolutely, and luckily this is a fast-moving storm, you know, as Mike has mentioned, Cameron's mentioned, so they can start bright and early tomorrow morning.
Absolutely, and I've kind of been monitoring power outages throughout the evening. Let's take a live look right now at the state power outage map. To be honest, I'm going to pull this up on my computer real quick. Not a lot. You're looking a lot more in the South Florida area, but in our area, it's really centered right now in Wakulla County with some power outages, and sporadic even around the Tallahassee area. But of course, you saw Mike's forecast. You saw the winds increasing as we get into the later hours. So again, as Ava mentioned earlier, now is the time. If you still have power, I would be charging everything you can think of to charge. That hopefully you have portable battery packs, things like that. You'll be able to power your phones once the power goes out. Now's the time to do that, because those winds, as we know, the next couple hours are going to get very, very strong, and that will, of course, make the trees come down and the power lines. And so do it while you still have electricity.
Absolutely, and you see Wakulla Wakulla County, 3.5% of customers are without power. That's the same as it was maybe a couple of hours ago. And we know, like you said, that's going to change really, really quickly. So Georgia Power monitoring Helene and tracking outages statewide. They say that the threats that Helene poses are rare in the Peach State.
We do experience hurricanes in this state. Often it's a regional impact, but this is going to impact everybody. And so I really hope that everybody watching is preparing their family to be able to go a few days without some power.
And again, this is something South Georgia has become accustomed to now. They weren't maybe a couple years ago, but now they are getting hurricane savvy. And so they know, again, if you need to get to emergency shelter, please do. And then also know linemen in that area getting ready to help the South Georgia area restore power as well. Well, we want to head a little farther down the Gulf Coast right now. Jordan Litweiler with our sister station WWSB is showing us the conditions in Bradenton from a little bit earlier today. Take a look.
Yeah, hey guys, as you can see behind me right now, the water is really picking up, and it's not the usual calm self in the Sarasota Bay right now that it usually is. The wind has really picked up over the last few hours. The waves are really coming up a lot higher now, and a lot of the boats here in the bay have had a tough time dealing with that. We've actually seen a number of the boats lose their anchor and start drifting in the Sarasota Bay and go under the bridge here, the Cortez Bridge, just to my left. Back here on land too, the storm surge, when we first got here, it was usually just coming up and hitting the seawall and then hitting and running over. Right now, it's just splashing over and pushing the shells further and further into the seating area at the restaurant that we are at right now. There is a mobile home community behind me, or behind our cameraman rather, and they say that a lot of the people have either chosen to evacuate or they're not here right now because most of them are snowbirds. I did talk to a few people who have chosen not to evacuate and say they're going to stay here, and they say that's because of the timing of the tides. The high tide was earlier this morning, and so they think that with that not coinciding with the heavy storm surge that we're getting right now, they do think it will be okay, but they also say they do have an evacuation plan in place if it does come to that. And right here at the restaurant that we're at too, they are also taking this very seriously. You can see all of their windows are boarded up. There's sandbags at the base of their door. And this is not their first rodeo. You can see here on this wood panel, they have a list of all of the major hurricanes that they've made it through. Irma in 2017, Ian in 2022, Idalia last year, and now they're hoping to make it through 2024 with Helene and making sure that this restaurant stays safe over the next day.
All right, that was Jordan Litweiler at Bradenton earlier today. And now we have Sharon Caraway with the Red Cross Capital Area Chapter on the phone now. Sharon, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Hi, thank you so much for joining us, Sharon. Now, at last check, there were 1,600 people in shelters here in Leon County. Can you give us an idea of how many shelters are open across the entire Big Bend and how many people are staying there?
Yes, so first of all, thank you for having me on. We have had about earlier today, there were 70 shelters open for this disaster relief operation. I will have to add there were 10 more that were from Hurricane Idalia. We still have over 100 folks that are in non-congregate sheltering from Hurricane Idalia.
All right, and thank you. How long are those shelters likely to stay open based on the extent of the damage? Okay.
Okay, I think we lost her again. You know, cell service, that kind of thing. As the winds get up, we'll try to get her back online. But until then, we want to send it over to our weather guys. Is that correct? All right. We want to send it over to Cameron Aaron. And Cam, what's the very latest?
At this point, we are still waiting on the next advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and that will come in at 9 o'clock this evening. So let's see, it's 8:30, so we are about 30 minutes away from our next update. And we do have hurricane hunters. They are out in the storm at this point, and they are picking up on some very useful data out there. But at this point, the current Wind is up to 130 miles per hour. The pressure sitting at 942 millibars, quickly pushing off to the north-northeast at 23 miles per hour. And notice this will continue quickly pushing off to the north-northeast. And we are anticipating a landfall in just a couple to a few hours close to the Big Bend, somewhere in the Big Bend of Florida. But notice the impacts don't stop there. The National Hurricane Center is forecasting a Category 2 storm in southern Georgia and somewhere close to Albany. Again, that's just the forecast at this point. We could see this a little bit weaker, possibly a Category 1 storm. But either way, impacts they're going to spread inland for our friends over in South Georgia. They're also going to extend outside of the cone in the west, also to the east. So again, don't only focus on the cone. That's for the center of circulation. Helene is such a large storm. Those winds and that rain that will impact us outside of the cone to the west, also to the east as well. Now again, I mentioned the hurricane hunters. They are out there at this point and they are investigating Hurricane Helene in the northeastern Gulf of Mexico. You see them take off from Biloxi, Mississippi. And at this point, the winds and the pressure look to have kind of equaled off there. They found a pressure of 942 millibars and a wind speed of 125 miles per hour, very close to the advisory at 8 o'clock from the National Hurricane Center. Now again, this doesn't mean that we can't see further strengthening this evening as it pushes into parts of Appalachia Bay. But again, at this point, the hurricane hunters are finding winds and a pressure that's very close to the 8 o'clock advisory. This is what the radar looks like for Hurricane Helene as it pushes off to the north-northeast. Again, this is the eye. This is the eye wall. The strongest part of the storm is right here, and that will continue lifting off to the north over the next couple of hours. And we are anticipating a landfall later on this evening along the Florida Big Bend, about 99 miles, but less than that at this point. As you can see, that's now outside of the eye as it continues wobbling off to the north and east over the next several hours. We have a tornado watch in place for the entire region, and that will last until 10 o'clock this evening. We are tracking several different threats. A tornado threat, especially along and east of the center of circulation. We are tracking a storm surge threat close to the coast. We are tracking high winds, and we're tracking heavy rainfall, possibly freshwater flooding across our region. Let's talk about the severe weather outlook first. This is from the Storm Prediction Center, and again, along and to the east of the center of circulation, that's where we have the better chance for a few of those rotating showers and a few of those rotating thunderstorms. This isn't the highest threat that we face, but we could see a few of those rotating showers, especially from Thomasville to Tallahassee and back to the east, close to the I-75 corridor. So be sure that you have a way to receive those alerts, because tropical tornadoes, they spin up and they spin down very quickly. So the lead time may not be the best once you factor in how quickly those speed up. At this point, some good news. We have no tornadic cells, but we are tracking some heavy rainfall, also tracking that eye wall feature entering parts of Appalachia Bay there as it continues moving off to the north-northeast. Let's zoom into parts of Liberty County, pushing into Franklin County, also into Gulf County. You can see some heavy showers here pushing through parts of Liberty into our friends in Calhoun County, also into parts of South Georgia from Miller County pushing into Seminole County. Some heavy rainfall approaching in Bainbridge over in Decatur County, pushing into Grady County and into Thomasville as well. All this is widespread. All of us will feel the impacts, whether we're to the west or to the east. But again, the greater impacts will stay to the east of the forecast center. We'll zoom into parts of Jefferson County, going into Madison, also into Taylor County. You can see the rain, the wind beginning to increase close to Perry over in Taylor County at this hour. Let's talk about the rainfall totals, the freshwater flooding. This could also be a big story for some of us. We could see an additional 1 to 5 inches of rain. And again, this is already on top of the rain that we had on Wednesday and for the first half of Thursday. So freshwater flooding, that will be an issue. Remember to turn around, don't drown. You never want to drive through flood water. At this point, just stay at home as we are tracking the weather to go downhill quickly for the rest of your Thursday night. We have a flood watch in place for the entire Big Bend, also for all of South Georgia, and that will last until Friday morning. Once we get that drier air on the backside of Helene, we are tracking some improving weather by tomorrow. But until then, a hurricane warning remains in effect for all the counties in this dark red color for most of us. A hurricane warning is in place, again, for Jackson County And for Calhoun County, this orange color is a tropical storm warning. But again, don't let your guard down as far west as the Panhandle, as far east as I-75. We are expecting impacts, but the greater impacts will stay along into the east of that forecast center. Those winds gusting to nearly 50 miles per hour in Apalachicola, gusting to 23 in Quincy, gusting to 31 in the capital city, and gusting to 44 over at Alligator Point at this hour. The winds will continue to strengthen and they will continue to intensify as the center moves closer to our region. Again, the greatest impacts will likely stay from near Thomasville to Tallahassee and back to the east over our far eastern counties. That's where we are anticipating those hurricane conditions as Hurricane Helene pushes inland. But because of the size of Hurricane Helene, those tropical storm conditions could extend as far west as the Panhandle and as far east as the peninsula of Florida by tonight. Let's talk about the future wind gusts. And again, this is just one model run. This could change, and these aren't numbers you should take as gospel, but we are anticipating winds up to hurricane force gusting to nearly 100, if not more than 100 miles per hour close to the coast and along into the east of that forecast center. This is not only a coastal storm, this is also an inland storm. We could see wind gusts to 75, possibly 80 or more than 80 miles per hour in those counties close to the Florida and the Georgia border as Helene quickly pushes off to the north and northeast. If you live close to the coast, a big story, storm surge. Hopefully everyone has evacuated, all thanks to the mandatory evacuation. But again, we have a storm surge warning from southern Franklin County pushing into Wakulla, Jefferson, and Taylor County. This is the forecast from the National Hurricane Center. You've seen this map already, but again, these numbers, it doesn't mean that everyone will see numbers this high, but the forecast is there that we could see storm surge values up to 20 feet, especially along into the east of that storm surge center. We're going to go back to Ava and Abby at the desk, but of course we'll have much more coming up as Hurricane Helene inches closer and closer to the Big Bend and South Georgia. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Cam. And that storm surge he was showing us, that if, the upper levels of that surge come into our area, we're talking historic levels. That's why we're hoping everybody has evacuated the coast by now.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to go back to Sharon Caraway from the Red Cross. Sharon, can you hear me? It's Ava.
I can, Ava, and I'm standing by a window. Hopefully you have better service.
All right, good. Thank you so much for calling back in. All right, how long are the shelters likely to stay open given the extent of the hurricane, the damage?
So right now we are in the phase of evacuation shelters, and those usually are open anywhere from 24 to 72 hours, depending. And then we will transition into post-landfall shelters, probably by this weekend. Again, it's going to depend on the extent of the damage across our area.
All right, and the Red Cross usually rolls out as soon as the storm passes. Please tell us where you're planning to go tomorrow and what kind of help that you'll be providing.
So tomorrow we'll be waiting to see, when the conditions are safe for our teams to be out. We've got over 300 here on the ground in Leon County that will spread out throughout the Big Bend area and over into the Swanee Valley area. And the first thing we usually do, other than to continue to shelter and make sure people are safe, is to do damage assessment. And so, we'll be doing some light looking around to see if anybody needs, if there are pockets that don't have food, pockets that need some emergency shelters, some light touches that way before we get into more of the full blown going into damage assessment and doing the disaster emergency supplies.
All right, hitting the ground running tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Sharon. We appreciate everything that the Red Cross does, and thanks again for calling in.
Well, thanks for having me.
All right, we want to go out now to my partner in crime on the 5:30, Zach Dahlheimer. He has been at one of 8 shelters across the Leon County area. He is at Childs High School right now. He's been there all afternoon. Zach, as we're getting closer to landfall, how is the mood there?
Well, Abby, Ava, good to hear you and hope you all are doing well back at the studios. I first want to tell you how things are right now. It's been a couple of hours since we last showed you how it is outside here at Childs High School. The rain is starting to pick up a little bit. Might be hard because it is darker now since we were outside last. And the wind is starting to pick up a little bit. But I do want to emphasize that we are in a safe location on campus. We're under a covered stairway, and we are very aware of our surroundings, of course, as we're giving you this live report. But nevertheless, as it gets darker outside and with a hurricane like Helene on the way to our area, this is not the type of conditions you want to be in outside. And many people are in buildings like the one behind me. That is the gymnasium for Childs High School. In fact, Leon County schools officials say more than 1,600 people as of the last hour and more than 230 pets are in their shelters all across the county. 8 of those schools here in Leon County serving as shelters like Childs High School. Now you're getting video inside of what myself, our photojournalist Sam Thomas, and Capital City correspondent Matt Hoffman saw just about an hour or so ago. The entire gym inside is the shelter. You can see people with their cots. They have air mattresses, they're getting snacks, they're being comfortable, and they're very thankful to be in this shelter tonight with whatever Helene may bring to our area. And it's not just people in Leon County that are sheltering here at Childs High and other shelters across the county. We talked with a couple of people who drove up from Wakulla County, which is an area, of course, especially for people living down by the coast. First responders have been saying to get out before Helene makes landfall. And they talked about why it was so important that they're at the shelter in Leon County here.
I'm not that much of a risk taker. My dwelling is not hurricane proof, so it didn't make any sense for me to stay.
People are getting along and just so great. Kids, everybody, old people, you know, we're just having a good time together because we all are praying for the same thing.
Yeah, Abby, Ava, many people staying positive in conditions inside the shelter behind me as they await Helene and are ready to ride out this storm when it comes through our area. Rocky Hanna, the superintendent, also saying earlier that they will not turn anyone away. But of course, as the storm does get closer and as nightfall now comes on and we get further into the night, that window of getting into a shelter is closing quick. Now, having said that, too, we also talked with people in Tallahassee sheltering here at Childs High School and a Leon County Schools employee who helped build cots that were brought in from Florida A&M University so that more people could stay here at Childs High School through the night. You'll hear from them in Matt's live report coming up closer to the 9 o'clock hour. But for now, we're live at Childs High School. I'm Zach Dahlheimer. Abby, Ava, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Zach. And I think it's interesting to note, I was at Childs High School during Hurricane Michael, and the amount of people that are there now as opposed to then, there are a lot more people in those shelters right now. So it's good to know that everybody has taken this seriously. They are hunkered down inside safe areas. That's what we want. We want people off the roads and in their safe spots now.
Absolutely. It looked organized. It looked comfortable.
Yes.
And it's good to hear that people are staying positive.
Absolutely.
All right. We're going to take a look now at some video there. Santa Maria Island area there. And you can see that water is rough, it's choppy, and it looks like it is getting higher.
You can see that's from Manatee County Sheriff's Office from earlier today. And those waves really going. And again, the flood waters. First responders are doing that, by the way. This is not just random people going through those floodwaters. Again, as Cam and Mike have been telling us, do not drive through floodwaters, turn around, don't drown. You just don't know how fast or how deep that moving water is. And even if you happen to be walking, don't walk through floodwaters. As Mike was saying a little bit earlier, we live in Florida. There are creatures in the water. We don't know what's in the water. We don't want you to get hurt after the storm, so don't do it. All right, where are we headed next, guys?
All right, there we are, Davis Beach. There's some choppy water there spilling over, you can see earlier today, onto Courtney Campbell sidewalk. That's in Tampa. The roads are clear, water levels are rising, and that wind, of course, is getting stronger by the hour. That was earlier today. I can imagine what it's like now.
All right, let's head to St. Pete. Again, a lot of people know that area. You see flooding there. And that's just from the bands that were coming through, the feeder bands that were coming through. And you see the tide there from the different. All right, okay. Again, so that was earlier in the day. Now, we've been showing you the blue parrot in St. George Island and Franklin County off and on all throughout the past couple hours. And again, the light is gone. It's deteriorated. You can see, though, those waves getting large and crashing up onto the shore. It's kind of, you know, you say it's the calm before the storm, but it really is. You see the brush right there. It's moving, not quickly, but we know that's going to deteriorate soon.
Absolutely. All right, I think we have a phone call now.
Yes, we want to send it out now to Taylor County Emergency Management Director John Lauk. Sir, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, first, let us know that our hearts, prayers, everything is with Taylor County right now, because y'all have been through so much over the past couple months and years. We do understand, and I was looking at your Facebook page before we did this interview, and that you have a curfew in place coming up in about 15 minutes at 9 o'clock. Not everyone is heeding this advice. How many people do you think are still there in your estimation?
Well, I know a lot of folks, they pretty much the ones that we're concerned about not heeding the advice is all the storm chasers and stuff like that are trying to do their thing. But I know we most of our, the regular citizens of the community, they're heeding it.
And again, tell us a little bit more about that curfew. What is your message for people? 9 o'clock, where do they need to be?
Well, we were actually trying to get the curfew from sunset to sunrise. Obviously, the dark hours. But with the landfall, we're expecting between 8:30, 9 o'clock, somewhere in that time. Obviously, we need people to be wherever they're going to be. They don't need to be risking their lives and being out in bad weather trying to drive.
We also saw your post earlier advising people that were staying and did not evacuate to write their identification info with a marker on their bodies. Tell us a little bit more about that post. I think it speaks to the severity of this situation. Is there any other message that you want to give to people in Taylor County before landfall?
Well, what I need people to remember and think about is that the storm surge that we are anticipating tonight is an unprecedented event for our county. We've never seen a forecasted storm surge of 15 to 20 feet. And as we have been told by our weather professionals, that this storm surge is not just a coastal event. It will reach miles and miles inland. So, folks not taking that seriously. Obviously, yes, telling somebody to write their information on their bodies, it sounds, I guess, out of pocket. But whenever you start talking about a 20-foot storm surge, we're going to have to be able to do our job whenever we start our urban search and rescue operations. So it's just a very ominous event, and just people. We've gotten word that over 500 people have not left the area, and like I say, it's kind of disheartening, but we're going to pull through it. Taylor County is a strong county. We are resilient, and we're going to work through it.
And as you were saying, it does sound ominous, it does sound scary, but you are speaking to the truth of the severity of this storm and what it will take for you and the first responders to do their jobs in the aftermath. And so that's why we're doing this. That's why we're talking, is we want to make sure we're keeping everybody as safe as we possibly can throughout this storm.
John, I have another question. It's Ava. I'm wondering if I saw in that same Facebook post you had asked the people who were going to stay there, have made that decision to do that, to fill out certain questions, their name, their address, how many people are in the house, if they have any pets, and then email it to you. Is that something that you have you been getting emails? Have people been doing that?
Oh my gosh, we've received so many emails. At first, we were tracking whenever we had our law enforcement officers going door to door and doing a lot. Typically, the normal thing is if people are saying that they're not going to leave, you pretty much the law enforcement officers take that information down. Well, we decided to go ahead and put that out on social media, and just in case some people are missed. And we have received, oh my gosh, it's over 400 emails now with multiple people in residences. And it's a tool, and then also that information has been requested by the state, so that can be forwarded to the urban search and rescue teams whenever we begin our operations in the morning.
John, just on an emotional level, because Helene will mark 3 hurricanes in about 13 months. You had Adelia, you had Debbie, now you have Helene. Speak to kind of the emotional toll that all of this has taken on you and Taylor County.
It's tough. I'm not going to lie. It is tough, but I guess I can say it. The good Lord is going to see us through it.
Absolutely.
And we're going to bounce back. We have a strong community, a resilient community, good people living here. We have a lot of support from the state, from the counties around us, and our brothers and sisters everywhere. They've reached out every time to support us just immensely. So we're going to make it through it. But yes, you're right. It is tough, but we're going to do it.
Well, thank you so much, sir, for your time, and know that our thoughts and prayers and love is with you and all your deputies and all of our neighbors in Taylor County this evening. And thank you so much for taking the time this evening.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, I think we're going to check in with Mike now and get the latest update on Hurricane Helene. Mike?
All right, Ava and Abby, no major changes, which at this point it's getting too late for that to happen anyway, because it's still moving toward the northeast at 23 miles per hour. Within about the next probably 5 to 10 minutes, we'll be getting another position update where we will see the pressure and the wind and the location change. And the forecast will not. And again, it's by 11 o'clock when the next forecast comes out, this will be on the coast. So that part really won't matter any longer. It will be hurry up and get out of here so we can say good riddance to it. There's that forecast, which does bring it right up through the eastern parts of the Big Bend. That's where the center goes, which I'm going to talk more about that center coming up in a moment. Here's the satellite view. Yes, the satellite, which is at a bit of an angle, it definitely shows more of that little jog perhaps toward the northeast, but we're starting to see some of those intense rain bands getting right at the coast now. That's just the beginning. Things will deteriorate rather quickly. There is still a lot of dry air. The really deep dry air is stuck out here waiting for it to go farther south, and it'll wrap underneath it. There has been a little sliver of dry air that's wrapped around the center. You can see that little kind of a comma-looking thing that shows up. That did get into the center, and it helped a little tiny bit, but not much. Look just within the last few images of this loop. These black colors indicating the colder cloud tops, they have wrapped back around that center. So I really don't anticipate any significant weakening at all before landfall. I think it will stay at this strength toward the coast. And since it is getting closer to the coast, let's talk about landfall possibilities now. Here's the latest satellite view. Let's switch over to radar, though, because radar is a better way to really find that center. It also gives you an idea that we really had this really intense stuff. It's mostly the northern half. Already, we've seen that southern half show some of that dry air. You didn't see too much in satellite, but we see this pocket of drier air. Now, it's not solid. It's not completely open toward the south and southwest, but again, any little bit, that'll help some. Again, not much, but this also gives you a good idea in relation to geography. So here's Steinhatchee, Keaton Beach. Here's the Jefferson County line. Here's St. Marks and Wakulla County, and then around through Franklin County. So let's track this out. Now, I painted this just a couple of minutes ago. I made this a little wider than the eye wall because this is really kind of the core of where we expect the worst of the weather, okay? Maybe not as much, not as severe over the western edge of this, but really anywhere along this, and especially right along that path and east of that. Really, the intense stuff is this whole northern semicircle. So the top half is all bad stuff. So this just gives you some approximate timing. So we could be talking about getting near Mayo. That's the beginning of the worst of this, okay, around 10:30. So likely making landfall a little around that time, give or take. Again, the landfall part's not important because that's just when the center actually crosses land. But where it does, it looks like it's going to happen in Taylor County. So somewhere from Keaton Beach to Deacle Beach, perhaps up closer to the Osceola River. But again, that part is not important because it's large. So those impacts getting into Perry by 10:47, getting into Tallahassee by 11:30, getting into Jasper by midnight, then moving up into South Georgia after that. That's the leading edge. It doesn't mean that it's over for the Florida counties, but that's when I expect this part of this to cross over the state line based on forward speed of about 25 miles per hour, which has been pretty consistent. So Jasper by midnight, after midnight, moving into South Georgia and continuing on. So Moultrie, you're probably just sitting there waiting. You've only had a few showers. You haven't had any severe weather. So we're looking at roughly 1:30 to 2 a.m. of starting to see that core of it. So anywhere within that red area is where you can expect to see hurricane force wind gusts, 75 miles per hour or greater, and along and east of this part, that's where we could see perhaps 100 mile per hour wind gusts or higher. Here's what the radar has looked like over the last several hours. It's got a classic look to it. It still looks like if anything, it kind of looks like it's gone a little bit faster in the last hour. We'll see when this next update comes along, which at this point, the sooner the better, because the faster it moves through the area, the sooner it will get out. Now, fast forward movement, the negative side of that is that fast forward movement can actually translate to the winds a little bit and actually make them slightly stronger over the eastern side of that because it's moving that way. So on the right side of that, that's a wind that's being added to it, whereas on the left side, the west side of that forward motion is working against the winds that are coming this way. So it actually kind of subtracts a little bit of the wind speed. So that will work in the favor of those west of the center, especially once you get beyond about 20 miles of the center. There will be a lot more of this really bad stuff east of the center. So easily 40 to 50 miles east of the center is going to have the nasty stuff. But west of the center, probably no more than about 10 to 20 miles before the winds drop off to more moderate tropical storm strength. And we'll show you some model forecasts coming up in just a moment. Look down over Tampa Bay area. This is a 6-hour-long loop, so you can see how much ground it has covered. Every once in a while, you see the big lightning clusters that develop, and as they happen, sometimes that makes that center wobble a little bit, which we've seen from time to time. But again, wobbles won't make much of a difference anymore because here's the Taylor County coast. We'll let this play through one more time and give you a good idea of what we're seeing. Now, what does that mean for everybody else? Let's get to the end and we'll look at some of these bands that are starting to wrap in across Appalachia Bay. So already some of the heavier bands have reached up into parts of Leon County, well removed from the center, but these bands can produce 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts. While the sustained winds down at the surface may not be very strong yet, those bands of rain are up higher where the winds are much stronger. And literally that rain coming down will grab some of that wind and shove it down toward the surface. So watch the Futurecast, again, showing a roughly, this one is more of a southern Taylor County landfall. Again, it could be anywhere from Deacle to Keaton up toward the Osceola River. That part is inconsequential compared to how large this thing is. As that eye passes by, I'll say it again in case you're just hearing it for the first time. If you are going to be within that eye, very likely from Perry to Madison to Valdosta, okay? The wind, it probably won't go calm. This is too big of a system, moving too fast. This is not going to be where it goes from 100 miles an hour to calm, the stars come out. The clouds will fill in, you won't see the stars, it's very unlikely that you will, and it'll still be breezy, but the winds will be a whole lot lighter for a very short time. Don't go outside and look around. Don't go check on things and try to fix them. If you've gone through half of it, I guarantee there will be all kinds of debris laying around, whether it's tree limbs, power lines, things that are broken that have been in the air. Okay, you just don't go out there. Too many dangers out there. And then you will rapidly get the south side. Now, even though the south side of the system will have lighter rainfall and that dry air quickly wrapping in, the winds don't correspond to that. It's not like the south side has lighter winds, or rather lighter rains and winds that might be 30 miles an hour. No, you can get those winds back up to 75, 85, 90 miles per hour on that southern eye wall. And then finally, as we get to around 3 a.m., that's when it all gets out of here. The rain should quickly depart after that. Just do a quick check of winds, and then I'll toss it back over to Ava and Abby. Here are the current wind gusts. Here are the current local wind speeds. Still not that bad, 20 to 30 miles per hour. Now the gusts, 45 or so down toward the coast, about 25 to 35 miles per hour inland. Still, we are expecting those winds to rapidly ramp up during the next 1 or 2 hours over the Big Bend. That's what we're talking about, the possibility for 75 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts. Those will cause the big power outages. And then after midnight or near that, those winds move up north of I-10, say from Live Oak up through Tifton and Homerville. That's all still to happen. There will still be strong winds farther west. Be very happy if it drops off this sharply, but still 45 mile, 50 mile per hour wind gusts will cause power outages. So that's where we stand right now. We'll continue to track things until this is all out of our viewing area. But for now, let's go on back. Oh, wait a minute, Cameron has an update for me.
Warning for Dixie, Jefferson, Lafayette, Leon, Madison, Taylor, and Wakulla. Extreme wind warning until midnight.
Okay, so it's a rare thing, but unfortunately we've seen it before. An extreme wind warning. Hardly ever see that issued for almost anywhere. But with that core of Helene getting ready to move ashore, roughly from Tallahassee, say Leon and Wakulla counties and points east, you are going to be included within that extreme wind warning. That's just an additional way for the Weather Service to say, this is the really bad stuff coming. They don't issue that way ahead of time. They do it when it's becoming pending. So conditions will rapidly deteriorate starting now at the coast and moving inland for about the next 4 to 5 hours. Now let's toss it on back to Ava and Abby.
All right, thank you so much for that update. All right, we are going to go now to our Matt Hoffman. He is our Capital City correspondent at Childs High School right now with our Zach Dahlheimer, and Matt joins us live now. Now, Matt, you've met a lot of interesting people there tonight from all different parts of our area. What are you hearing now as the storm draws closer?
Yeah, we're hearing now that folks are relieved to be here. Almost everyone we've spoken with has said, man, I'm happy to be here, especially with the conditions now. We're under a covered awning, so we're in a safe place, but you can really hear the rain beating down. And even from the time we did Zach's live shot, maybe 25 minutes ago, the winds have started to pick up. So a couple people milling around outside, but everyone really starting to hunker down. But I actually want to show you some video from earlier. If you check this out, folks were putting together cots to actually expand the capacity here at the shelter because so many people wanted to use it. Of course, that's a good and bad thing, but it's good because lots of folks are taking advantage. We're going to play you some sound. One person you'll hear is one of those folks putting all these cots together, and the other is someone who is so happy just to have a place to stay.
Well, it's kind of scary. I just stay prayed up. I just hope everybody get through it together.
The category of the storm and the fact that I live alone, I decided that this was close to me, and it's been an experience that I was skeptical about, but I'm very pleased that I made the decision to come.
Now I'll give you one last check of the conditions here. We're actually about to head inside. Zach, Sam, and I are about to head inside to make sure that we're safe. But rain starting to fall, wind starting to pick up. If you are still, for some reason, not in a shelter, now is absolutely the time. For now, in Tallahassee, I'm Matt Hoffman.
All right.
Thank you, Matt. It is so heartwarming to hear that somebody who was going to be alone, stay
Yes.
home, now has a support of people going through the exact same thing at the shelter.
I love that.
Me too.
And I hope that a lot of people, you're going to make new friends, probably lifelong friends through this process, and meet new people, and that's what it's all about in the before and then the aftermath. I was saying on my Facebook page, we're one community right now. We are all going to have to be there to get us through this. Well, we want to go out to our Capitol Bureau reporter, Cody Butler. He's been at the State Operations Center all day long. He's actually outside right now. Cody, tell us a little bit, not only the conditions out there, but how are things going in that area statewide as we get closer to the landfall?
Yeah, right now the State Emergency Operations Center is seeing a little bit of rain. We are on the southwest side of Tallahassee, about where Cap Circle makes that turn to head west here on the south side of Tallahassee. And we're seeing some rain. We're outside because the governor is inside the media room right now giving an update on national media outlets and letting everyone know what's going on here in the state of Florida. And right now, state crews are kind of putting things on pause outside. They're still working inside the Emergency Operations Center, getting things ready to go once the storm passes. Because the state's gotten more than 1,000 requests from local governments for help, especially in these smaller counties that are in the path of this storm. And most of those are for after the storm hits. And the state says that they have their resources ready to go. As soon as the storm goes through, they are going to be their trucks are going to be following the storm once it's safe to do so. So if the storm is going 25 miles an hour, they're going to be right behind it just as fast. So these are things like portable restrooms, tarps, food, other supplies that people may need, because they're going to need them. And the state prides itself on quickly getting into these communities, trying to get the power back on right away. So they're going to be working through the night as long as it is safe to do so once this storm passes through.
And tell us a little bit too, Cody. I was looking at the governor issued his updates about an hour ago, and you were talking about the mobilization that goes for the Florida National Guard and the Florida State Guard as well.
Yeah, he has several agencies are going to be working together as one. That includes the National Guard, the State Guard, state troopers. FDOT will be a part of this. They're all going to be out there helping clear the roads, because we know trees will be falling. We know power will be out because of these strong winds that are coming. And this area is full of trees. We've seen it with the past storms that these trees do fall. So these crews will be out, kind of a hub and spoke model is how the FDM director, Kevin Guthrie, explained it earlier. They have crews stationed in buildings right now. There's a crew at the Armory here in Tallahassee, just up the road from where I'm at right now. And once the storm clears through and it's safe to do so, these people will be out clearing the road, trying to open up these roads so that the power crews can get in right behind them to help restore power, so that we can get back to quote unquote normal as quickly as possible. And remember, in the last couple storms, we were only out of power for a couple days in these hard hit areas versus a couple weeks that we've seen before. So this is one of those efforts that the state has put in place, getting these mutual aids in place now ahead of the storm so that they can quickly act and get things back online instead of waiting till after the storm to bring these people in.
All right, thank you so much. Our Capitol Bureau reporter, Cody Butler at the State EOC. Thank you so much, Cody.
All right, many Florida evacuees ending up in South Georgia as they try to get away from the worst of the storm. Now, our sister station, WTOC, caught up with people in Valdosta.
Wakulla County, Florida. A little place called Lovett, Florida.
Both evacuating to the southwest Georgia area, hoping they'll avoid the hurricane impact in Florida.
We actually just cleaned up all the debris yesterday morning from the last one.
That one, Tropical Storm Debbie. Patricia Gillian owns an appliance business in Florida that she's hoping will still be intact when the hurricane passes.
We only worked a half a day yesterday, and we're going to close until we get back home, and see, how bad the damage is, and if it's, not real bad.
Kaylee Wynn says she's used to the evacuation process.
We have 3 small children, and I do not want to be stuck somewhere where I can't get out.
Many in the area filled gas stations throughout the day, preparing for the night ahead. Pat McKinnon, the president and CEO of United Way in Tifton, says they anticipate power outages more than anything.
And make sure you get batteries. If you need to make sure you get your generator ready to go, because we could potentially have power outages from 2 days up to 2 weeks.
All right. Well, of course, a lot of people moving, we know, have gone west into the Alabama area and then, of course, farther north into Georgia. So, again, a lot of people there making new friends as everybody tries to stay safe during this hurricane.
It definitely brings people together.
Absolutely it does. All right, let's take a look at some video from around the state from earlier in the day. This is Bonita Springs, and as you're seeing, you know, a lot of flooding. This is what we're going to be seeing in our area too, in our coastal areas. And again, this is what we don't want you to do.
No.
Like, see that car. Hopefully he just like, no, I don't want to go down that road. I know not to do that. Do not drive through floodwaters. Don't hang out in floodwaters. We live in Florida. We never know what creatures are going to be in there. We want you to stay safe. Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, we don't want you to walk through those.
Definitely not. Let's take a look at Tampa. Earlier today, there you can see those flooded roads.
And that's what's amazing too. Again, the power of water, the fact that just the intense surge just continuing to pound the pavement there can wash out entire roads. It's just incredible at what the power of water can do.
And it's incredible how water can sneak up on you.
Absolutely.
When you least expect it.
Yes. And that's why we don't want you to drive through it, because it can be so fast moving.
That's right. That's how people get stuck in their cars.
Yes.
And worse, unfortunately.
This is video from Treasure Island. Again, you're just seeing massive amounts of water and storm surge. Again, this is what they're telling us. When we talked with Captain Yarborough from Wakulla County Sheriff's Office, he was saying, you know, and as Mike and Cam have been sharing, potential estimates anywhere up to 15 to 20 feet of storm surge. That's storm surge we've never seen in this area.
No, definitely not. All right, we're going to take a live look at Boot Hill in Madison County. Obviously, it's dark out there, but you can see it is raining, and it's only going to increase rain and some flooding there. You can see that rain on the lens.
This is another area that we are thinking and praying about for you all tonight, because you all have been through it as well with tornadoes and, you know, the sign, the Boot Hill football sign that the scoreboard, and just got that back up and things like that. So we're really thinking about everyone in our area tonight.
We sure are. All right, we were going to check back in with Mike McCall. And Mike, landfall is coming up pretty quickly.
It is, and a recent pass from the hurricane hunters have brought more bad news. Take a look at what's behind me as far as those winds. Based on the Hurricane Hunter aircraft, the winds have been up to 140 miles per hour now. So now is it a stronger Category 4. A Category 5 is when you get to 160. I can't imagine that there's enough time for it to get much stronger than that, than it is right now. I don't expect it will reach 5. But it's moving north-northeast now at 24. So it is racing toward the coast as this basically large EF2 tornado now getting closer to EF3. So the tornadoes that went through parts of Leon County back in May, it's those types of winds that are aloft. They're not all going to be at the surface, thank goodness, but they are possible in some gusts. And certainly wind gusts in excess of 75 miles per hour are expected over a large part of the area. So that pressure, it's kind of leveled off in the low 940s range. It should start to interact with land quickly now, but it's moving so quickly. The forward speed is so fast that it's not going to be enough to really weaken it much. That's why it's expected to roar through the Big Bend and South Georgia, spreading these winds, which could top 100 miles per hour, at least in gusts, all the way up through our South Georgia counties, roughly from Cairo eastward, and in the Big Bend, roughly from Tallahassee eastward. I still expect some stronger gusts west of that, but the worst of it will be along that area. Let's talk about some other things. Well, then, with the center getting ready to get closer to the shore, a rare extreme wind warning has been issued. So eastern Leon and Wakulla into Jefferson, Madison, Lafayette, and down through Dixie counties. This could be extended up into parts of South Georgia too. So that kind of shows you the width of the core of the worst conditions that are expected. This is where we could be talking about those winds exceeding hurricane force and perhaps even exceeding 100 miles per hour in gusts. Check out the radar, or the satellite. There's that center, kind of, there's been a little slight intrusion of some dry air from time to time, but that center is really racing toward the Taylor County coast. That's where the center will cross. And it could be right around Keaton Beach again. It could get very close to right where Idalia went through, so Steenhatchee to Keaton Beach. But these winds coming around that have already pushed the water up into Appalachia Bay. The analogy that I used earlier was it's like a rake. If you keep raking that water up, but it goes up here where there's nowhere for it to go. And the shape of our coastline confines that water there, and then the wind takes that water and pushes it even more inland. So that's the big storm surge threat, where we're still talking about as much as 15 to 20 feet, especially along the Taylor County coast. There's the core of the worst of it. A little bit of an open slot, slightly drier air. It's not going to be enough to really help, but this whole large area could have some wind gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour. But this is the area which is still pretty wide. We're talking about 50 to 60 miles wide, where we could be talking about those 75, 85, 95 mile per hour wind gusts or even higher. I understand we've got some live pics coming out of Perry. Conditions just starting to kind of go downhill. The traffic lights are blowing a little bit. You're starting to get some of that heavy rainfall. This is truly just the beginning of the rapid deterioration. So if you've been saying throughout the evening hours, I don't get it, this is much ado about nothing, that's going to change very, very soon. You're not going to want to venture out. And I know that when we talked with emergency management from Taylor County, dealing with some of the storm chasers, trying to get down to areas which are unsafe for them to be, and hopefully everyone's going to turn out okay. But I say leave it up to the cameras at the coast. You don't want to have any humans near the coast because of this moving inland. So what I did is I traced, so here's the northern edge of the worst of it. Again, I plotted it out, made it roughly the width of where we expect the worst conditions to be, and then give you a rough timeline as we go from Sopchoppy to Perry to Tallahassee to Quitman. So Florida counties, we're looking at roughly from 10 p.m. to midnight, getting the worst of it coming through. That's the top half of the storm. And then after midnight, crossing over into South Georgia. That's when it starts, okay? Now the southern half of this will be weaker. The winds will not be as strong, and the rain will definitely be a whole lot lighter. But this inner core of winds, which you can't see here, is that, and I'll tell you what, Cameron, can you just, let's plot velocity up here and see if we can start to see the outside of that core, okay? So now we're getting close enough to where we can start talking about velocity. So go ahead and loop that. It should loop over the last half hour. And oh yeah, look at this. Look at some of the winds that he's querying here. So this is the Doppler radar in Tallahassee looking toward this, where we're seeing these winds out here that are beyond 100 miles per hour. So this is radar verification. Now yes, by the time the radar shoots this is pretty high up, but you've got intense downdrafts coming with these heavy rain bands, so it can transport those winds right down toward the surface. So where you see this stuff, just again, this will look even more impressive, and not in a good way, as it gets closer and closer to the coast. So this is really the beginning of the worst of it along coastal Taylor County, and then eventually that'll move up into parts of Franklin and Wakulla and Jefferson, and then continue to spread on inland. Here's another one of those queries where Cameron just picked a spot that's out here over the Gulf of Mexico and measured that velocity wind data, showing that wind measured at the height, again, it was fairly high up at this point, but approaching 130 miles per hour. And in case you missed it, the update from the National Hurricane Center, now has the winds at 140. Now that will be in just some isolated spots, and most of those winds will stay very elevated, but it increases the possibility that we could see some 100+ mile per hour gusts along the Taylor County coast. So if you've still got power, don't count on it lasting much longer, because this is moving about 25 miles per hour. All right, let's go. We're widening back out. There's another view as that center continues to race off toward the north-northeast. The worst of it, as far as the bands of rain, have moved on past Tampa, but those are still rotating up our way. And there is a tornado watch that's in effect. We're starting to see that possibility for some of these storms out here now as they start to rotate around the center. We've already seen some of those across parts of southwest Georgia, and that is still a possibility. But when you're talking about an area with 75 to 100+ mile an hour winds, that's basically just a big tornado that's coming our way. So moving into coastal Jefferson and Taylor counties in particular during the next hour. But you're really going to start, and we're going to check out the winds here in just a moment to see what they're doing over toward Alligator Point. The futurecast, we're not going to see any significant changes. What's important is that it's a large system. Yes, extreme southwest Georgia, western Big Bend, you will get some tropical storm force wind gusts, you will get some power outages, and still an outside shot over southwest Georgia for an isolated tornado. But the area from Cairo to Tallahassee to Crawfordville and points east, that's where we'll see the worst. And then kind of separate the coast, because the coast, you may not get the worst of the winds, but that water is still going to pile up. Now let's talk about those winds. We're starting to see them gust higher up our way. So not as high down over the Gulf waters to our south, but Clearwater Beach, you say, well, the worst of it has gone by. Gusting to 67 miles per hour right now. That's going to cause some damage. Locally, the winds are still running around 15 to 25 miles per hour. But now we're starting to see those continued gusts. They've been pretty consistent, about 45 to 50 miles per hour from Alligator Point to Apalachicola. Perry now up to 39 miles per hour. So that's tropical storm strength, and this is just the start of it as it moves off toward the northeast. Still tracking what we expect. Those 65, 75, 95 mile an hour winds will come inland as we get 10 to 11 to 12 across the Big Bend counties, especially the eastern half of the Big Bend. Tallahassee, Thomasville, Monticello, you could still see some wind gusts in that 70 to 75 mile per hour range. They're more likely the farther east you go, and could exceed 100 miles per hour from Mayo to Live Oak, and could get pretty close to that. This may be underdone from Valdosta to Homerville, but I think this is reasonable to expect 75 to 85 or 90 mile per hour gusts in some spots across parts of South Georgia. And then as we get beyond around 3 o'clock, it's still windy, but it will get better, and it'll be a slow process, but it will continue to get better and better overnight. So I'll wrap up this part, but just to remind everybody that the center, this is when everything starts to go downhill. Hopefully everybody's in a good, safe place, especially if you're in Taylor County. If you waited it out, I hope you're in a good, sturdy place. And if you're watching on TV, watching us on the stream, listening on the radio, we will stay with you and guide you through this. But this is the unfortunate part, when the worst of it gets ready to move on shore. And unfortunately, it's not going to weaken much. It will once it hits the coast, but it's moving so quickly that that weakening trend will be slow compared to that forward speed. So that's it for now. Let's toss it on back to Abby and Ava.
Well, Mike, that's what a lot of people I've been looking on Facebook have been saying is like, oh, I don't really, it's just kind of some rain and it's just kind of this. And it feels like we have been dealing with this for a very long time. But as you were saying, right. Things are going to increase rapidly when it comes to things deteriorating and the conditions just falling apart and the winds picking up.
Well, and it's human nature. We want it to be over quickly.
Yes.
And so we're kind of like, when's it going to start so that it can be over?
Yeah.
But yes, it's literally just been the prelude. It's just the workup to all of it. This is the main event that's coming in right now and will be for the next few hours.
Absolutely. You definitely need to make sure that you are prepared if you have stayed there. I was watching the interview with Kevin Guthrie from earlier at the state EOC talking about if you've decided to stay and you start hearing snapping and popping and things like that. He said that is trees and limbs falling down, and you need to make sure that you get yourself to to the interior part of your house, just like you would with a tornado.
That's the cue.
And make sure that you have a mattress or something to kind of put over you in case something would fall, to kind of, shield that and to shield yourself.
That's right. Absolutely. Have to be aware.
Absolutely. Okay, of course, Madison County soon be feeling Helene's wrath. We want to bring in now Lee Bassford, the Madison County Emergency Manager. She is joining us live on the phone. Thank you for taking the time, ma'am. We feel for you guys. We're thinking about you guys. We know you have a shelter there. We know you've had mandatory evacuations for things like RVs and mobile homes. Do you feel like people took that seriously and evacuated?
Well, I'll say this. We have around 400 people in our shelter currently. So I hope that they have heeded our warnings over the last week, and a lot of our residents chose to get out of the path of the storm.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's going to be a difficult few hours ahead. What are you expecting to see?
Well, we're currently under an extreme wind warning, and citizens should understand this is likely to be a wind event like our county has never experienced before. So they should treat it like a tornado warning, find shelter in the innermost portion of the home, prepare to ride out the storm, and to take care of the families.
And is there, we are getting down to that time where Helene is about to make landfall. For any of the people in your area who may be watching or listening, do you have any last advice for them before the storm makes its way to Madison County?
Same thing, just to get to the safest portion of their home when the winds start picking up. We advise all residents to please stay off the roadways after the wind subsides, so that our first responders can do their jobs and get to the citizens that need help. So we, again, just emphasize to please stay off the roadways after the storm.
All right. Lee Bassford with the Madison County Emergency Management. Thank you so much, ma'am. Stay safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lee.
Thank you for having me.
Panama City also feeling some impacts from Helene, to keep you on gauze with our sister station WJHG, visited the Emergency Operations Center and spoke with our Congressman Neil Dunn.
Yes, I'm standing here with Congressman Neil Dunn here at the Bay County Emergency Operations Center preparing for Hurricane Helene. No, we are kind of out of the cone, Mr. Dunn.
Bay County's out of the cone, but 10 of my 16 counties in my district are under mandatory evacuation orders.
Now, we're not unfamiliar with big storms. With Michael coming through 6 years ago, kind of talking about what we're doing to prepare for Helene here.
So I'm really proud of the efforts that Florida has made over the years to prepare itself for this kind of disaster. And, this is years of effort on the part of the emergency operations staff in all the counties. So every county in the state has one of these emergency operations centers. And they are all networked. We just got off a call with all of them. And everybody reported their needs and their preparations, and it was a great report. It was good news. Everybody's bunkered down, ready to go. There are some people who haven't responded to the mandatory evacuation. Please, if you're in one of those counties, listen to your EOC, Emergency Operations Center. They are there to help you and save your life.
I understand. Now, from my understanding, since we are out of the cone, we've been through this before. We're going to help the people outside. How do we plan on helping these counties who might potentially be hit by this hurricane?
So it's worth remembering when we had Michael hit here, right here, we got a lot of help from our neighbors. And our neighbors are going to need our help tomorrow. And we should be there for them. And we're talking about marshaling together the food, the water, the generators, all the things that keep civilization operational. So we're here to help each other, county to county, and together, locked together, we make a great system.
850 strong.
850 strong.
Neighbors helping neighbors.
Thank you, Keith.
Reporting live here in Bay County, DeKevion Goss, News Channel 7.
All right. Well, again, earlier this week, our anchor Zach Dahlheimer also talked with Congressman Dunn. Again, was talking about the money for FEMA, because a lot of there's talk of FEMA doesn't have the money, and people worried obviously about what's going to happen to us, in the storm's aftermath. He did say, Congress is coming together to make sure that there is funding for those recovery efforts, and we'll have much more of that in the days and weeks to come.
That put a lot of people at ease.
Yes,
with that
Absolutely.
Hurricane Helene strengthened to a Category 4 forecast to hit the Big Bend tonight with winds at least 130 miles per hour. You can see these powerful waves there crashing onto docks in Clearwater, Florida and Pinellas County, and one dock has already been taken out.
All right, and again, strong winds and waves hitting the Howard Franklin Bridge. Oh my gosh, this is in the Tampa area. Everyone knows this bridge. This is a very famous bridge, and those people should not be on that bridge.
No, not at all.
That is just crazy right there. You can see the waves just crashing in there. This is an example of what you do not do.
Yeah, it's very unsettling to see people actually driving on the bridge.
All right. Well, the landfall for Hurricane Helene continuing to move closer. We need to be preparing. The Category 4 storm is expected to make landfall very, very soon. We know that trees will be down, power lines will be down, knocked out, potentially, destruction to property. Not catching people by surprise here, though. It really does seem that a lot of you out there, all of us, we're taking this very seriously.
Absolutely. I mean, it is a fast-moving storm. It just kind of appeared almost, but we have been talking about it for a while, and I think it seems like everyone's really been invested in being prepared. It seems like, just in terms of shelters and people getting advance warning that you need to leave or mandatory evacuations, that sort of thing. So we've been tracking Hurricane Helene for several days, and thanks to our meteorologists and the hurricane hunters.
Our primary mission is to take the coordinates that the National Hurricane Center gives us and to find the exact center of the storm.
It's vital to have these assets in the storm continuously as it's approached the United States to really get the proper forecast correct.
And the hurricane hunters are able to track everything from wind speed and direction to pressure and temperatures. It's unbelievable to think they actually fly in the eye of this
They are
hurricane.
some brave men and women, that is for sure. All right. Well, we can hear that the rain is starting to pick up over the roof of the WCTV studios. And so we want to send things out to meteorologist Josh Green. He is out live in front of our studios. He has been holding an umbrella for the past couple of live hits. Let's see if that's happening now. Josh, are you still holding that umbrella? He is not.
Oh, okay.
Yes. No more umbrella, Ava and Abby. I tried to use the umbrella, and here it is. That was because of about a 30 to 35 mile per hour wind gust. So what that tells me is that it is time to be off of the roadways in Leon County. Thank you so much, Ryan Kelly, for handing me said umbrella. Yes, that means that we're starting to see some of those close to, if not tropical storm force wind gusts. Now, those are the shorter bursts of wind. When you talk about sustained winds, those have to last for about 2 minutes. So we're not at tropical storm force sustained winds yet here in Tallahassee. That's where I'm standing right now on the northeast side of town. But over the next hour or two, that's when those tropical storm force wind gusts will turn into sustained winds. That's when we're going to start to notice a few more of those power outages all across Leon County. And we're looking at major Hurricane Helene making landfall now within the next hour or two. And what that means is if you are in Leon County, if you're in Tallahassee, and you're wondering when's the worst of the storm going to get to me, that's going to be happening at around 11 and 12, all right, 11 p.m. and midnight, and it's going to continue till about 1 a.m., and that's when conditions will finally start to improve a little bit and will considerably improve as we head into early Friday morning. So again, my key messages from this report is that it is time to be off the roadways in Leon County. We do have those tropical storm force wind gusts that are arriving here in Tallahassee, and yes, the rain is coming down. Conditions are only going to continue to worsen over the next couple of hours. So I'll be sure to give you another report as some of those closer bands of gusty winds and rain start to get a little bit closer into the town of the capital city.
All right, I know everyone is kind of like anxious and there's kind of a feeling in the air, so I just want to provide a little bit of comedic levity here. Josh, you showed us that umbrella. That was my umbrella. You borrowed that umbrella from me. Just saying, you owe me an umbrella. Just saying. I know.
No.
I know.
Don't
Thanks,
worry,
buddy.
Don't worry. I've got 2 more that I'm going to pay you back double.
Ah, thank you, buddy. Okay, thank you for being out there, everybody. Just needed to lighten the mood just a little bit.
We needed it.
Just a little bit. All right. Ava and I are going to step off. We're going to get ourselves some food, get some coffee. But after that, Julie and Jacob are going to come back. But in the meantime, we're going to send things over to meteorologist Cameron Aaron. He's got the very latest on what's going on with Helene. Cam, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Abby and Ava, thank you guys so much. We are awaiting the new update from the National Hurricane Center in less than 30 minutes. But at this point, Hurricane Helene, still a strong Category 4 hurricane. Those winds of 140 miles per hour, the pressure down to 941 millibars, pushing off to the northeast at 24 miles per hour. So we are expecting a landfall pretty soon in the Big Bend of Florida. And this will continue racing off to the northeast over the next several hours. So again, if you live further inland in South Georgia, this is still a big issue for you as well, as we are tracking the potential for Category 1, possibly a Category 2 hurricane as far north as South Georgia. Also want to point this out, just because you live outside the cone, in the Panhandle, in the Peninsula, or anywhere east or west of that center of circulation, because Helene is so large, we are expecting impacts outside the cone. Those hurricane force gusts, they extend upwards of 60 miles away from the center of circulation. So again, we are tracking big impacts as Helene comes ashore. Let's talk about what's going on at this hour. This is a close-up of Hurricane Helene. This is the eye. This is the eye wall. Check out how much lightning has developed over the past couple of radar scans, especially on the western and northwestern side of the eye wall. So again, as this comes ashore in Taylor County, possibly close to Jefferson County, this is the worst part of the storm. So a heads up in Perry, a heads up in Keaton Beach, in Steinhatchee, in southern Jefferson County. This is the worst part of the eye wall. It will continue racing off to the northeast over the next couple of minutes there. A few of those approximate arrival times of that eye wall. We're talking Steinhatchee 9:40, Shady Grove 10:18, talking about Lamont at 10:29, possibly as far north and east as Madison at 10:46. So about 1 hour away, close to the I-10 corridor. And again, this is going to be a system that will have to take its time to weaken because it's moving so quickly. So these hurricane force gusts, they are going to extend further inland. Not only a coastal storm, but also a storm that we have to watch out for further inland, close to the I-10 corridor and over into South Georgia. Let's zoom into parts of Taylor County, pushing into Lafayette County, also into Suwannee County. You can see those bands of heavy rainfall. They continue to rotate around the circulation of Hurricane Helene. Same story for the capital city in Tallahassee. Notice the yellow and the orange color. They continue rotating to the north and west, impacting Leon County, also impacting Crawfordville and McCullough County. And the same story closer to South Georgia for our friends in Thomasville and Valdosta. Some wet weather, and the conditions will continue to go downhill as we go through the rest of your Thursday night, also early on Friday. Now, this is a relatively rare event. The National Weather Service has issued an extreme wind warning for the areas in this purple color. That is for places in far eastern Leon County, far eastern McCullough County, all of Jefferson County, all of Madison County, all of Taylor County, and for Mayo and points to the west over in Lafayette County. Again, this is for the eye wall of Hurricane Helene. As this comes ashore, we could see winds upwards of 100, possibly more than 100 miles per hour. At this point, we are gusting to 51 in Apalachicola, gusting to 44 in Alligator Point, gusting to 43 over in Perry. But I do think we see these wind gusts really spike over the next hour or so, especially close to the coast. And again, if you are under that extreme wind warning, now is the time to take shelter. Treat this as a tornado warning. Go ahead and go indoors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible and stay away from those windows. Also, if you have a helmet, wouldn't hurt to put that on as well if you're under that extreme wind warning. Let's talk about those future wind gusts. This is from the graph model. Again, this is just one model run, so these aren't completely accurate. Don't take these to the bank to the exact number. But this is showing winds upwards of 94, possibly up to 100 or more than 100 miles per hour close to the eye wall of Hurricane Helene. And again, as we go past midnight, past 1 a.m., notice those strong gusts extend into parts of South Georgia, gusting to more than 75 or more than 85 miles per hour in some areas close to the I-75 corridor. Now, we are tracking some rapid improvement by Friday morning as drier air is on the way as we wake up on Friday. Until then, tracking several different threats. One of those, possibly a few tornadoes, and this is a tornado watch in place that will last until 10 o'clock this evening. But I am anticipating this to be extended, especially along into the east of that landfall center. We have a level 2 slight risk of severe weather in place from Thomasville to Tallahassee and back to the west, or back to the east, I should say, over those far eastern counties. That is a level 2 slight risk of severe weather. So again, we could see a few of those spin up tornadoes. Now, once you factor in tropical tornadoes, those are very quick to develop, also very quick to spin down. They don't last too long, so the lead time may not be the best. So be sure that you have a way to receive warnings, have that first alert weather app through this evening and to go into the first half of your Friday. We have a flood watch also in place. This will last through Friday morning. As heavy rain continues across the Big Bend in South Georgia, these numbers are on top of the rain that we had on Wednesday and also throughout the day on Thursday. We could still see rainfall totals of additional rain up to 1, possibly up to 5 or more than 5 inches of rain over the next several hours as Helene pushes